All right. All right. Let's see if this works. All right, looks like we are working. Why is the YouTube comments not coming in to the screen? Let's fix that real quick. That's odd. What up, everybody? Welcome back. Hold on, YouTube comments are not coming in here. Hold on a second. It's weird. I don't know why it disconnected. Dashboard. Happy motherfucking Monday, everybody. Hope you guys are doing fantabulous today. How do I get to my dashboard? Why does it make it so difficult? All widgets. Give me 1 second. Oh, there it is. Okay. Why did... Wait, I didn't even touch it. Wait. Oh, there's a 20-second delay. That's why. Okay, I see. So when I... Okay. I see why. Okay. Okay, that makes sense. It was coming through. It just... Yeah, okay. All right, we're good. Never mind. False alarm. What's a like? This. There you go. I just sent one. Shout out to Phoebe, first comment over there on Twitch, and Nanners, first comment over there on YouTube. How's everybody doing tonight? How's everybody doing tonight? I was going to cover the news. Was going to get back to covering the news today, but I'm running a little late. I was wanting to go earlier, so we'll try again on tomorrow's stream. Okay, we'll just get back to covering the news. Also, I do have because of the shutdown, I have like to do a lot of 3-day drills. So I got a 3-day drill coming this weekend, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So won't be live Friday, Saturday, maybe live Sunday, depending on how early I get home. If they release me early enough, but we'll see. So yeah, just a lot of fucking drills coming up. They tacked on an extra day to like every single month. And I also have one at the end of the month, January. Like, bruh. So that's fun. Always fun. Yeah, we missed like 3 drills because of the shutdown, so gotta make it all up. There is my... Oh yeah, it shows me the short stream, what it looks like now, like directly. That's cool. I hope I'm gonna try to do like a poll over on YouTube and see how many people are coming in from the YouTube shorts. Because I wanna get like a good pulse on that. If I'm getting like 5 people, I might... It's not sending it out. That I'll just stop doing it because extra shit. All right. I think we're good to go. Background today, and then, well, at least the first background, we'll see if it gets off. It's just very simple. Why are you a conservative? So we're just going to debate that. If that doesn't go anywhere, then we'll do our usual topics. But knowing TikTok is just going to keep making me restart over and over. All right. get everything set up here. Making sure. Okay. Blue time, let's go. Let me make sure my Reacts channel is working. It is. Look at that. Look at that little shadow right there. Y'all like that? Look at that little shadow right there. Yeah. That looks cool. Boom. All right. Okay. Last thing I need to check is my microphone was a little wonky. So, do you guys hear me tapping? You guys hear me up close? Am I good? Sounds good. Ducko with a 20 stream streak. 20 streams. I think, what's the most? I think it's 20 streams, right? You're not going to be live tonight, Atheist? Oh. You're taking a break? Mm. Your son misses you. I'm on 22. It says 25 is next. Oh, wait. So you wait. Can you redeem it? Wait, how do you like? I don't even know what. I don't know what it looks like on y'all's end. Is it like send you like a little notification, redeem a 20 stream streak or some shit like that? Close, we can get that ASMR. ASMR debates. Let's go. Oh, it does send you a notification. Okay. All right. Emojis aren't working. Hold on. Okay, so it looks like it's working for Rillian. It might just be something on your side. I wish YouTube had better TTV. That'd be nice. So you guys can use all the stuff that Twitch uses. When we do start covering the news, we are going to start. We're gonna like do a like kind of transition process. So like we start the news only on Twitch. So only Twitch is gonna be watching the news with us. Like we'll be reacting to events. And then once we switch over to debates, then YouTube comes in. We'll launch the stream over to YouTube. Um, Most of you already know why, but usually when even like when I watch YouTube videos on YouTube, YouTube just takes it down. So it's just stupid. Um, Even if I do like transformative content, I'm pausing and I'm talking all the time, doesn't matter. Like a bot that picks it up and the bot's stupid, so yeah. Lance is a god. Thank you so much for the follow over on Twitch. I appreciate you. Twitch gets exclusivity again. Yeah. Yeah, by necessity, honestly. If Twitch started doing that where you can't even fucking watch a YouTube video on Twitch, yeah, it's over. We can't even like react anymore. I don't know how people on YouTube do it. Well, I know like how a few of them like what they do is like they don't watch like live content or something like that because if you watch live content, you can't pause all the time. You just get fucking instantly flagged or something. The emotes aren't translating. Oh, they're not translating to this. Oh, okay. I'm not sure why. I see it in the chat, like the emojis, but um, try it again. Try it again. We'll try. Hold on, let me try actually. I want to fix that before we go live on, before we start debating on TikTok. It's the API. Hold on. Why can't I put an emoji on here? Oh. Oh, that's Nacho. That's Twitch. Sorry. Yeah, it's not working for y'all. That's weird. Carb thumb. So it's working for. It's working for. Hmm. Give me a second. YouTube emoji is not showing on. YouTube chat emojis. Video produces. Go to live stream. Add a new browser source. Set the dimensions. Yeah, but I don't want to have a new fucking. That's stupid. I don't want a different space for YouTube. Segregation. That's what that is. It's the custom ones. It's only the custom ones? Okay, so the ones that are in the chat. Okay, those work. For once, I'm hearing the music. We can all live with it. Yeah, I guess I'll try to find a long-term solution for you guys. I don't know why it's okay. That's weird. Maybe there's a way to like I don't know. I'll think about it. All right, let's get some debates in here. Hold on, let me do an audio test. All right, we're good to go. All right, we're gonna start off with the conservative topic. Why are you conservative? And then from there, we'll do our regular topics. If that, ew, it's fucking yellow. What the fuck is that, boy? I don't know why I have that as an option. All right, let's see. I watched Carbon 2 tech support for 30 minutes. Yeah, exactly. That's just annoying. I don't, and you can't even see the comments with the yellow. Like, look at that shit. Unamused with the 15 stream streak. Let's go. Yeah, we're about to switch that shit to orange real quick. I can't even see the. That's ugly. I'm taking yellow off. Is there a different shade of yellow I can do? Can I make it like darker? Yeah, like yellow, and then like white. God damn. Blinded by, yeah, that's not good. That's not okay. I'm gonna take yellow off. That's actually pretty ugly. Look at that shit. All right, we got orange and purple. So orange and purple. At least it's not red. Yeah, I took red off because red is fucking annoying. God damn, bro. I want red. Yeah, but you only want red because I don't want red. It's just why would I take all the colors off? Justice for red. I love the rainbow. Yeah, the rainbow looks good, but you know, I gotta learn. I gotta figure out a way to automate this shit. I'm pretty sure there's a way, but there's like an app for this. It's like an app from China, and then like the app doesn't exist anymore. So it's like you have to like roundabout your way. You have to IT that shit too to like do it through the app or the computer. You know, so. I have my like PayPal, Venmo thing in the background here. So we'll see if TikTok likes that. If not, I'm gonna restart with the one that doesn't have the PayPal Venmo icon on it. That's better, yeah. All right, let's get this started. What's up? How y'all doing? Thank you for the heart me. Won't you write it on the whiteboard behind you? Write the wait, what? Wait, write what? Write the word, the color? Is that what you're saying? Maybe I'm misinterpreting the language. Oh, pay apps. Okay. Yeah, but then TikTok won't be able to see it, right? So thank you for the shares. All right, welcome in everybody. Welcome, welcome, welcome. How we doing? Let's get some conservatives in here. YouTube is lagging. Yeah, YouTube has I think a 15-second lag. So appreciate ya. Matter, thank you for the heart me. Appreciate ya. All right, let's get some debates in here, y'all. If you're a conservative, let's get on in here. Let's go. Welcome in, everybody. Thank you for the heart me's. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you for the heart me's. Let's see if TikTok suppresses this one or not. They might. We'll see. Caitlin, thank you for the heart. All right, let's get some debates in here. Come on. Shout. You got 70 people. Okay, we're good to go. Maybe, maybe not. Let's see if they suppress us. Because we got our, this up here. So I'm not going to say it, but, we got this fucking, I got the logo. So I don't know if TikTok suppresses the logos. If not, I'll restart without the logos and all that. No TikTok chat? Oh, gotcha. Oh, fuck. They gave me, okay. All right, we're gonna have to restart. They gave me a fucking notification for this shit, bro. hate this fucking app, bro. They give me a notification for soliciting. Because I got the pay apps up there. Okay, I'll be back in about 10 seconds, y'all. Right as I mentioned it, too. What the fuck is wrong with this fucking app, bro? Why does Dean and them get to have that shit on their background? He has it on every single live. You forgot to praise TikTok Shop? Yeah. Yeah, he literally has it on every single live. He doesn't get this notification. I've been live for 1 minute. Fucking assholes. Yeah, he puts VNP name. I did the exact same thing and I get fucked up for it. Because I got Venmo and PayPal link up there, so like it's so stupid. Anyway, let's try this again. Like, what the fuck? Make no damn sense. He does. Well, I mean, okay, I can maybe take that off and just put, yeah, but I guess it's got partnership. Let's see why you can't either. Yeah. Well, we'll try it again. TikTok is racist confirmed. All right, let's try this again. All right, we're at 30 now. Okay, that's good. All right, welcome in, everybody. Welcome. My name is Bradley, also known as Carbon. We're live tonight. Let's get some debates in here. If you are a conservative, go and hop on that guest request. Everybody else, go and tap that screen. Tap, tap, tap away. We'll get some debates in here. Only if you're a conservative, drop in the guest request. We'll get you on up here. Let's go. I do have in my bio, yeah. So, thank you for the heart me, Hoofy. Let's go. Only taking TikTok as well and make discoverability happen. Yeah, it's much better than, the other, like, you got to work for it in the other apps. So, yeah. All right, we got 50. Let's get some debates in here. Come on. Check Discord. I gotta get off the app though. Carrot, thank you for the heart me. Let's try this guy. Hello, can I get your age, please?
What'd you say?
Can I get your age, please?
32.
All right, you a conservative?
Yeah.
All right. You want to tell us why?
Because I agree with some of the policies from conservatives.
Like what?
Anti-immigration.
Why are you
Probably anti-gay.
Which one do you want to talk about?
Anti-gay. Anti-feminist, probably too.
Okay, we got 3. Which one did you want to talk about?
Hold on a second. I'm trying to figure out what else.
Well, let's just start with those 3. Yeah, that's fine. We got 4. Okay, so which ones do you want to talk about?
Whichever ones you want to talk about. I don't know. Whichever ones you want to talk about.
Okay. Are all the other 3 informed by the 4th one, the Christian
one? Maybe. Kinda, I guess.
Okay, so why is Christianity true?
Because it's the best religion that dominated the world.
What makes something the best religion?
Well, first off, because they have Chick-fil-A. And they have and it's the country that you live in.
Okay, so you don't have an argument for why Christianity is true?
Where do you live?
Yeah, well, I'm just asking you. You don't have an argument for
biracial man. Where do you
Hey,
live?
hey, boy.
Yeah,
You don't have an
you're
argument. You don't have
confused
an
by
argument. You don't have an argument for why it's wrong.
confused half.
All right. Anyway, Bible, can I get your age, please? Hello, Bible. Can I get your age, please? Bible, can I get your age, please? I guess he accidentally joined. Okay. All right. Do we have any non-degenerates who want to defend conservatism or not? Let me know. I got 100 people. Okay. We might have to do 1 or 2 restarts. That's fine. It's a big ass carving. Chris said he wants to get in an octagon. Okay. I said run my fade in your live earlier, but you didn't like. I don't think you saw it. You like Jake Paul? Where's Bubba? We got a purple. I think that's purple. It looks purple. Anybody, any takers, any conservatives? I don't know if this is gonna pull off. We'll see. We'll give it a few minutes. Purple rain. That's an oxymoron, a non-degenerate conservative. Okay. It's sending out a little bit, but we'll see. We'll give it a second. All right, TikTok comments should be coming up now. Yeah, there you go. There you go. Right over there on the left side. All right, if you are conservative, go and hop on in that guest request. We'd love to talk to you. Appreciate you. Don't hide out in the comments because I'm going to invite you up here if I know you're conservative and you have live access. So hit that accept button. Come on. Let's go. Benjamin, you are live. Can I get your age, please?
Yeah, what's up, Dean Withers from Wish? Can you pull on
What's
my
up, man?
pigtails and fuck me good?
That's
Good,
crazy,
brother.
bro. It's the pigtails guy again. Shooter 87, I sent you an invite. Why are you not accepting? Come on. If you insist. All right, let's get some debates in here. Where are the debates at, bro? They got cooked on GT's live. Oof. Doesn't surprise me. Slowly rising. Okay, we got 113. Sandy, thank you for the heartbeat. A lot of people live. Yeah, we'll see. I mean, it's raising, so it's the first time trying this background. So if not, we'll go to our usual ones. TikTok needs some blue chew to get those numbers up. Are you gonna play games from this stream? I do want to. Listen, I like. There's nothing more that I want to play games, but like, when I first started streaming on Twitch and YouTube, I used to be able to, and now every time I play any game, it just crashes my computer, even when I'm not streaming. Like, my computer can't handle games no more. Like unless they're like simple chess games and stuff. Like it's fucking stupid. I can play Last of Us Part 2. I play that sometimes, but like it just crashes. Even if I like lower the settings all the way down, like it's ridiculous. And I have a RTX 2060 Super, right? I got a i7 9700K. I built all this shit in 2020, right? So watch chess. And then I have a lot of RAM too. So don't forget upgrading your PC right now anyway. You ain't gonna get any RAM. Yeah. Yeah, I know shit is like rising in cost right now. Stephen Miller went completion. Yeah, what did he say? Said some crazy fucking 1K for low RAM. Yeah. Miller. What did this motherfucker say? He said, yeah, we're a superpower. We're gonna conduct ourselves like a superpower. He ruled out on international TV a U.S. military attack on. He didn't rule out a U.S. military attack on Greenland. Let's see. He said some other shit. Yeah, basically what he was doing. I gotta get the clip, but he basically affirmed pretty much everything, like the Bush era, regime change. Yes, more new war. Yes, new wars. Right. Steve Miller and his wife crash out in the same ways. Like they both lose their shit and yell the most absurd shit. They were made for each other. Yeah, he's like basically who's that woman who's running in Texas who's just like absolutely batshit and crazy. Like, what's her name? Fuck. I don't know. She's like an idiot. I forgot her name. But she was on the Piers Morgan show. She's like, oh, we're gonna get all the Muslims out or something like that. Which one? Yeah, everyone in Texas. Yeah, exactly. Hold on, I got you. What was it? Was it Gomez? Yeah, Valentina Gomez. Yeah. Yeah. He's basically her, but in the White House. Yeah, he's like yeah. He's her. He's like a clone of her, honestly. Like intellectually at least. People in Canada are scared, at least the people I'm around. I mean, listen. Like, this motherfucker needs to be impeached. Like, what the fuck? Like, 25th Amendment, this shit, bro. Like, he's obviously, like, bad shit insane. Right? And we warned everybody prior to the election. You vote for this guy, you're going to get military attacks all over on our side of the hemisphere and the other side of the hemisphere. You're going to get that everywhere. Right? They didn't want to listen. They did not want to listen. Treated for cognitive decline. Oh, I was able to recognize and differentiate a giraffe and an elephant. I'm a genius. Like, bro, what? Dems need to have a majority in the House and Senate so you can get removed, impeachment, and yeah. So you honestly think Venezuela should have kept like listen, like this is the problem with like questions like that, right? You're making an inference. Venezuela should not have this leader, therefore the military of another country should take them out. Listen, Donald Trump shouldn't be the president of the United States. He should not be. He's an oppressive ruler. He deserves to be in prison. Does that justify? Well, some liberals might say yes. Does that justify from a conservative standpoint? Some other country like coming in, hovering over the White House and abducting him and sending them to their country, right? Was not the real president. Listen, like you can say that, right? But that doesn't justify your military action, right? From another country, right? Do you think that another country, because a lot of conservatives think that Joe Biden wasn't legitimately elected, that like Russia can come in and like abduct Joe Biden? You think that? America first. Actually, oh, okay. So yeah, you do. Okay, so you just support another country invading us. Like, okay, like I don't know what to say to you at that point. Like, yes, countries should be able to invade us. Like, yeah, but I mean, like, then you're gonna have to get this. Then you're gonna have to be committed to crazy views, like Venezuela shouldn't have shot down those aircraft, right? Venezuelan military should not have shot down those aircraft, even though it's their fucking country, right? Bet you're committed to that view, huh? Yeah, just bend over and take it, right? Yeah, United States, we're the right ones and they're the wrong ones. Gotcha. Listen, yeah, we have a conservative leader who's an oppressive dictator rapist who's in office. Yeah, so by your lights, we should just have another country coming in to abduct him. That seems to be your position. So we'll see. See if you commit to that when your next comment. You have no. Oh, now I don't have proof. Now, yeah, yeah. When it's my president that I support, I don't support it. Yeah, I got you. I love it. All right. Anyway, let's get some
Well,
debates in
this
here.
is
Hey,
Dirk
what's up, man? Can
here.
I
I
get your age,
really
please?
appreciate you bringing me up. This is fantastic.
Yeah,
I'm
absolutely. Can I
30
get your age,
years
please?
old. I'm
Cool.
from New York, and I voted for Donald
Roger that.
John
And Bold, can I get your
Trump.
age, please? Bold.
Bold, go ahead.
Sorry, my bad. I'm 29.
All right, you're conservative as well?
Yeah, I'm a conservative, I'd
Okay.
say. I lean mostly right.
Understood. Okay, we can go one by one. It's 2v1. That's fine. Yeah, you want to go first, Dirk? Tell me why you're conservative. Then Bold, you can tell me.
Well, absolutely. I'm personally against the slaughtering of 1 million babies per year. I'm against child sacrifice, which is what the leftoids are obsessed with. Leftoids like yourself love to slaughter babies in pursuit of the woman having a more fun life. I think that's a moral bad that Donald Trump, luckily, thank God, did his part to remediate the illness of this country, which is tolerating the slaughtering of 1 million babies per year by appointing normal Supreme Court justices that struck down Roe v. Wade.
Understood. And Bold, do you want to tell me why?
I just think like I lean mostly right, Like I'm only human. I'm not gonna be like, oh, 100%. I'm not an extremist or nothing, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like I agree with some Democrat views, like AB 12 for foster kids, right? Because I have a foster kid. It helps a lot of people get out of the program, you know.
Okay.
But mostly for most of the views, I do see myself leaning conservative, like with like gun rights, with abortion. You know, I'm a Christian and I don't think you should really like abort your babies, you know?
Understood. Okay. So generally
Systems are-
speaking, more right leaning for you. He believes, and then Dirk believes. Like, okay, we can do like the abortion thing. Are you both Christian or just Bold is Christian? Dirk, are you Christian?
I'm not Christian myself.
Oh, okay.
I'm
Just
just
making
a
sure.
normal
Because I
person
was
that
just making
knows
sure.
that killing babies is wrong.
Okay, and then Bold, you are a Christian, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'll ask you this, and then because it's gonna be a different question for both of you, because Dirk is not a Christian, you are. How do you feel about like God like slaughtering babies?
Like, could you give me a verse in the
First
Bible
Samuel
where he
15:3.
did that?
A lot of conservatives, in fact, actually believe that's a good thing. First Samuel 15:3. I can read it if you don't want to pull it up, but I can read the full verse, or if you want to pull it up for
Yeah, I'm
yourself.
just Googling it because, like I'm gonna be completely honest with you. I'm just getting into the faith, so
I understand.
you know, I haven't even read the whole Bible yet, right? I'm like 90% done with the New Testament. So
Okay. But yeah, basically the context here is the Lord rejected Saul as king, and the Lord was instructing the Israelites about a few hundred years prior. The Israelites were, lay waste by the Amalekites, and then so God, a few hundred years later, was to levy judgment, was ordering a levy of judgment against the Amalekites. And what he said was specifically put to death all their men, women, children, and infants, including like the camels, sheep, donkeys too. And that's just like straight from your God. I don't know why a Christian would like from that worldview, why if it's okay to do that. I don't understand what's your issue with
yeah,
abortion.
I mean, like another thing is like we could never place ourselves in the same thinking of God, right? Like Isaiah 55:8, your thoughts are not my thoughts, neither your ways my ways, like saith the Lord. So like I couldn't bring myself to like question why he did these things, and especially not being as well versed as I should be, honestly. You know, like it takes time to get there, because it's like a lot of people that, I've read the Bible 10 times and I'm reading it my first time and I'm like, there ain't no way, bro, because this thing's huge. So you know, I don't think I think if he did it, there was definitely a reason that's valid behind it, right? Like even though it's a wicked thing that happened.
So you don't take like Dirk's view, which is like it's always wrong to slaughter children.
I mean, I would say like if the Lord declared it, right? Like the Lord flooded the earth, right? Like, and then he gave us the rainbow to say, hey, I'm never going to do that again. And that was like, you know, that was a mistake. But we're just honestly look at modern day people, right? Like with oil, big pharma, like humans are just not good people when you get too much money.
Now I'll say something because that question was just for you since you're the Christian, but I guess this question will be for both of you. So Donald Trump we did have systems in place for over like 20 something years since 2001. I'm sorry, since 2000, which was to provide aid. And it wasn't like perfectly efficient, but it did save a lot of lives, over 96 million lives. That's the USAID fund, and that saved a lot of lives. And it's estimated that his 86% cuts and guts of USAID over the next 5 years. Now 6 years is going to kill up towards of 4 million children. So I was wondering if you think that that's more.
Are those children going to get killed because they don't have circumcisions in
No, they're going to get. They're dying because we're taking away.
They're not getting clean circumcisions in Uganda and Mozambique. Is that
no, Dirk? I'm asking. No, that's not my claim. My claim is
let's reinstate USAID. Let's fund those.
Okay, like I'm trying to give you my claim, but you're like over talking. So the claim is, I don't know why I'm like being over talked.
You're literally
stop. Like if you're gonna crash out, like then don't join the live. If you can't handle a debate, then don't join the debate live. Okay. So you're crashing out, right?
No,
because
I'm calling you.
You're crashing out. Okay.
No, I'm calling you out.
Okay, cool. If you interrupt again, you're getting dropped, and it's just gonna be me and this guy. Okay. Now. So no, that wasn't my claim to answer your question. The claim is that we are currently providing resources to keep children alive in other countries, and we remove those resources. And so the question that was being asked to you is, given that that's more kids that died, that is expected to die compared to abortion, don't you think that that's going to be just in USAID alone? I can give you a bunch of different policies. You don't think that that's going to be like a calculus that you're going to have to consider?
No, that's like the dumbest point I think I've ever heard. Oh, yeah. You're not for giving the entire GDP to children so they don't die across the globe?
That wasn't my claim either.
What are you,
because
against?
USAID
what are you, for children dying?
Yeah. So,
no, I'm against waste, fraud, and abuse.
When did I say that was for the entire GDP?
Well, you just said USAID. You're defending USAID,
that the entire,
which is a proven scam organization that was luckily shut down under Donald John Trump.
I'm not going to allow you to run from that. Is that the
Billions
entire
and
GDP?
billions of fraud that was cut by Doge.
Is that the
Thank
entire
God that
GDP?
organization was shut down. It
Is
was
that
a
the entire
slush fund
GDP?
for
He keeps
Democrat
talking because he doesn't want to
NGOs.
answer the question. Is that the
Well,
entire
you're
GDP?
literally just pivoting from the point.
No,
dude.
you
can't
said
you
that
can't
was the
defend
entire
abortion.
GDP. Is that the entire GDP? Yes or no?
Well, that's called a hyperbole.
Oh, so you
taking
did
your
say a
point
false
and making
statement.
it
Okay, so you
hyperbolic. I
retract
don't know
the
if you
statement.
understand how words work and the English
Okay.
language
Well,
works.
yeah, earlier you said
Did
that
I say
my
that you
view,
said that?
earlier, yeah, you said that, right? You said,
called
oh,
mocking
you
me.
believe that it's the entire GDP to be sent towards
No, it's
other countries. So
called
it's not the
mocking me.
entire GDP and wasn't even a lot of money, really. So the
How much
question
was it?
is, the question
Well, how much was
is,
it?
I don't know why I'm being overtalked. So the question
Well, how much
is,
was
do
it?
you believe that we are morally obligated to keep those children alive? That's a yes or no
How much
question.
was it? You just said it wasn't a lot of money. How much was it?
No, it wasn't a GDP. That's what I said. It wasn't
Oh,
that
was
much
it in
money.
a
No.
GDP? How
No,
much
it
money
wasn't
was
a
it?
GDP, so you were lying about that.
It wasn't a GDP.
No, it wasn't the GDP, Dirk. It
Yeah.
wasn't
Okay. So
the
how much was it? You
GDP.
just said it wasn't
Yeah,
that much money.
billions of dollars. Now, the
Billions.
question that I'm asking you is,
Billions
are
of
we
dollars.
morally obligated? Yes,
Sent to
billions of
Uganda.
dollars. Yeah. Now, answer the question. The question is very simple. I'm not going to allow you to dodge. Right? The question is very simple.
I'm the
Do
one.
you believe that we're morally obligated to keep those children
No, of course.
alive? Okay.
Of
Yeah. So,
course
okay,
not.
you support the slaughter of a bunch of babies.
Yeah. Nice pivot,
There
dude.
you go. Now, what's your
Nice
argument for
pivot.
pro-life? Go
You
ahead.
don't want to give billions of dollars to third world countries to save their
Cool.
children? You
No,
must
I already,
support
we
the
already got,
slaughtering of
already,
children.
yeah, you do. Now,
No,
what's the argument
I'm
for pro-life?
advocating for American law, having a just judicial system in here
Mhm.
where we don't allow for selfish women to slaughter their child so they can appear to have a better life.
Okay, what's the argument for pro-choice?
There is no argument for
I mean, sorry,
pro-choice. It's
pro-life.
called
I'm sorry, my bad.
selfishness. It's called being pathetic. It's called having no morals. That's the
Okay.
argument for
Yeah,
pro-choice.
what's the argument for that?
I just told
No,
you
that's the
pro-choice has
claim.
no argument.
Oh, pro-life. I accidentally said
Yeah, I
pro-choice.
know.
I'm saying pro-life. What's the
Yeah,
argument for pro-life?
pro-life. Yeah, human beings are unique, special individuals, and they shouldn't
Okay.
be murdered and slaughtered by the hundreds of thousands just because the mother is selfish.
Okay, and when you say human being, what do you mean?
When you say human being, what do you mean?
Yeah,
Is
that
that a
was the
serious
question.
question?
Yeah, that was the question.
You're an
Answer
adult.
it.
You don't know what a human being is?
Answer the question.
I don't know. A human being, they bark and they have 8 arms and they have 12 eyes.
So you don't want to answer the question? Are you dodging the question?
No, I just did. I just answered.
Oh, so human beings bark?
Yeah, they bark and they have 12 eyes and they
And
have
then
12
Oh,
eyes.
yeah, so abortion's not wrong then, because
Yeah.
no child is born with 12 eyes.
Right.
Yeah, so you want to answer the question, or are you going to
Is
dodge
this,
again?
and you do this for a living? This is what you
now,
do?
now you're talking
Like,
about meta
what
because
is
you
this, an
don't, you
income?
can't. So you.
No, I'm just
say-
wondering. You
Bro,
just
just say
asked
you don't
me
have a
seriously
definition of
what a
human being.
human
I have a
being was.
definition. I want to
You
know
just
what your
asked me what a
definition
human
is.
being was.
Yeah, what do you
No,
mean
we
when
all
you
know
say
what a
human being?
human being
Meaning-
is.
Oh, there's different definitions of human being. I want to know which definition you pick out. Go ahead.
Take a
Go ahead.
take one out of the
I'll
hat.
give you. I'll give you
Take a
time.
definition out
Oh,
of the
take a
hat.
definition. You want me to give the definition
go
off the
ahead.
hat? Yeah,
go ahead.
somebody. Yeah, I got you. A
Go
organism
ahead.
of the Homo sapien species that has a brain.
Got it.
Okay. Do fetuses have
And
brains?
you don't think
Do
babies in the
fetuses-
womb are human beings?
No. Do
No,
they have
they're not.
brains?
They're not Homo sapiens, and they don't have brains.
Yeah, no, they
When-
don't have
when
brains.
does the
At
brain
conception,
develop?
20,
When does the
roughly
brain
15
develop?
to 20 weeks.
15. So you would be against abortion after 15 weeks.
Yeah, about 20 weeks.
Okay. So anything after that, you would consider that murder, right?
Yeah. Now,
Okay,
what about
good.
you? Under that definition, a woman is not killing a human being, correct?
Arbitrary addition of them
Okay,
having
so
a
what's your
brain.
definition? Now, that's why I asked you.
Yeah, a Homo sapien.
Just a Homo sapien? So an organism of the
Yes.
Homo sapien species.
Yes,
Okay, so, all right.
just
so
like
are
every
you
other human being on Earth.
Understood. So are you
defines it
familiar
as.
with biparental hydatidiform moles?
No, I'm not. Educate me.
Okay, so biparental hydatidiform mole is an organism that's formed via biparentally from the sperm and the egg, and that's all it'll ever be is a mole, but it is an organism of the Homo sapien.
Right. So let's carve out
DNA.
an exception for those.
Yeah, so now tell me, is that a human being, yes or no?
Well, I mean, I don't even know what you're talking about. You just said,
Okay,
oh,
you want me to say
splits
it
out
again?
From this. Say it again. Go ahead.
Okay, so it is an organism that is a mole of the Homo sapien species. Is it
It's
a
a
human being?
mole. What do you mean?
Yes.
It's a mole.
Mole, like a cancer cell.
Okay, then no, I wouldn't consider that a human being.
Why?
I don't think any scientist would ever consider that a human being.
Why is
Would
it
you?
not a human being other than what you just said?
Would a
what you
scientist
defined?
consider that a human being?
What do you mean human being?
That's
By
what I'm
your
trying to
definition,
understand
the
what
definition.
you mean a human being
Okay,
is. You
so
just
when you say
made the
would
claim
a
a mole is
when
a
you
human being.
say would a scientist consider that to be a human
Okay,
being,
so no, I
is the
don't
term
consider that
okay? Now I need you to stop over talking me. When you say a
because it's not a unique organism that's a
oh,
Homo
it's not
sapien.
unique. Why is it not unique? I told you
Because
that
it's
was
not a
by.
Homo.
Wait, hold on. Stop muting him. Okay, when you say it's not unique, why is it not unique?
Can it grow? Can it reproduce with
Yes,
other
it can't
Homo
reproduce,
sapiens?
just like some
Oh, so
kids.
so it's not a living,
It is
breathing
living.
organism?
It's not
No,
breathing, but it is
it
living.
is living,
Yes,
but it doesn't have the capability to reproduce.
that's correct.
Okay, so it's not living.
Just like an infertile woman.
Yeah, but capability to reproduce.
Yeah,
An infertile woman
an
is of the
infertile
nature
woman,
to
by
reproduce.
definition, when you say infertile, you mean they're incapable of
They're of the
reproducing.
nature to reproduce.
No, they're not. They're
Okay,
literally
let's look
what
up the definition of
the
life.
the nature.
The fundamental
when we say, if
quality
somebody,
distinguishing living things with biological processes encompasses diverse forms like plant, animals, bacteria, and fungi. Definition: a state characterized by self-sustaining chemical systems capable of homeostasis, organization, metabolism, growth, adaptation, response, and reproduction, eventually leading to death.
Yeah, so
you just
can a
said
woman
to reproduction.
so can a woman who has a genetic condition where she won't be able to reproduce, is that a human being?
Brother.
Yes or no?
Is this really how you argue?
I'm sorry, are you going to answer the question?
A woman?
I'm not going to allow dodges. I will never allow you to dodge my question.
So
you might as well answer.
Woman living?
Bold, is this your people?
Fuck.
Is this your
what
people?
What a mess you are. What a
is this
mess
your people?
you are.
Tell me who's being more reasonable, Bold, even though you're
asking me if an infertile woman is alive. That's what you're literally asking.
No, yeah,
I
under
mean,
your
wait,
definition.
wait. If I'm going to be real here, you know, it's like one of those arguments where you grab like a 0.001% chance of it happening, right? And, you know, I like to look on a more realistic term, you know, because even when we vote, it's based on like the majority, right? Like,
yeah,
so
but I'm not talking about.
if we,
I'm not
like,
talking about
cater to
legality
to that 0.0001%.
All I'm asking him is if it's a human being.
You understand that he's on my side.
Yeah, but guess what?
You're like nodding and agreeing.
Guess what? He was ambivalent.
He
was ambivalent about supporting you because he knows you're being unreasonable. Now, Dirk, let me ask the question. I just want you to ask the question, Dirk. Is a woman who has a genetic condition?
And you just said is an infertile woman. I don't know why I'm being overtalked.
So, is a woman who has a genetic condition such that she'll never be able to reproduce, is that a human being? Yes or no?
Yes, that's a human being.
Okay, so it doesn't matter whether they can reproduce. Do we agree?
They are of the nature to reproduce.
Wait, when you say of the nature, do you mean their genetics allow them to reproduce?
So what do you mean they're infertile? How do you know they're infertile?
They're infertile because let's say the genetic condition doesn't allow them to have a uterus.
So they don't have a uterus, right? So they're infertile. How do you know that that's not normal?
What do you mean? Normal just means average. The average woman has a.
So you're saying that would be a normal, typical woman, right?
No, that's not normal. That's
no, right? So the whole reason that we know it's a genetic abnormality is because we know they're a woman, we know they're a human, and there's something wrong with them, right? That's the only reason why we could.
So I'm going to use that same argument.
Infertile.
Cool. So now I'm going to use that same argument for the biparental heterotitiform mole. It's just not normal. It's just average. There's something wrong with it.
Right. So you would say a scientist would classify a mole.
No, I'm asking you. I'm not asking what science you gave me.
Yeah, and I already told you no, I wouldn't.
Okay, so now we got ourselves into a contradiction.
Holy shit! Because you're horrible at this.
That's cool.
You are horrible at this.
That's cool. You can keep saying that, but you don't have a flaw.
Saying that a mole
you don't have a
flaw.
You don't have the flaw in the reasoning. What's the flaw in the reasoning?
What an absolute mess you are.
Yeah. Tell me what the flaw in the reasoning is.
The flaw of the reasoning is you don't know what a human is. You don't know what a woman is. And you don't know what right is and what.
I told you what a human was. I went based off your definition.
No, you didn't. You just told me a mole was a human being.
What a human is.
And you told me an infertile woman is not a human being.
You're going to stop over talking. What a human is under your definition. I used your definition, and I told you there are things that fit that definition. Stop unmuting because I know you can't control yourself. I'm going to restart what I was saying. So you said what a human being is this organism of the Homo sapien species, right? And I gave you an example of an organism of the Homo sapien species. And then what you did, you didn't like that. You didn't like the reductio there. So what you did was you started crashing out. You started saying, oh, well, it doesn't have this. Yeah, whatever objection that you have to the infertile woman, I can just use to the biparental heterotitiform mole. Now, if there's a failure in the reasoning, then I want to know what the failure is. Go ahead.
Yeah, the failure is your lack of brain cells, not understanding that a mole is not a human being.
Okay, so this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna premise one this. Okay, premise one: a human being
What a
is
mess. This is how you guys are
organism.
defending abortion now, by
Gotcha,
claiming
man.
that
He's
human
crashing
beings
out.
are
I
a
got it.
social
Yeah,
construct.
just keep talking.
Are
Just keep
human beings a
talking.
social construct? Is that your
That's
claim?
cool. Yeah, I got you. Okay, so a human being
Is that
is
how you
an
guys defend
organism.
abortion?
Yeah, got you. And human being is an organism that is of the Homo sapien species. Do we agree with that, or yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. Premise two: a biparental hydatidifform mole is an organism of the Homo sapien species. Now, you want to disagree with that, right?
Right.
Okay. Why is premise two false?
Well, I don't believe that any scientist worth their salt would ever say that that's a human being.
Would they say that it's of the Homo sapien species?
No,
Why not?
because it's not.
Oh, that's a great argument. You know what, Dirk? I'm pro-life now. I love you.
Why would it?
You
Why
just
would a
made me pro.
scientist
No,
not
no,
say
no.
a
I love that
whale is a
argument. Yeah,
human?
that was the most convincing thing you've ever
Why
said.
would a
Because
why
it's
would a
not.
scientist not call a whale a human?
No, I asked you. Why would they
Why
not
would-
call it a Homo sapien?
Why would they not call a whale a
Why
human?
would they not call it a Homo sapien? Answer the question.
Why would they not call a whale a
Stop
human?
dodging. I will not allow you to
No,
dodge.
no, I'm
No,
answering
I'm
your
asking
question.
you.
Why would
You
they
never
not call a
answered my
whale a
question.
human?
You said because it's not. That's called
Yeah,
begging
because
the
it's
question.
not. It's not
Okay,
a
so
human
tell me
being.
why
That's
it's not.
why.
Tell me
Because
why.
it's a mole. It's a growth.
Yeah.
It's a defect.
Why is it not a human?
I just told you. I gave
No,
the answer.
Why is this specific type?
I
I
just
agree.
gave the
I
answer.
agree.
How dumb
Most
are you,
moles.
dude?
I agree. Most moles are not humans. Why is this mole
Jesus
not a
Christ.
human?
Because it's not.
Bold,
Why
it's
is
you
a
and me.
whale not a human?
Bold, it's you and me. Okay, he's an idiot. All right. So what you got, man?
Well, lightweight. I mean, like, how far can that thing really develop, though? Right? Like,
It'll always
even if
develop. Like you can look at pictures of it. It'll be like this big, and it's just like a mole. You could
yeah,
theoretically, if you wanted to, like take it out and then put in like a petri dish and drop nutrients on it and keep it alive. But it seems like if you just agree, I mean that's just like obviously a human being, but we don't have any value to this thing because it's not going to grow into a person of value with experiences and thoughts and things like that. So we don't value it. That was the whole point. He
and
didn't
that's like
understand
the
that.
only
So.
instance where that would ever happen, or what?
There might be another, but that's the most that's why he was struggling with that because that was and so yeah, the biparental hydatidifform moles, the reason why it's called biparental is because the sperm and the egg actually do meet and then form because of this. There's like two genes I think associated with it, and then those two genes will actually not allow it to form, arms, legs, a head, and a brain and stuff like that. So it's always just going to be an organism of the Homo sapien species, but it's never going to be anything more than that blob of, DNA and tissue.
Yeah, I'd say other than that, one instance, anything with the human DNA would I consider human. That's all. Like,
Well, I mean,
that's the
yeah,
only
but
instance I
then
can think
you would
of.
be
That's
saying
like,
that there's a different definition of human. I was going based off his definition. Of course, there's many different
okay.
definitions of human. Yeah.
So,
So
I mean, that's
okay.
not the only reason I lean conservative, though.
So what's
Is
your other
it's like,
reasons?
I'd say like gun control, right? Like, or sorry, I don't know if I can say that or not.
It should be fun.
Uh,
I mean, leftists support the Second Amendment too, so that's not going to be an exclusively conservative value.
Like, I live in California, right? And I've only gone to Idaho. When I went to Idaho, I was like I went to the Walmart and I'm like, what the hell? Like, they're just selling Glocks up in here like it's a normal Friday. You would never see that in California. And I'm just like, this is like, I think it's good because like, if you're gonna go like rob a store or something, and then like there's 5 dudes that are strapped that are like on your average moral person, right? If you try to rob the store, they're gonna stop you. Like in comparison in California, they got blue jeans locked up because like no one can really do anything. They go in, they break into like jewelry stores and take all the jewelry, like 20 of them, right? And they mob out and SF. So like, I don't know. I think it's a good thing that they're selling, like, I don't know if I should say like schmuns or how that works, but you
I mean, you
know,
support like
and like
regulations though.
Idaho,
Like you don't want it to be like free will, right? Like free nilly, right?
I'd say regulations and then stop the regulations, right? You don't got to keep regulating them,
Like so
like,
for
because that
like
makes no
so
sense to
for
me.
like the most powerful weapon, because obviously we have a big mass shooting problem here. Like what do you think is the solution to that?
I mean, they got rid of the bump stocks, right? Which was like, all right, 'cause I guess that's valid. Um, but what, like 12 rounds, unless you're prior military, I feel like you should be restricted as a citizen. But if you have prior military experience, then I think you should have access to a little more things than your average Joe, in my mind. Doesn't matter if you're
But like I
Democrat
think
or
on top of that, like even after like
Republican.
I think you should probably take like certain like tests to make sure that you're qualified to own it, even if you're probably military. Because there are people like after military who can become mentally unstable. There's been multiple like that one guy in I think it was Houston. No, it was Dallas. I think circa like 2015, 2016, 2017. And like he had bro was a cook in the army, right? And he was just dropping cops left and right because they couldn't handle like he went to basic training, right? Like so like
Yeah.
but like even him, he was mentally unstable even though he was formerly military. And I think if we had laws set up there in Texas, that could have been prevented.
I mean, lightweight, the way I see it, bro, is that if someone's going to go and do that, they're gonna go and do that, right? Like, if I like, I'm not gonna say like
Well,
me, but if
yeah,
someone was really gonna like, oh, I'm gonna go and do this crazy thing at this school, right? They're gonna sit there and pretend like they're sane, pass all those tests, right? Talk to the therapist, whatever they need to do, and then they're gonna go do it, like because they're insane, bro. I feel like no matter how
yeah,
many
well, we want that
restrictions you
we
put
want it
on,
to
they're
be
gonna do it.
significantly we want this to be significantly less likely, right? Significantly less likely. Like for example, how it is in other countries. I think Australia just recently had one, but what does that have like once every like blue moon versus ours happen like a couple times like a month, right? Like I like we want it
Okay.
to be significantly less likely, and we want to make sure that, and I'll just bring up Logic real quick just so y'all can, yeah, because he said he's done research on it. But like we want it to be significantly less likely. There's not really any feasible way there. I mean, there is, but it'd be pretty extreme. To get like all the guns out that are like from like legal hands, like those, you know,
Yeah.
ARs and things like that. But there is like methods that we can do to like drastically reduce that and ultimately save a significant amount of lives. And I think just
Like,
saying
um,
I think a lot of conservatives what they do is they just reference the Second Amendment, but they don't have they're not like referencing whether there's good reason to accept it, right? Like whether there's good
yeah.
like should we update the Second Amendment, right? So stuff like that.
Like, in California, I agree with you in that sense for sure. Like in California, like it's not really hard to get like a weapon, right? But like, say if I wanted to get my CCW, like my
Mhm.
concealed carry weapon, I gotta go talk to my county sheriff, right? Like it's like I gotta set up a whole appointment. He's gonna vet me, and then I have to give him like a reasonable cause as to why I would be able to have a CCW, right? Mostly, women can get them very easily, right? Prior military can get them very easily, but like for someone like me who's not prior military or doesn't like I can pretty much walk around at night without like really fearing of anything, it's a lot harder for me. Like the sheriff is gonna vet me. He's gonna be like, hey, like why the hell would you need to have a CCW, right?
Why is that
And
a bad thing?
I'm not saying it's a
It
bad
is a
thing.
bad thing.
I'm
I agree.
agreeing with the host that like that they should do it like that, but not with like a therapist or anything like that because I don't know. I feel like I was just doing too much at that point.
See, I disagree. I think if you have a firearm, you should be required to at least yearly seek a therapist to make sure you're on the up and up. Because it happens way too often when someone will get firearms when they're okay, and then there's that old saying, it's one bad day turns you into a monster. I don't want that monster to be able to have firearms located within reach of them. Uh, and I do want to comment on this. You said you're from California. You went to what state and you saw a bunch of things in Walmart?
Oh, in Idaho.
Idaho. Okay, I'm from
Really
New
nice
Jersey.
state. I ain't gonna lie, I liked it out there.
I'm from New Jersey. Our gun laws are almost as strict as California's. I think in a few places even stricter. And I moved to Texas. Texas it's the fucking Wild West here. You can the first week I was here, I went into a 7-Eleven and I saw a guy with a 6-shooter on his hip and then a 9mm in his back pocket. And I'm thinking, what the fuck do you need all that shit? You're just going to 7-Eleven.
Yeah.
But if you look at statistically, like, more guns doesn't equal more safe. Like, the states with the lowest amount of gun laws have the highest amounts of crime.
Wait, hold on.
Jersey.
You're
I
telling
don't
me
know about that one.
you're telling me more bullets means less people getting shot with bullets, Minister?
More bullets?
Wait,
mean
more
less
bullets means less. Yeah,
Oh,
you
more-
tell-
yeah,
you telling
yeah.
me more bullets means less people getting shot with bullets?
Yes.
Obviously, the place with the highest crime is going to be the places with the biggest populations, and I can guarantee
but
you, like
statistically-
California, Texas,
Oh no,
New
I'm
York.
not disagreeing with that. I'm saying
Top three.
statistically, the states that have the lowest amount of gun laws have the highest amounts of crime per capita. Like, obviously, if you go to Philadelphia compared to East Bumblefuck, Wisconsin, like,
fuck,
there's
fuck
going
town,
to be more
Alabama.
crime there in Philadelphia than there will be in East Bumblefuck. But statistically, when it comes to per capita, there's more people getting pew-pewed in the states that have a smaller population and less gun control. Like, you can look this up. The FBI puts out statistics every single year, and sure, the cities with like the biggest populations have the most amount of crime, but not the highest amount of crime per capita.
I mean, I'm looking here. It's like Texas reported a crime rate of 2,644 incidents per 100,000 people, while California
Shootings?
reported a crime rate of 2,800
Wait, you saying general crime rate?
34. Yeah, general crime rate, because that's what he's
I'm
talking
saying
about.
with firearms.
Yeah,
specifically
we're
with
talking about like
firearms.
firearm crime rate. It's not just like
Okay.
somebody stealing your watch. Yeah.
Yeah. And obviously, you're going to see more out of California and New York, or not New York, sorry, and Texas, because their populations are some of the highest in the country. You're going to
Well, I mean,
see that.
like even like it's hard to do a statistic like that as well, because like, what if someone tries to rob you with a knife, but someone saves you with a weapon, right? And
That's
you know, that's not the
almost
crime. The
never
crime
happens.
wasn't with a gun.
That wouldn't be a murder.
weapon.
Like a murder weapon. Like that wouldn't be a murder weapon
Yeah.
because a murder didn't happen.
And that statistically almost never happens. If you have
Yeah.
a firearm in your home, your increase of firearm-related death increases 5-fold. And the whole lone gunman or the hero gunman, that's a myth. That virtually never happens in terms of stopping crime or preventing crime.
Real quick.
Yeah, I
Ren,
don't know
thank you
about
for
the therapy once a year. I think that's a pretty wild thing.
Why?
I think
mean,
it
if
should
you're-
be the case for
like-
everybody.
Because I can just as
I
well.
think it should be required to go
I can get
to
my
therapy and
license.
talk about your feelings.
No, I can get my license and damn near like what can I say, kill or no? Like I don't know. I'm sorry, but I could get my car, my driver's license. I don't got to renew it all the way till I'm like what 60, 70, and I can drive through a parade, bro, and get hell of people like easily 50, right? If I had a
Which is
Ford
why I
F-150.
said you should have to. Everybody
know?
should do it yearly. Which is why I said everybody should do it yearly.
So I'm not saying
I'll
I
do
do
the
that. I'm saying there are
firearms
psychopaths, right? So a
Oh, yeah,
car
I
can do
know,
it just
and
as
I
well
know.
as a gun.
Yeah, but like we
True,
don't
but we at
use...
least regulate cars. Like, you have to go for training for cars. You have to
Yeah,
get your car registered. You have to
classes.
get your car insured.
Well, you still have
Like,
to
if
go
you
for
had-
training
you get a
for
firearm and
a.
you have to insure your firearm. I think it would decrease the amount of harm done.
Okay, I could see there because you do got to go to training for your hunter's license, but I don't think you necessarily have to do a training to own a gun. You just have to like do a small background check. So I could
I
see
think
them.
this- like, I think
think
the
the
more-
training should be mandatory.
Yeah, I think like the more power that you have, right, the more accountable you should have to be. That's why if you start increasing the power of the weapon, like you get to like a nuclear weapon, right? It's not just like therapy, right? You have to like take like security. You got to get like top secret security clearances and things like that to be able to be anywhere near anyone who even deals with the nuclear weapon, much less like be able to handle
Yeah, of
one.
course.
Right, and then you go
It was like
lower, you can
50
obviously
grand.
like restrict the standards, right? Obviously, to get a knife, versus like an AR, right? The standard should be a lot less than getting an AR. So that's my position.
I don't know, man. The way I see it is if I can get my car and a psychopath is a psychopath, if they want to like hurt people on a mass scale, they're going to hurt people on a mass scale, right? And whether I do it with my Toyota Corolla or a gun, it's going to happen.
But I feel like this should be part of the conversation when it comes to gun control. Like, we are the only country that has an epidemic of schools being shot up by psychopaths.
Yeah, I 100% think that the parents need to be charged in those instances, right? Because that's negligence from the parents, to keep it out like that.
In some circumstances, I wouldn't disagree with that. But I don't believe a 17, 18-year-old should be able to go to that Walmart in Idaho, pick out an AR-15, and then be able to go into a school and do whatever the hell they want to do. Like, there needs to be more regulation. I'm not just talking on the state level. I'm talking on the federal level. Because we also see there are people going from states that have strict gun control and then are going to states that have less gun control, purchasing a firearm legally, returning back to their state, and then causing unprecedented amounts of harm.
And like the most vulnerable people usually are like, a lot of these, schools and things like that where like you can just walk like, and then you did say that you were pro-life, right? And those are kids that are learning and they can suffer and things. They're not in a womb, right?
Yeah, I do think you need a high school diploma for sure. I Googled it. I was like, what the hell? You don't even need a high school diploma to go get a firearm is wild to me. So I could see that being another restriction, right? Like, hey, buddy, bring us to
let's go down the list of some of the common sense gun regulations. I just want to hear a yes or a no, or you agree or disagree from whether or not you think it should be implemented. Safe storage laws.
Yes, but how would they implement that?
You would essentially have to provide, when you purchase a firearm, provide proof of ownership that you own a safe, that the safe is not accessible to young children, that the safe is essentially in a spot where, if need be, and police were, for whatever reason, need to come to your house, they would be able to find your firearms in case you did something or someone else did something with said firearms.
I'd say, I don't know about that, the second part, but the first part, hell yeah. The police knowing where I'm stashing them is wild, right?
Okay. Clip limits.
I could see that, yeah. I could see that, yeah.
Okay.
I think personally, dependent if you're prior military or if you're a civilian, though, should be like the restriction on your clips.
Okay. Let's do another one. Basic red flag laws.
And do you mind explaining that, please?
Sure. Let's say your neighbor down the street got a call on him for domestic disturbance or domestic battery or something like that. A red flag law will be put in place immediately. The police department that responded will send it to the local gun shops and throughout the state, and essentially prevent a person from purchasing a firearm for a certain amount of time or until a judge is given order for release. Yeah,
I agree with that. Yeah, if you're out there like beating your wife or your wife is beating your husband, either or, right? Like 100. Why are you gonna be able to go buy a firearm?
Yeah, and
right?
that
Especially
applies
if
to
it's
like
documented
any
by
violent
police.
crime whatsoever, and it can even go to like some drug-related charges. But it basically, if you commit a crime, a red flag would be put in place on your profile. So when you go to purchase a firearm, it'll flag you and say, "Hey, you can't purchase it until a certain amount of time has passed," or a judge signs off on it.
Yeah, I think for violent crimes, yes. For non-violent, like misdemeanors, no. But if you're a felon, you already can't do it, right?
Oh, no, I'm not even saying I'm not saying if you get a speeding ticket, if you're going 100 miles an hour in a 75, I don't think a red flag law should be put in place on that. But I'm saying in terms of crimes that could lead to, whether it be crimes of passion or drug-related violent offenses or things like that, that's when it should come up.
Yeah, and I don't think it should be a permanent thing either. It should be like, hey, like you gotta wait a year.
It would depend on the circumstance.
Yeah, okay.
If you tried to unalive somebody with your bare hands and you're in trial or you're not put anything in for it yet, like if you haven't gone to court yet, yeah, a red flag law should be put in place.
I agree with that.
Okay. full auto limits. That's something we still have currently. Do you support getting rid of the fact that we're not allowed to have full auto firearms?
I mean, didn't they get rid of the bump stock? So how's there full auto?
No, there are people still advocating now because that we went in the 1990s to only having semi-automatic weapons. There are people still advocating to get rid of the law that prevents firearms from being fully automatic.
Yeah, I don't know. I think personally, I think it should depend on if you're prior military, in my mind, right? But
Okay.
because I think
That'd be a
that like if
conversation
you
we can have with
served,
Carbon.
you got a lot more benefits than the people that didn't serve.
Yeah, that'd be a conversation you can have with Carbon because I don't know more. He knows more about the military stuff than I do.
Maximus, can I get your age, please?
62.
Okay, you're conservative too, right?
Don't put me in a box, but more or less fiscally conservative.
See, that's a yes. Okay. Yeah, you were saying no gun laws? Like none?
I'm just saying, why would you want to restrict it? You get people with violent crimes, and why don't you punish the people that do those instead of trying to take somebody else's rights away from them?
Well, how do you prevent the violent crimes in the first place? How do you prevent a psycho who goes out and gets an AR from shooting up schools and stuff? How do you prevent that?
Well, a psycho is probably not in the first place legal to own one. They acquire them. There's so many guns out there.
Yeah, well,
But
they get
that
them
doesn't mean
legally.
you
Some of
should
these
restrict
people.
the rights of somebody that hasn't
I'm
done anything.
I'm asking you, how do we prevent the people who legally get these weapons?
I don't think you can.
Okay, so just we can't do
How
anything
about,
about
how about mental illness? There's a lot of that going around these days. When I was a kid, things were a lot different. You could do anything. I built a gun in high school.
But how do you then explain the fact that states that have stricter gun control laws have lower rates of gun deaths?
I live in Washington State, and we're very strict here. And basically,
What's your gun
most of the people committing, what's that? I have
What's your
no
gun
idea
death
what they
rate?
are. I don't know. But I know that this is a very strict state, and they've imposed a lot of laws, and those people that want to commit those crimes are still committing those crimes. So what you're doing is basically eliminating one of your own God-given rights to protect yourself, your family. If somebody came in my door right now, they wouldn't be walking out. That doesn't mean I get to go downtown and do something stupid. I guess with gun ownership comes
Maximus,
personal responsibility.
The way you're describing it right now, I could use that argument for any law.
No, you couldn't.
Yeah, I could. I could say,
Go
hey,
ahead then.
you're putting restrictions on people being able to do shrugs, because we can't say the DRUGS word. You're putting restrictions on people being able to do shrugs. I do shrugs like a champ. I've never done any shrugs that made me do anything bad, but because Mary does shrugs terribly and drove her minivan into a mall, now you're harming me in the process.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense.
It doesn't make sense. Yeah, I know.
Like parking spots at parking lots at bars. That doesn't make sense, bro.
Oh.
I'm just saying, that, with gun ownership comes responsibility. It's like a discipline. Like, I could be a martial arts expert and I could, take somebody's head off with my bare hands, but am I going to?
I'm saying, like, what I was saying earlier, it's like, well, like, you don't think like the machinery that you have, the more powerful it is, you don't think that you should be more accountable for it and to those around you?
No, 100%. You like
No,
for me,
I'm
since
asking
I was a
Maximus.
kid. Oh, sorry.
Yeah. Well, what do you mean by accountability?
Yeah. So, for example, if I keep
got
increasing
lots
the
of guns and
power,
they're all
like,
locked up.
yeah. So, like, for example, a machine gun, like an M240. Should we get licensing for that, or
the right people should be able to and can?
who's the right people?
But these people, people that are gun enthusiasts, people that like to target practice, people that sell guns, people, that have the right licensing.
Can any
to do that.
18-year-old, can any 18 or 21-year-old, whatever, just under your view, should be able to get like an M240?
Yeah, I don't think that's a great idea.
Why?
Well, that same person that age can go in the military and shoot one all they want.
Well, I'm
You know,
asking,
but
like, why can they get an AR under your view but not a machine gun? Can you tell me the difference?
well, one's a semi-auto, and they're really, you know, kind of hard to different. I got a semi-auto that, you know, they all shoot one bullet at a time. It's not like when you pull the trigger, you get, you know, a burst of 10 or a whole magazine going, you know.
So why the fact that it's semi-auto, why does that have no restrictions under your view? But if it's auto, it does have restrictions. Can you give me the reason?
Well, I don't think they should restrict full autos, but they're expensive as hell.
Wait,
right?
So
So who's
So
can
you
afford to
think
buy one?
so you
Hold on.
think the 21-year-old should just be able to go out and get a machine gun?
I don't care how old you are. If you're responsible, you're not going to go into the mall and blow people away.
Okay,
right?
what about a
I know it
rocket
might be
launcher?
foreign. How old are you guys? How old? What's his
Hold on,
age
wait.
group
I'm
talking to
keep
here?
going up. Like, what about a rocket launcher?
Come on.
No, tell me. It has to
lower,
stop somewhere.
lower than a
I'm
rocket
trying to
launcher.
figure out.
If somebody
I'm trying to
wants
figure
to
out
own
where
a
it
hand
stops.
grenade,
If I lived in a third world country, I'd probably have one, right?
No, here in the United States, should just
Yeah.
a random guy just be able to go out
Do
and get a
you-
fully functioning rocket launcher?
Well,
Yes or
this
no,
way,
please?
Do you think
Why
that
not?
bad things can't happen in this country where you might need to defend yourself?
I didn't ask that.
with a
I just-
rocket launcher,
I just want to see how
rocket
far
launcher
you'll
is
go.
a-
What, like, okay, just to be
The
clear, you
rocket
should
launcher's
just.
kind of dumb. There's
Why?
nobody that's
all right, wait. We'll lower a rocket launcher. If I wanted to go to Dick's Sporting Goods and they were selling hand grenades,
So Dick's Sporting Goods doesn't sell hand grenades.
I can go to a firearm.
You guys are really
in
taking it to
Texas.
the extreme.
Maximus, I can
You
go
guys are
into a
taking
fire.
you guys
Maximus,
are
I'm trying to
taking it to
explain
the
something to you.
extreme. Like I don't
live
get
in
where you're even
Maximus,
coming
I don't want to
from.
have to mute you.
Go ahead.
I can go to a firearm store in Texas and buy 5 pounds worth of tannerite.
Yeah.
Tannerite is an explosive. I could physically create that into my own makeshift hand grenade.
You could go down to Home Depot and buy some ingredients too.
But doesn't the FBI
Point.
already
And what's the
monitor
difference
that?
from me saying if I bought a hand grenade?
There's more
Do
than
you
one way
think
to
we
make
should
a
be able
bomb.
to legally own hand grenades?
I don't really care. There's no real reason to own a hand grenade.
Yeah, because you want
You just
to.
said it. There could be a
Right?
reason to own a rocket launcher.
But does that mean that you should outlaw them? Just because there
Yeah,
isn't a reason to own one doesn't mean
Okay,
you
so
should
just to be
outlaw
clear,
it?
just to be clear,
Yes.
you are fine with somebody unrestricted be able to buy these things, like a hand grenade and a rocket launcher, right?
Tannerite's a lot different than a hand grenade and a rocket launcher, right?
Okay,
What do they
well,
do
you're
with
as
tannerite?
an example,
You're saying they're different,
No,
but
I'm
what
not-
we're
I'm not-
asking
you
is
guys-
to justify why you make
No.
exceptions for rocket launchers
No,
that you don't make.
you
for an
guys
AR,
are
for
trying to
example.
put me in a box here,
Yes,
and
it's
it's not
to
going
test
to
your
work.
logic. Maximus
right?
is testing your logic. You understand how that works?
My logic is freedom,
Okay, so I should have the freedom.
right?
Am I free to own a nuclear weapon?
No, of course not. Well, you're
Then it's not freedom, right? Like you
Dude,
want
dude,
want to
you're
restrict
getting
freedoms
so
at some
far-
point.
you're
Wait, hold
so
on. Just
far
you got to
over the
understand
line
the
that
argument
it
that's
doesn't
being.
even make sense
Please,
what you're
just
saying.
please
you know?
understand the argument that's being pushed against
No,
you.
you
Okay.
guys are taking
So
it
please
way
do
too-
not over. Okay, now he's starting to over talk. Okay, so You said freedom, right? So nobody believes in maximum freedom. 0 people believe that. That's like maybe an anarchist or something like that, or like an idiot libertarian. Like you obviously believe we should restrict people's freedoms at some point. For example, I don't think anybody should be able to own a nuclear weapon. You should not be free. And then he runs because he can't overtalk anymore.
I mean, lightweight though, to be real, you can unalive a lot more people with a standard 10 round, like a Glock 9 compared to a rocket launcher, right? Like, unless they're all standing like 50 people in one little group, right? Like, I could see where the old head's coming from, but
I think the guy just wanted,
You know?
that person had the idea that any regulation is bad. But he agrees with, which is the reason we were asking these questions. If you believe all regulation is bad, then you should have no reason why somebody shouldn't be able to own a nuclear weapon. I should be able to have a hydrogen bomb in my backyard. Why do I have it?
I should be
It's
able to have the
my
Death
reasons.
Star. Okay.
Like,
Yeah,
that's,
well, I
that's
mean,
the idea he was coming
I should
from.
be able to have the
even
Death
as a
Star.
conservative, right, the more the population grows, you're going to have to restrict some more stuff because, like,
I don't
we're
think it's
all
about
assholes
population
to elbows.
size. I think it's just about you listen, I would be perfectly fine with somebody owning a nuclear weapon if everybody was like Gandhi and nobody had any bad dispositions. Yeah, go ahead. Go for it. I trust you. Right? But we know that there are people who are bad, so we have to do like restrictions on freedom, right? We have to do those in our law, right? Because we know that some people use these freedoms that we grant them and then use it to oppress others and destroy others' lives, kill others, and things like that, right?
And
So
I say the
yeah,
quote that I said earlier: "It takes one bad day to turn somebody into a monster."
okay, Joker.
Well, that's true. That's
That
true.
is true,
That's a
though.
true thing.
And I feel like also another thing is like it's really not hard to go get a weapon like illegally, right? Like even when I was a kid, I was like
Yeah.
right, I was in foster care. I wasn't a great kid. I was pretty bad, right? Until I found Christ.
Hmm.
And like it was really you could easily get a burner, right? You use it, throw it in a bush, right? Like just make sure your fingerprints aren't on it. It's not hard. And I feel like if someone was really gonna do that, especially in states like California, Texas, New York, where it's like massive population. So if someone's gonna do it, if there's a will, there's a way. I feel like just by restricting them to make it harder for them to do it,
Yeah.
Bold.
it's
Let me
not
give
gonna
you an
stop them
example.
from doing it.
Let me give you an
It's
example.
most likely.
In Australia, and I believe the late 90s, early 2000s, they had the worst mass shooting on the history of the planet at the time. I think it was like something like 45. No, I think it was a lot of people. I forget the exact number.
Yeah.
But within 2 months, they completely rewrote their constitution. They enforced the strictest gun control on the planet at the time. And the last time they had a mass shooting was a month or two ago. That's 2 mass shootings in the span of 30 plus years.
A lot of lives saved.
Okay.
So, and I bring that up because you said, oh, it's not that hard to get these guns if you really want one. I would say, yeah, I'd agree in the United States because we have more guns than people at this point. That's just true. But in Australia, if you were to buy an AR-15 on the black market, take a guess on how much that would cost you.
Oh, probably like 1,500 or something like that
Keep going and add
for
a
a
zero.
little one. Damn, yeah,
Keep
that's
going and add a
Australia
zero.
though, brother.
I know,
know?
but that's what we're saying. If we enforce gun control laws in the United States, because people in Australia still have guns, it didn't prevent people like honorable citizens from losing their guns. They still had it. But if you wanted to be that bad person and find that firearm, the average AR-15 on the black market in Australia is $15,000.
Yeah, but I don't think we should gotta restrict ourselves like Australia. That's crazy to me.
Why?
That's like I don't know.
If the
I don't know their
government, well, like
restrictions.
if the government just comes
but-
in and says, "Hey, we're gonna pay you like 1G for every like AR or something like that,"
Like to turn it in.
yeah,
Oh yeah, I don't know. I don't know about all that. I
It'd be
mean, like they
consensual,
could do it, but
right?
I
And
don't think
most
a lot
people
of
would
people would.
well, I think a lot of people would. They'll probably keep the gun nuts will probably keep one for themselves, but those ones, gun nuts aren't usually the ones going around doing these kinds of things, right? But it will take a lot of things off circulation because some people do sell. And then you could do restrictions for new creation, and there's a lot of different ways to do it, but yeah.
Yeah, and I
but we're
feel like most people they'd be grabbing the crappiest ARs that they got, maybe like a $500
one
gun,
off the street,
right? And they're like, "That's the one I'm turning in, right?"
That's
Like,
one that
and I'm gonna
somebody
keep my
cannot
good one.
use, right?
I'm gonna go turn in my crappy ones and go buy a good one.
But if that prevents, I always think about this.
That's my thinking.
I
That's
don't
what
know,
I'd do.
I don't know how old you are, Bold.
I'm 29.
29. I'm 29 too. I was raised growing up. Every fucking week there was another mass shooting. Every week there was another school getting shot up. Every week there was another football game, baseball, mall, movie theater. It happens consistently. If these laws even prevent one of those things from happening, I'm in support of it. Because I have a nephew. My nephew's in school. Granted, he's in school in New Jersey. But if I lost my nephew because of that shit, I wouldn't be able to live with myself, knowing that I had the power to vote people in to prevent this shit.
Yeah. I'm gonna
So
introduce
what if
Trey
you
real quick.
voted and then?
Real quick,
Oh,
Ren,
yeah.
thank you for the $2 earlier from when I think what was his name? Dirk was in here. Does he believe in see support from conception. I'm not sure what that means. But Ren, thank you for the $2 on Cash App. I appreciate you. I don't think I'm interpreting your question right. But Trey, can I get your age, please? Trey, you are muted. There you go.
29.
You're a conservative,
Sorry.
Trey?
Yes, 1,000%, brother.
All right, brother. You want to give us your best reasons why you're conservative? Go ahead.
Well, I'll tell you what my conservative values are. One is personal responsibility.
Okay, so let me type these out so I don't forget. Personal responsibility. Okay.
Yeah. So we basically emphasize individual agencies, self-discipline, and consequences to your actions. So we don't just focus on, because we can also point out, break down structural racism, white supremacy. But despite that, right, we can still hold each other accountable. So there's a psychological, sociological term, right? It's called selective structuralism, right? So this basically is, this is like basically using like structural examples like racism, white supremacy, capitalism, only when they remove agencies, but they reject basically, but they reject them when they imply internal responsibility. So I'll give you an example, right?
Yeah.
So when people say the system causes crime, right? But calling out crime culture isn't racist. Are you following what I'm saying?
Wait, you're saying, okay, if like the institutions that produce poverty and that poverty produces crime, you're saying, okay, well, there's like, okay. And then you're saying in another case, like some sort of culture causes
so if I add a
crime.
caveat, right, and by calling out the crime culture that we glorify, that person is automatically deemed a coon, right? So this is where I mean with personal responsibility that a lot of liberals forget, and they use racism as a cop out for everything. And it actually it actually puts a battery in our backs to be pieces of crap. So it actually incentivizes more bad behavior. Right. So that's one. You want to respond to that before I go to my next conservative?
Well, yeah, it sounds like an empirical claim, so I am definitely going to ask you to support that with like any sort of evidence if you have it. But two, like I could just like rebut that and be like, well, conservatives don't have any personal responsibility, not even for their own actions, but also for the people that they elect. Like Donald Trump, like they put him in a position of power, even though he's not being held accountable by them, but like at all for any of the wrong things that he's done. But then like there's like an asymmetry between how conservatives want Democrats to act versus how conservatives should be acting themselves based on their own standards. So it seems like they don't apply that same level of personal responsibility. But regarding your point specifically, it seems like you're saying I've seen studies that show that there's actually no correlation between you could pick your poison when it comes to like culture. That you think that this like increases violence or something like that. So for example, like you can look at like the African American one thing that people use is like rap music or something like that from like the 90s. But like there's been like surveys on this, right? Like the violent language in rap music hasn't really gone down, and yet the African American crime rate has gone down. Right? So what explains that? What explains that if the material conditions are only very slightly better, but not really that much significantly better. The violent rhetoric and like some of the rap music, which is like just generally entertaining for some people, right? And it doesn't explain why people who are not African American but listen to rap music don't have like the same, don't have high crime rates or things like that, right? So or higher or rising crime rates or anything like that. Right, so it's just very weakly correlated, and it seems to be better explained by material conditions.
So you said you wanted some data. All right, so now my grandparents' generation, right? They didn't grow up in shoot 'em up, bang bang culture, right? They grew up Black Panthers, protect the community, right? And they had worse poverty levels than the Black people in, let's say, 2020, right? So there's a fire. So it says in 2020, firearms deaths became. I'm sorry. Can I say death?
Here? Yeah, that's fine. 20. What is this? The name of a study or something?
Yeah, hold on.
2020
This is from the
firearm deaths.
CD.
Okay.
This is data using CDC mortality records. So it says 2020 firearms death became leading youth cause of death. Data using CDC mortality records indicate that 2020 marked a major modern milestone, right? Firearms related deaths surpassed car crashes as the leading cause of death for all U.S. youth. Amongst Black youth, now this is important, the impact was especially large. They accounted for about 47% of all firearm deaths amongst the youth that year, despite being a smaller share of the population. So if poverty equates to,
Got it.
because yes, that plays a part, right? But why isn't because there was horrible poverty levels back in the day, way
Okay.
worse poverty levels, and well, why is there not an increase in unalivings?
Let
Can
me
you
make sure I
explain
got
that?
the
Thanks.
study right here. So you said, okay, so this one I'm looking at, firearm related deaths increased among youth in 2020, greatest toll on Black youth, right?
Correct.
Okay, gun related deaths among U.S. Youth in 2020, age 1 to 19 years, racial and ethnic groups, 47% for Black youth, 31% for white, 18 Latino, 1.6 American Indian, and 1.5% Pacific Islander. And I'm sorry, what was your question?
What's my question?
Yep, because I was asking you how, like
Oh
how
yes, I was
yeah,
talking about because a lot of people equate crime with poverty, which is true.
yeah.
But I was saying, why wasn't the crime? Why wasn't it a uptick in crime back in the day when we had the highest poverty rates?
Well, these are gun related deaths. When you're saying crime versus gun
Yeah,
related
gun
deaths,
related
those are
deaths.
two
I'm
different.
saying, like,
Those are
why
two
wasn't
different.
there an uptick in
People
gun
didn't
related
have
deaths
people
back
didn't
in the
have
day?
the guns back then that they have now.
Wait, so it's the type of guns we have. So you're
No,
saying
it's
that
not the
it
type
was
of guns. It's guns. People did not like my grandma. She like her generation did not have guns. Like unless you were
yeah,
like in
because
like
the reason
unless
why
you
they
were
didn't have it.
specifically in a gang, and it was even then it was kind of hard.
Wait, hold on, brother. You're not finna relegate the conversation to they didn't have guns.
No, like
See,
guns were significantly less prevalent in the 50s and the 60s compared to where they are now. Obviously, this is true. Look at this is 2020 that you're giving me.
wait. So I just want
If
to
I
clarify, sir.
if
Are
I
you
were to
saying
you're
that
telling me if I were to look up rates of gun ownership of Black people, Black youth for
this
specifically,
a lot of
it'll
the
be the
deaths from
same
black
roughly
youth
back.
is illegal guns, though?
Yeah. So what's okay? So when you say okay,
So
let's
they're
look
getting
up
them illegally.
okay gun related deaths.
So that's criminal.
The question is how easy is it to get guns illegally or legally back then, 50 years ago, compared to now? Do you have data like that?
How can you substantiate? How do you get illegal guns? Like, how can you substantiate that data?
Yeah, because you can look at people who have been arrested, and they have ownership of a gun that's illegally, that was illegally held, right? And then that would go into the data, right? And if you say like, oh, the rates at which people
But a
have
lot of black
guns
people.
illegally are obtaining guns illegally is increasing. Well, that's going to track a lot of different things, but one thing it is going to track is the increase in guns in the country. So, do you have studies on that? Hold on, let me see.
Wait, all right, hold
Gun
on. Let me see.
ownership.
No. You can't go with ownership because people are attaining these guns illegally amongst the youth. We're talking about youth unalivings by gun violence. A lot of that comes from illegal guns. So you can't even look at gun ownership.
Gun-related
You got to stick
deaths
to
by illegal guns over time
in the black community specifically.
by demographic, something like that.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, you're gonna have to find a study from me on that one because that's gonna take us a second to find a study that
All right.
fits that.
So
And most,
So
yeah,
my
go
point is, right, conservatism, right, will be okay, let's hold the adults who glorify this stuff accountable. Let's mend things in the black community with the youth, and let's get to a better place, right? But a lot of liberals, right, that's not see, the conservatives is accountability, right, and solutions, right? Liberals is blame the system while monetizing off
What do you mean
black trauma, right?
accountability?
I'm
Like, do
sorry,
you
what?
guys take accountability for Donald Trump? You hold him accountable at all?
Well, black conservatives and white conservatives are two different things. Just like white
Do
liberals
black
and black
conservatives hold Donald Trump accountable?
we don't have the
No.
political leverage. We don't have the political leverage. We
No
only vote
conservatives
10%.
hold, like generally speaking, conservatives just do not hold Donald Trump accountable, and he's their guy. He's on their side.
Well, Candace Owens is holding Donald Trump accountable. What are you talking
That's
about?
yeah. Thank you. You found one.
She's using her
But
platform
we're talking
to
about the
literally.
broad.
She's
but-
dividing the
Trey,
Republican
I thought
Party.
we were talking
What are you
about, of
talking
course.
about?
So okay, I can find exceptions, right? I
Well,
hold
you
Democrats
asked
accountable.
you asked for
Right.
one
No, I said conservatives. That means I'm broadly
as a
asking you.
collective.
Yeah, I'm asking you broadly. Can we establish that they're more likely than not to hold Donald Trump accountable? Obviously, the answer is no.
What do we hold him accountable for? He's doing great.
Okay. Do I got to go through
Like,
all the
he
things?
just-
Do I got to go through them
Yeah,
all?
he just like what he just did in Venezuela was brilliant.
Yeah, you won't hold him accountable for that. You're just going to call it
Geopolitically.
brilliant.
Okay, so let's break it down logically, right? So is China right our biggest adversary as far as geopolitically?
With respect to what?
Becoming the world global. No matter of fact, let's go with this because there's a trade war going on between us and China, right? There's obviously issues between the two groups.
Do
One
you
group
hold
is trying
Donald
to
Trump
be
accountable for that?
one group is trying to become the superpower of the world. The other one already is, right? So what China is doing, right? They're the biggest investor in Latin American they're the biggest trade partner. I think there's number 2 or number 1 in Latin American countries, right?
Carmen, I'll be right back.
Yeah, they're number 2. I think they're number 1 or 2 trade partner in Latin American countries, right? And this goes directly against United States interests, right? So what the United States did was, okay, you invested $60 billion in Venezuela, right? The same Venezuela country that the president's wife, nephews try to bring 800 kgs of propane in this country. Well, there needs to be consequences to those actions. So let's replace the president, right? Let's take over their oil, something similar to the consortium agreement in 1954 we did with Iran, and we cut China out, right? That's the biggest part because China is trying to replace the what is the yen? I forgot the name of their currency with the American dollar as the global reserve. So the only way to stop that is to go against their interests. They practice the same neo-colonialism that America does. So if I had to choose between the lesser of two evils, I'm choosing the American side, regardless. Thank you.
So you didn't really make
you
an
should agree with
inference.
that.
No, you didn't really make an inference for why he was justified in doing that. There's like a lot of different things that he could
I
have done.
just said the
to
nephew
try to
brought drugs in.
Hold on real quick. So there's a lot of things that he could have done that he could have sat down with, but like very clear, like we had reports that the reason why he ultimately decided to do what he did was because he saw Maduro dancing. You're over here giving like this strategic analysis to Donald Trump when Donald Trump is not smart like that, and nobody around him is smart like that, right? Like he's just like, oh, I don't like the fact that he thinks we're weak, so I'm gonna send the military in. That's just straight up colonialism. That I don't see how that's any different from what America has done, regime change wars and things in the past.
Jared Kushner's
None
not
of that
smart?
analysis, none of that analysis that you gave is attributable to Donald Trump. Donald Trump did that.
Jared Kushner's not smart?
I'm sorry. Hello, Jared
Oh,
Kushner
sorry,
is not the
sorry.
one. Yeah, Jared Kushner is not the one that was the reason for why Donald Trump went in there. Like the reports came in. New York Times reported on it for why exactly Donald Trump's ego was hurt. That's it. Like you're doing all this, like we know who Donald Trump is, and you won't hold him accountable for that. But nonetheless, even if that was his, that still doesn't justify the inference that you're making that he's justified in sending like the military in rather than some like diplomatic action and not acting like a degenerate, right? 80 people killed, some of them civilians, right? This is obviously like it could have been done way better if you want to remove another person from power, and that just gives them now or another country justification now because now they believe, yeah, okay, now we can go into other countries and remove presidents that we don't like out of power for our own interests, right? That's the reason why we have those kinds of things. You're mad at these people crossing the border, and then you cross their border and commit terrorist attacks against them. Like, come on, man. But the points that I was going to talk about with respect to holding me accountable were like the biggest actions that I think just completely disqualify him as president, which is his fundamental disdain for our democratic norms, our institutions, and things like that, which he has no respect for. He sees them as, like means to an end rather than ends themselves. Which I think if you're going to be you know, giving an oath to the Constitution, you should defend those institutions, not attack them.
All right. So a lot of people are not familiar. So Trump has been put a bounty on Maduro's head, right? He started the first bounty March 26, 2020. He put a $15 million bounty because they was getting involved in narco terrorism, right? And the evidence for that is in 2017, the first lady of Venezuela nephews got caught bringing 17 pounds of propane in this country, right? That's first. And then guess who added 25 million to the bounty? Oh, a liberal, Joe Biden. It went from 15 million in 2026 to Biden raised it to 25 million, right? He increased the reward on putting a bounty on his head and for his arrest, right?
That doesn't
And
justify
Trump,
military action.
okay. We said what?
How does that justify military action on our part?
The point is there's a bipartisan consensus amongst Democrats and Republicans that this guy is a problem and he's a thorn in our arse.
Yeah, there's a lot of listen, half the people
propane
like,
is
listen, half the people on our side of the hemisphere and the other side of the hemisphere, conservative, believe are a problem and a pain in our ass. That doesn't justify using military action, right? Listen, like other countries think, like listen, other countries can issue a warrant for Donald Trump right now if they wanted to, right? And say, hey, you facilitated a genocide. They can do anything they want. And then does that justify them coming into our country, hovering over the White House?
They don't have nuclear weapons. They don't. I
didn't ask if they're capable to.
They can't.
I didn't ask if they're capable to. I
if
asked,
they would, they could.
I'm asking, are they justified in doing that? Yes or no?
No.
Okay, so the problem's it's over. The debate's over there on that case.
No. Yes, they. No.
You just agree that it's not justified.
If they was the world reserve currency and had the biggest military in the world, yes, it would.
Why?
It would be justified.
Why would that make it justified? Why would you having more power mean that you're justified in imposing that power on smaller countries?
Because it's the same reason why you, right, as a high yellow Negro, right, has the privilege to benefit from American imperialism on this TikTok app, right? You benefit, right, from American imperialism. You benefit from the Congo, right? Us exploiting. And I listen. I don't agree all the way, but you
get the fuck out of here, bro. Get the fuck out of here. I ain't got time for that. Get the fuck out of here. What the fuck is wrong with you? New Blue Eyes, thank you for the 14 months on Twitch. I appreciate you. Also, Gretchen put $10 in the kickball, so now we got $15 left for the kickball. We're Jesus Christ, bro. I'm gonna do it. All right, hello. Can I get your age, please? Hello, Dot. Can I get your age, please? All right, okay. We're gonna do one more restart with this background. I'll be back in about 10 seconds or so. So see you guys in about 10 seconds. We're just doing it to refresh the For You page and all that good stuff. So I'll see you guys in about 10 seconds. Yeah, let's do it. Jesus Christ, bro. That was the wildest shit ever. Craziest shit all year, honestly. To be said. Why do I do this, bro? Why do I do this? Where's my Star Wars lo-fi? All right, let's do it. Hello. Hello, Goose. Welcome back, everybody. Welcome back. You 666. Welcome back, folks. Keep tapping that screen. Let's go. Jesse, thank you for the popular. First in the house. Imagine that. Welcome in, everybody. Welcome in. Welcome in. Brad Lee is crazy. That's wow. You know what? I was about to let you up, Manners, but just for that, I'm gonna let Auntie up first if Auntie joins. Okay. All right. Crazy work. Outrage, thank you for the heart me. John solution. Oh, there's a John S1302. I see you're a Trump supporter. Go ahead and hop on in. If you come on over to TikTok, I can get you to debate me. I see you over there. You can just come on over to TikTok and you can join the guest request. Yeah, all right, thank you for the heart me. Rosie, thank you for the heart me. Brad Kinley, that's crazy. Yeah, wow for that one. Keep tapping that screen, guys. Let's go. Shimon. Shimon. You gotta. There's a few conservatives. Yeah, I think it's from YouTube Shorts. How many people we got watching over on YouTube? 60? Okay. We gotta get them numbers up to 90 or some shit. Let's do it. Danny Dracula, thank you so much. I appreciate you for the 15 months over on Twitch. That's Prime. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Amazon Prime, get you one free a month. Let's go. All right, if you want to debate, go ahead and hop on in the guest request. Let's go. Hey man, I wanna let you know that Jesus Christ died for you and he loves you. Yeah, Martin Luther King died for you. He loves you. So follow his word, okay? So did Gandhi. Gandhi also died.
Hello.
What's up, Richard? Can I get your age, please?
29.
All right. You're a conservative, right?
Yeah.
Okay. You want to tell us why?
Well, I was a little wavering. Like, I was like, maybe Trump ain't that great, but then we just captured Maduro, so I'm back on the MAGA train again.
Why? Wait, what? What do you think conservatism is? You think it's just being a Trump supporter?
Conservatism?
Yeah, what do you think it means to be a conservative? You think it just means to support a president?
That's a loaded question. I would say being a conservative is like
I'm asking you. It's a loaded question. I'm asking you what it means to be a conservative.
Well, yeah, it's loaded because there's more than just one set of values, right? There's your opinion on how the country should be politically, religiously, demographically. Yeah, I mean, yeah, but that's a loaded question.
Well,
right?
Okay, so if you agree, no, it's not. I don't think you know what a loaded question is. So if I ask you what it means to be a conservative, right, and then you just like define conservative for me, the definition that you just gave me is consistent with you not supporting Donald Trump. So like you saying that you just support Donald Trump. Yeah, I agree. A lot of conservatives do support Donald Trump, but it doesn't follow. Like what values do you support that are conservative?
Well, you're asking me to encompass all my beliefs into one sentence.
Just give me 1 or 2, 3 values and we can talk about each of them.
Okay. Yeah. I think you should have a system that's based on meritocracy. That's pretty important.
Oh, okay. All right.
That's one. Yeah, meritocracy is really important. Freedom is pretty important.
Meritocracy, freedom. Okay.
Yeah. Let's see what else. Stability is very important.
Okay.
I guess pragmatism is very important as well.
Pragmatism?
Yeah, pragmatism, yeah.
Okay, I don't see how these are anything that people on the left like generally disagree with.
Well, you guys are not a big fan of meritocracy.
Well, I am. I think if you're qualified, right? Like I think like a lot of Trump's cabinet is not qualified. I think that's bad. I think if you're not qualified for a position, it's not necessarily immoral to put you. It's just like you should like probably like especially if it's like an important job, you should definitely have somebody who's qualified and not unqualified.
Right. So my biggest issue
that's
is
my position. So
the,
obviously not.
Yeah. Well, so when you talk about like the cabinet position or like who gets elected, like them being qualified or not, that's a little harder to judge just because that's kind of like your opinion. But there are things where there's objective measures for where it seems like for whatever reason the liberals tend to be on the wrong side of. So, for example, for college admissions, right? It seems like for whatever reason it's about quotas. I don't like the idea of a quota. I think that's an issue. Like race quota. I think that it should be more on meritocracy. I'm pretty partial on not DEI, but what's called affirmative action, just because a lot of Asians, particularly, they do like SAT max, right? Like so they might not be the smartest, but they'll study the SAT the hardest. So it's in some ways of gaming the system. I'll give it that. But I do think that in many cases it does go too far to the quota section, like. So, like minority groups, certain minority groups, like Native Americans, like they can, like get a 1200 out of 1600, and get into a great school, which kind of makes no sense to me. Same thing in medicine, like the average MCAT score of white, Asian, Jewish, it's like almost perfect, but when you compare it to other groups, it's like so much more lenient. So, so that's my issue in terms of meritocracy, right? It's how it impacts the individual like me. Less about like, you know, public office. Like public office, like you can say, oh, you know, Obama's not qualified, but it's like, who says that? Like that's just your opinion, man.
I got a question.
Well, like when we and I'll just respond and I'll hand it over to Ducko because Ducko has a question. No, I think there's objective measures for like being president of the United States. If you like, you think if somebody is like, for example, if they're like brain dead or something like that, that's just an objective measure. Obviously, like there's just like many different objective measures, but for example, if we have institutions that you have taken an oath to protect, right? Where'd he go? Oh, there he is. Okay, sorry, he moved. Oh my god, that was Nanners. Oh my god. So like for example, if you take an oath to defend the Constitution, you just basically conceded that there's an objective measure, and that is to not violate such a constitution. There's laws that you're looking to implement. So we would say that Donald Trump, for example, and I can just do this with any president, right? Donald Trump is very obviously not like he's not even intending. Like some people make mistakes and they do things that are unconstitutional, but he's not even intending to uphold that oath. And I think not intending to uphold that oath, all things considered, that's just an objective measure by whether you're unqualified or not. Like you're just lying when you're putting your hand on the Bible.
Right. So I'm saying like in terms of a debate, right? Like using the politician as an example, it's kind of like below the question because then we talk about Donald Trump's achievements rather than the idea of meritocracy, right?
Well,
so I'm saying,
let me
like,
ask you something about meritocracy in Trump's cabinet. You know, in his first term, he hired his son-in-law, who was basically like a super close advisor, had no previous background. This term, he's hiring people from Fox News to like, you know, be in charge of the military. Is that meritocracy? Because to me, honestly, what it seems like a lot of meritocracy under Trump's definition is just positions for my rich white friends.
Sure. So I would say you're asking about conservatism, right? You're not really asking
what's
about
meritocracy. Like, what's the WWE lady got to do with education?
So meritocracy in terms of how it impacts my life, right? So I was once a college student, right? I was once applying to medical school. Like those things impact my life, right?
Oh, just your life specifically, or just like American lives that we're talking
about? Are set at large by the
this administration, like what their opinion on meritocracy is. Well, I want, the system to be rewarding based on merit, right? The system as in like...
You're not really answering the question, though. I mean, Trump is supposedly setting the standards of meritocracy.
We're going to be debating about politics and not about meritocracy, right? We're going to be debating on how valid those picks are.
Politics.
So that's not really
just to be clear, like if Donald Trump, here's an example that affects a voter directly. Right. So, Donald Trump did attempt to steal like the 2020 election. Luckily, he failed. But he did attempt to steal it, and he was being criminally tried for it. Literally in the indictment was, well, I forgot how the exact legal phrase for it, but the charge was conspiracy against voting rights or a conspiracy against rights or something like that. Now that directly affected the people who, like in the states in which he tried to do it, for example, Arizona, right? And I think like when you do that, that obviously objectively makes you unqualified to be president of the United States, because you're going into a year ago when he was almost a year ago when he swore in, lying because he didn't intend to uphold the Constitution.
Well, to that I will have to say that we're not debating meritocracy, right? Because
I did.
We voted for him. Well, he didn't get into being president like magically. Like people voted for him. So
yeah. So
in
like
terms of winning the popular vote, it was meritocracy.
Yeah. So
he
like
got
in
objectively more votes than Kamala.
Do you not understand?
Wait, hold on. Wait, Ducko. Like when we're saying like the Harvard admissions, they don't get admitted to school magically, right? Somebody has to make that decision, right? So in the same case with voting, right, well, somebody has to make the decision on the ballot of whether this person is qualified to be president or not, and should be president nonetheless.
It's different when it's 60-something million people versus one person.
Why would that matter?
Look, because 60-something million people voted for Trump.
And that's consistent with the. That's consistent with him being unqualified.
Yeah, but it wasn't based on a quota. We weren't voting for Trump because he was white.
Can people vote for an unqualified candidate? Do you agree with that? Yes or no?
Yeah, but it's not.
Okay, that's the argument. That is meritocracy. Like they're putting somebody in the position of power who's unqualified to hold that position of power. How's that not?
No, he was elected president because of meritocracy. Because
he wasn't. He was elected because that's democracy.
What do you think meritocracy is, Richard?
Meritocracy is you get to the position by being the best, right?
Okay, Donald Trump didn't get into. He's unqualified for the position.
The definition of being the best is you get the most votes.
No, that's not. I'm sorry. So the reason, so people didn't vote for him because he got the most votes. People voted for him for like their reasons, and those reasons he was unqualified with respect to that.
See, here's the issue, right? We're talking about meritocracy. Now we're going to be talking about Trump's track record. We're kind of getting away from.
No, we're not. I'm not talking about Trump's track record.
Trump had a better track record than Kamala, so.
No, he didn't. But like, regardless, like that, we're not talking about his track record. We're talking about what we expect, a minimum expectation. Right? Hold on. What we're talking about is what the minimum expectation is of the president of the United States. Do we agree that intending to uphold your oath is the minimum requirement?
Well, I would say that I vote for a president based on his track record, and Trump had a better track record.
That's not the question I asked you. Can you answer the question that I asked you?
Okay, well, now we're going to get away from meritocracy to the Constitution. Like, we're really going
far. Do you think you are qualified to be president if you don't intend to uphold the Constitution?
Well, I think he intended to uphold the Constitution.
That didn't answer my question. Cool. Please stop dodging my question.
I just said yes. I said yes. He uphold the Constitution.
No, I asked you, do you think you are qualified to be president if you don't intend to uphold the Constitution?
No.
Okay. Now, if that's the case, right, and my argument is that Donald Trump does not intend to uphold the Constitution, then you're committed to the conclusion that therefore Donald Trump is unqualified to be president. So all I have to do is defend.
We're going to be arguing about.
All I have to be doing is arguing about whether he's qualified to hold the position.
Well, I disagree. With that premise.
Yeah. So I gave you a specific reason. I gave you a specific reason why he's unqualified. Did you have a contention?
He swore the oath. He did everything.
That didn't answer my question. Please stop dodging.
What?
I gave you about his criminal indictment, right? Of trying to steal the 2020 election, and I said that's a reason to believe.
He was arrested, right? So he got off. So it's good.
Wait, I didn't ask if he was arrested.
Well, he got indicted. I mean, you could get indicted and be innocent.
Yeah. So, the question is whether we have good reason to believe that he did it, right? Of course, he did all this publicly. So now, of course, we have. Wait, hold on. So I'm not making a legal argument, right? I'm making an argument, that epistemological argument, that we are justified in believing that Donald Trump did this, right? Because, I mean, he did it publicly. He wasn't hiding it, right? And then he just got indicted for the things that he did publicly. The DOJ ended up dropping the indictment because he's president of the United States now, and they can't indict a sitting president, or at least they have the position of not indicting a sitting president, right? So I can give you justification for why I believe that he did try to steal the 2020 election after he lost it, right? And doing that's obviously somebody who does not respect our institutions, and that very clearly does not intend to uphold the U.S. Constitution. Therefore, he lied when he put his hand on that and swore in.
Okay, he's still a pretty good president, so.
Now you're just gonna avoid the argument now altogether?
What do you want me to say? Like, I disagree. It's not an issue.
You think a good president is one? You just agree, like you said, a good president. It's just a contradiction. A good president is not an unqualified president.
I'm just gonna say yes to everything so we can move it along. Because
okay.
like you're
okay. Well, if you're saying yes, then you're just saying that Donald Trump shouldn't be president, right? So you're gonna say yes to that? Okay, cool,
sure,
awesome.
Sure.
What's your next?
You beat me.
What's your next? I got you. Now, what's your next conservative
me,
value? Since you concede on that one.
Meritocracy.
We just talked about that. So now that we're done with meritocracy, now that you've conceded that Donald Trump does not merit the office of the president of the United States, we're gonna move on to your next one, which is freedom. So
your definition of meritocracy is this one narrow point, and not the fact that he had a better track record in terms of predicting the issues that are important, in terms of addressing the issues that are important. Like, that's not meritocracy. Meritocracy.
I used your definition. No, I gave you. I was using your definition.
Yeah, it sounds like
your
definition. You prepared a line of argument that's in your favor.
Yeah, that you can get into. You can get into
debate is.
You can get into meta all you want, but you don't have any flaw in the reasoning that I presented to you. I used your definition of meritocracy, and I used your definition of meritocracy, which is the qualifications to hold a position, right?
No, that's not
and
my
I agree. I don't know why I'm being overtalked. I don't know why I'm being overtalked right now. I don't know why I'm being overtalked right now. Okay, I used your definition, right? And your definition you don't like because it applies and it commits you to the view that Donald Trump is unqualified to be president. Now, you said you want to move on from that and you no longer want to talk about meritocracy because now it's being used against you. So now we're going to move on to the next one, which was freedom. That's number 2. So how do conservatives promote freedom more than Democrats? Go ahead.
Freedom of speech.
Or liberals.
Freedom of speech.
How is that?
Well, this platform is very, very free now. It's much better than it was before. That's one.
It wasn't owned by liberals.
Yeah.
Also, TikTok is not government owned.
It hasn't been transferred yet. That happens on the 22nd. Goober.
But like I said, like generally more like in favor. Like it seems like when it comes to freedom of speech,
banned for no reason on social media anymore. All of a sudden,
I'm sorry. Weird. What does freedom of speech entail?
Get banned every fucking week. What are you talking about?
Well, there's a reason why certain political commentators can be platformed.
I want an answer to my question.
Yeah, because
what's the definition of freedom of speech?
Freedom of speech. It's in the name.
No.
What's the definition as derived from the First Amendment?
I don't know. The right of the right of freedom of speech.
Yeah, what is the definition?
Know the First Amendment?
Goober.
It's literally in the name, bro. The freedom of speech.
I think I'm starting to understand why you didn't pass my school.
Yeah, I understand why you're voting Republican. The freedom of speech, literally defined in the Constitution, has nothing to do with private organizations such as TikTok or Facebook or Twitter or X, if you want to call it by its new name. It has to do with the government infringing on your personal free speech.
Right.
The government can't entail that you talk a certain way. TikTok is not the government.
Right. So you deny that speech on social media has changed in the last year?
That has nothing to do with the freedom of speech.
You just avoid the question.
Nothing to do with the First Amendment.
Well, no, I'm addressing the question.
Okay, let's be clear. Let's just be clear. When you say freedom of speech, do you mean government regulation or just social regulation, or both?
Both.
Okay, yeah, well, so your position.
Regulation, right?
Okay, so your position is regarding government and social regulation, right?
Yeah.
Conservatives are more free speech than Democrats. That's your position, correct?
As of the period between 2016 and 2024, yes, you can pull historical periods, right, where the conservatives were less freedom of speech. But I would say in the last 10 years, they were the party of freedom of speech. Yes.
Yeah. So I would say now in the past, few years, they're definitely more anti-free speech. You got a lot more conservatives. Conservatives. A lot more anti-free speech now, and I'll give you reasons to believe that.
Deride the Democrats, like you can concede.
Yeah, why are you avoiding? You keep jumping into meta when I think you realize an argument's about to be levied against you that you won't be able to attack. So you jump into meta and avoid the conversation.
Being very contrived.
That's fine, but you can stop over talking. Now, I'll give you reasons for believing that conservative. Cool. I'll give you reasons for believing that conservatives are more anti-free speech and have been more recently as well under Donald Trump. So Donald Trump, first of all, they support Donald Trump, so we can start there with Donald Trump, and then we can move to the more broader of the conservative position. So Donald Trump obviously is anti-free speech. He believes that, like, I could just go off the list, right? He said he calls the news media the enemy of the people. He tries to use government regulation to try to stifle free speech. For example, with Jimmy Kimmel, that was a very obvious one. Even conservatives agree on that one. He said that the New York Times is what did he say? He said that they're traitors and they're a national security threat because they're commenting on his cognitive abilities, right? He keeps doing things like that. He thinks that the FCC should be able to look at and take the licenses of people who do wall-to-wall coverage that is anti-Trump. So that's on the Trump basis. Now, on the more broader conservative basis, I have a lot more for Donald Trump, but that's just like a couple of things. And, not to mention the protests and things like that. In the broader conservative movement, they believe, like, you had like things like Project 2025, which was, that had a lot of anti-free speech stuff in it, for specifically page 9, where they believe that you should be criminally prosecuted if you're like a trans person on social media, because they think that that's pornography, right? So you can't even be like trans or a drag queen or something like that on social media, because that'll be considered pornography. So not even like a gay couple holding hands on like a website, that's just considered pornography under Project 2025. And you also had like some conservative states like try to implement these things and try to tell teachers what they can or cannot say. Teachers are not allowed to use like the pronouns, like their own pronouns that they prefer, like my name is Mr. or Mrs. The students are not allowed to use their own pronouns that they prefer, or their own names that they prefer, even if their parents agree with it. Like some of these states like Kansas and Texas are passing laws like that, Florida I think as well. I could just keep going on and on and on when conservatives are just anti-free speech and don't allow people to say the things that they want.
All right. So what I have to say to that is just ask anybody. Free speech is more than before.
Okay, so you don't have any contentions with what I said, right? You're just kind of giving up.
I mean, social media is much more free now, right? I mean, that's just.
Wait, do you have any contentions with what I said?
Well, you listed like 500 different points.
Yeah, give me one. Give me one of the things that I said.
You mentioned Jimmy Kimmel. You mentioned Project.
You have a contention with Jimmy Kimmel one?
I mean, some guy in his administration said some shit like on the podcast. Like, I don't know.
Nope.
Is that a really big deal?
No, that isn't what
Donald
happened.
Trump. No, Donald Trump himself was on Air Force One. I'm sorry, Richard. Donald Trump on Air Force One, right, explicitly said if you're having wall-to-wall anti-Trump coverage, you should have your FCC license revoked. Did he not say that?
Well, did they get their FCC license?
Answer the question.
He said it, but he didn't do anything about it. So
okay, so I mean, what's the problem with him promoting anti-free speech?
Say shit. Yeah, I mean, he can just.
So
say stuff,
you don't care if Donald Trump intends to do those kinds of things, right? Because very clearly they did try to do that. They threatened these individuals, right? They threatened the affiliates and the hosts of.
Well, they still criticize Trump. Well, they still criticize Trump, do they not?
Wait, so your standard is how effective he is at being an authoritarian.
Well, he didn't even try. He just said some stuff on TV.
Okay, so you agree that what he said was anti-free speech?
Well, you're not going to convince a conservative like ever with your line of argument, right? Because I'm
asking you.
You're illogical.
Like, stop dodging. Do you agree that what Donald Trump said was anti-free speech?
Yeah, what he said was, but his actions are not.
Yeah, well, he what he said is a should, which means an intent in his mind, correct?
No.
Unless you think he was lying.
Yeah, I think he was lying. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So he's lying. Okay, so he is lying about being anti-free speech.
Yeah.
Okay, what's the argument for that?
Can I interject for 1 second? Because I think this is very, very fucking important.
Yeah.
You're saying it's more free on apps now than it was?
Yes. It's very evident.
Freedom to say what?
Say whatever I want.
Which would be what? What could you not say before?
Well, it's the fact that I could, right? It's not the fact that
I'm asking you specifically, what could you say, couldn't say before that you now can say?
Well, you can challenge government narratives, like so. Before you got
couldn't
banned
challenge government narratives before.
Well, yeah, because you got banned if you question the vaccine. You still get banned on TikTok for mentioning January 6th, right?
But It's not true.
You
It's
didn't get
100%
banned for
true.
questioning
actually.
the vaccine. You got banned for
Mm.
causing harm to people, for knowingly spreading misinformation that
Oh
killed
yeah,
people
yeah,
with
yeah.
respect
Just
to the
yeah,
vaccine.
yeah. Just
Yeah, I'll tell
relatable
you
or
why. I'll
something
give you an
else.
example. I'll give you an example. I'm not just saying
Yeah.
shit, right? Robert Malone, right? He was one of the people that a lot of the people, like a lot of conservatives, propped up on the end. So what did this guy do? He went to Twitter and he said, "Oh, here's this. I think he was 15. Yeah, 15-year-old kid, and he just recently died. You want to know why he died? Oh, because he got the COVID-19 vaccine, right?" Turns out that this kid actually died in 2018 or 2019, long before COVID happened. And it's because he had a long-term heart condition that he was born with, right? And so he just kept posting it and posting it and posting it. And even the parents were sending a cease and desist letter because he was sending a whole bunch of individuals, a lot of individuals who were followers of Robert Malone, were sending death threats to his parents for daring giving their child a COVID-19 vaccine, which he never got because he died before COVID came about. And so that's why Robert Malone got removed from Twitter, because he was spreading knowingly false information to try to spread vaccine hesitancy that would not only cost lives, but also is currently causing harm to the parents of their the deceased child. That's one example. I can give you a few others too.
Well,
Actually,
not a single
Carmen,
person could
may
on
I ask a
Twitter.
question?
Like it instantly gets.
Yeah, so you're talking about Trump being like pro free speech, right? And I just want to get your thoughts on I think it was like 200 words that the Trump administration had sent out to Head Starts and preschools, banned words that they are no longer allowed to say in the classroom.
Like what?
Woman, female,
Yeah, so
gender.
some things.
Wait,
Yeah,
so
some
you're not allowed
things.
to say the word gender.
You asked me a question. Let me answer. So some of the words are things like black, disabled, women, female, gender, race theory, and things like that. Let me actually look up the list really quick.
Yeah, there's also
like 50 words on it, I think.
There's over 200, I think.
Oh, I thought it was only 50. Damn.
Yeah.
No,
So
it's.
I believe you live in a different reality if you think people can't say the word black.
Wait,
we'll
no,
see.
no, I'll read it right here. Wait, I'll read it right here. If you want to, we can go over the entire fucking list, right? I'm sorry if you hear cats fighting outside. Anti-racism, allyship, assigned at birth, assigned female at birth, right? Belong, bias towards, biological female, BIPOC, black, climate crisis, climate science, DEI, disabilities, discrimination, exclusion, diverse groups, diversity, gender, female and feminism, identity, immigrants, health equality, inequity,
So what is this
injustice,
list?
institutional. I'm not
Yeah.
finished. You can find this in the ACLU.
Yeah, I have the case
LGBT,
number too.
marginalized,
So what is this list?
non-binary,
Like, what is this
oppression.
list? You're just giving me a list. What is this
Yeah,
list?
it's 200 words prohibited by the Trump administration for Head Start programs.
So it's a specific program. What's the Head Start program?
You don't know what the fuck Head Start is?
It's school.
No.
Dude, hold on.
You dumb
You
fuck.
said you went to college?
He said he went to med school.
Why will I know
I
what
can
Head
s-
Start program is?
Because it's
Because
in
it-
every state.
Okay, so Head Start is
I'm like-
typically. I'm
Never
going to tell
heard the
you.
word
I'm going
Head
to tell
Start?
you. I'm going to tell you what Head Start.
I don't
Head
have
Start is
kids, bro. I
typically.
don't know.
Richard,
Stop it
shut the
up, yeah.
fuck up. I do. Head Start is typically for lower income families to give them a head start in school, because typically lower income people have a lesser education, right? This is what they do before pre-K, is they do Head Start because it gives them a head start on learning.
So why would you teach a pre-K kid critical race theory? That sounds kind of
Oh
weird.
my God. Okay, let me give you the email that was
The
sent.
one,
Let me give you the email that was sent from the HeadStartInfo.org. Okay.
Yeah,
So
well,
a non-competing
okay, so
new
it's
grant
pre-K.
application returned to the grantee. Please remove the following words from your application: racism, racial, marginalized, institutional, historically, bias, equity, equitable, diversity, diverse, belonging, inclusion, inclusivity, gender, chest feeding, pregnant people, LGBTQI 25+. Contact your program specialist for any further clarification. Thank you. And then they wanted to follow up with an exhaustive list. So here they respond and they say, I want to follow up with you concerning your application. I sent it back asking for the removal of particular words, and I wanted to provide you with a complete list of words to make sure these words are not in your applications for Head Start. This is the Head Start program. I am requesting a summary of your most recent self-assessment results if available. Finally, I wanted to offer my cell number for times of emergency or quick follow-up when you're away from the office. Now, this is coming down from the Department of Health and Human Services. So this was the list that they gave. Accessible, activist, advocacy, all-inclusive, anti-racism, barriers, belong, bias, black. Yes, when you said they couldn't say black, they can't say black. Chest feeding, climate crisis, DEI, confirmation bias, climate science, disabilities, disparity, diverse, females, female, woman, gender identity, hate speech, immigrants, implicit bias, inequities, key people, most risk, multicultural, pregnant people, oppressive, pronoun, race, segregation, sex, tribal, trans, status, stereotypes, victims, yeah, like it just keeps going.
Wait,
so.
You said this was for pre-K?
Head Start.
Yeah, so
Head
for
Start,
pre-K,
friend.
right? So
In their
are,
application,
like,
they can't use this.
Yeah, well, I think
so. You
I
can't
think
use
that's
the word
official.
belong to pre-K.
Well, why would you be talking about all this politics stuff to pre-K kids?
Belong is a politic.
Is politics?
Well,
You're
what about all the
stupid.
other words?
Dude.
What about all the other
Wait,
words?
what about that
Oh.
word?
Stop. Wait.
What about that one?
Yeah, I don't know why
Your
belong was
entire
included.
argument is that there is less censorship. There is more freedom of speech
And if
now.
they
That is your entire argument.
It's
And
200
every
fucking
fucking
words.
time we give you an example of how freedom of speech is being suppressed under this current administration, under this conservative administration, you're like, well, that's a fucking good thing, isn't it?
Right. He's literally
Yeah.
targeting
Listen, Trump
Mark
would never
Kelly
do it, but if he did, it was
legally
right.
for daring say that the military should follow only lawful orders. Right? And he's like, they're prosecuting and making a threat out of an example out of Mark Kelly, even though he said
Called
just
bullshit
straight up
if you went to
factual
college.
information.
Right.
Imagine
So,
getting fired.
not a fan
Imagine
of
getting
that.
fired because a student has a disabled parent or grandparent and they want to talk to you about it, and so you do talk to them, and then you get
Yeah,
fired because
like,
you used
wait-
the word disabled.
But yeah, let me actually speak on that. As
You
somebody
guys
who has
hate
a
free
disabled
speech.
child, like my child has autism, and she will be starting school soon, right? I'm not allowed to talk about her disability now because
yeah,
of this.
I don't think that's true. I think you talk about her disability a lot and nothing happened to you.
Wait, she hasn't
What's your
started
argument
yet.
for that?
Did you listen
Yeah,
to what the
but
fuck I said?
I'm like almost 99% certain that you.
Yeah,
will be
what's your
talking-
yeah,
argument
what's
for
the
that? What is your
argument for
argument?
that?
You're just
Yeah,
saying
well,
it.
these are non-enforceable, right? It's not part of the curriculum, right? So
It says
it's
it
not
right
really
here.
applicable.
It's literal
wait,
HHS saying
wait,
we're
wait.
going to deny your application if you use the word belong
Yeah.
in your fucking
Right,
application.
because you understand that the Head Start program is federally funded typically, right?
Yeah, so I'm
So
I'm
if
sure,
they don't
I'm
abide,
sure, yeah.
shut the fuck up. No, because if they don't abide by these rules, because they are federally funded, Trump can yank federal funding from them.
And then they go bye-bye.
Yeah, and then people who are impoverished will not have access to these programs any longer.
You don't give a shit, right, Richard? You just want to be able to say the N-word on
Well,
it.
I just don't think it's true.
Yeah, it says.
That's
Oh
what?
wait, it says like
Richard
multiple different
survives kinda
reductions
dying.
and conversions, right? It's different policies that were passed
I
down
don't
from
know.
the HHS, right? Now, yeah, conservatives. First of all, you guys hate free speech, right? Every time I look at like a Jubilee video, it's like a liberal versus 20 conservatives,
Oh my
right? It's
God.
always a fucking conservative that's saying, "Oh, we should have blasphemy laws. We should bring back like Christian nationalism." You guys fucking hate free speech with like every fiber of your being.
Y'all
I don't
just want to
believe
call
a
people
single.
slurs.
Hold on, I don't believe a single thing any conservative says when they start talking about like Democrats. Oh, you can't say the like. No, bro. You guys, if you guys take power and you're already doing it right now. You're trying to restrict everybody's freedom of speech. But when you're not in power, that's the only thing that you want to talk about. But when you take power, all of a sudden, freedom of speech, that's not an institution that you care about anymore. It's just a means to an end. Okay?
Well, to that I will say there's some times where I do think that conservatives are being a little hypocritical. There have been times, yeah.
There have
Name
been
one.
times.
Name one.
Just a few.
Well,
Like right
so-
now.
Well, so
Like you.
okay, so your example of the list, I think it's not really enforceable, and so your scenario.
I just
will never
explained
happen.
to you how it was enforceable. Did you not
Your
fucking listen to
application
me?
will get denied. It explicitly said, I read you the email. They said, hey, in your
God
application,
damn.
they said, hey, in your application, you have these words. Here's a list of 200 words. And they literally sent the application back to the applicant because they had these words.
Well, I also think you
It
can't
is
have the
enforceable.
N-word on it, so I don't know. It's like
I couldn't hear what you just
say that
said.
again.
yeah, you can't have the N-word on it.
Wait, are
Yeah,
you
what
fucking...
is he comparing
There are
the
some
word?
words you can't use, right?
Is he wait? So I'm sorry. You're comparing the word
Wait, wait,
belong
wait.
and black to the N-word? Just to be clear, yes.
No, I'm not equating it at all.
Okay,
I'm not
that's a
equating
bad
it.
argument.
You
So go on
are.
to the next one.
All right, let's move on.
You
Let's
tell
move
me
on.
the
Yeah, I
symmetry
bet you want to
between
move on. Yeah.
the words.
It doesn't have to
Let's
be
move on
exact
because we
symmetry, right?
dog walk.
Listen, listen. Richard, just admit it. Just say you want to call people slurs on Twitter. Like, just fucking own it at this
Well, I
point, bro.
haven't, so-
Because shut the fuck up, bro. Because you can't even say cis on Twitter anymore.
Yeah,
You couldn't
true.
even say that I'm a cis woman.
Yeah, you
on
can't even say sis on there,
Twitter,
bro.
right? But
No, I can't. No, I have
you
the
wanna fucking
screenshot.
bet-
I every time I can literally go here. I'm actually gonna do it right now. I'm gonna do it right fucking now. I'm gonna go on Twitter and I'm gonna try to I'm gonna what here's what
Are
I'm
you gonna
do.
pull it up on Twitch?
Yeah, I'm gonna
Perfect,
put it
because
up
I
on
can show you the
Twitch.
Twitch
I got
stream.
you.
Awesome.
Let me go to Elon Musk page. Okay.
You know what's so funny? I was about to fall asleep before you brought me up. Now I'm heated.
You know, I'm pretty good, right? I'm a pretty popular.
Yeah, I bet. Anyway.
Nobody fucking knows who you are, friend.
Well, everybody knows who I am. I'm
You
pretty
have
famous.
110 followers. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, but I'm
Well-
not like.
Wait, I saw you on sisterfinder.com, right?
Yeah, I'm pretty big on these lives.
You have 110 followers, friend.
Wait, can you stop muting me, bro?
No. Anyway.
Wait,
Probably let me know when you pull it
really
up.
taking-
Yes, we're taking away your freedom of speech because
Oh,
we
I
don't
just got an
fucking
email.
publish.
I just got an email. Your post visibility is limited. You want to know what I put? So I went to go to Elon Musk page, right? And he has I typed in free speech. So the first here it is. I'll pull it up on
Can you show me?
Twitch. Yeah, I'll pull it up. Here we go.
Awesome,
19 seconds
perfect,
ago.
awesome sauce.
All right, so Elon Musk posted this person, whatever, I don't know how to pronounce the name, fights for free speech in Europe. So I reposted Elon Musk. I put you are cisgender. Visibility limited.
Can you
this
make me
post,
big? Can you make me big?
This post is
Visibility
may violate.
limited.
Hold on, I got it. Visibility limited. This post may violate X's rules against hateful conduct. Just posted this just now. Freedom of speech.
And that's kind of weird. This is the
weird,
first
huh?
time
Yeah,
I've heard
yeah.
He says fights for free speech.
Carvin, do the same thing, but call him trans.
I can now. Let me go to Blue Sky.
Not tweet the N word.
I'm gonna go to Blue Sky, right? And I'm gonna type the exact same thing. I'm gonna see if I get restricted. Okay.
I mean, no one uses Blue Sky. Let's be real.
That's
I
bullshit.
yeah. We're gonna see if they limit the word free speech or trans. Okay.
Oh, yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
it's very interesting. Well, I mean, it's just a good point,
just
right?
admit.
Wait, okay,
just
wait,
Admit
so
you're
here's the-
hypocrites. Just admit you're hypocrites on this.
How am I a hypocrite? I didn't know about this.
Because you're sitting here talking about the
I won't
fact of
say
freedom
I
of
won't say
speech.
hypocrite because you're not the one that blocks Carvin
I didn't
from
ban
saying
this
that. I won't say that, but you're
Yeah,
at
but
least
conservative
wrong.
is.
You're wrong.
Well, I think this is like so. It's one word that's banned. It's not a really big deal to me.
But I thought we had more
Well,
freedom now.
Well, the thing
Wait,
is,
did-
like,
wait.
the thing
Wait,
is,
so if
like,
they
you're
just ban
allowed.
hate speech, is
If
that
I
okay?
were to put you are an N word with a hard R, I would not get violated, right? But because I put cisgender, I am getting violated. Why do you think that is?
Well, actually, I think you might get violated if you
No.
say the hard R.
No.
I never see the hard R on Twitter.
I see it. I see it all the
Are
time.
you s-
I did it.
are you
I actually
serious?
I tried to figure out one time because I was like, oh, because like what was her name? She's like that dumb conservative.
All
I
of
forgot her
them? That
name.
doesn't narrow it
Isabella something. So anyway, she just like responded to some black person. All she did was put kind of the same what I put. You are a N-word hard R. Perfectly visible. So I was like, I wonder if Twitter is going to, because I get limited for cisgender, I wonder if they're going to allow me to report this. So I reported it, slur, and I got an email saying, oh, it didn't violate our standards.
Anyways, I mean that's 1 point for our camp, right? You have more freedom.
I give you 5.
I'm just playing, bro. Anyways, so what about the fact that like people in public
Pivot.
office got banned off of Twitter when it was
Yeah.
more quote-unquote liberal control?
Who?
Like
Wait, say it
the
again.
president? Well, didn't Donald Trump get banned off of Twitter for like 4 years?
Yeah, because he was promoting physical violence. The fuck do you mean?
No, he wasn't.
Yes, he was.
Yes,
He
he
was. He
was.
explicitly
No, he
said
wasn't.
when. Yeah, he was. I'll tell you why. So he explicitly, like, there was the. We knew that he was watching the violence unfold, right? And we knew
And then
that
he made a video
I don't
and
know why
said,
I'm
Shut
being
the fuck up.
overtalked, right? We knew that he was watching the violence unfold, and as the violence was unfolding, he decided instead of quashing it, he waited 3 hours to quash it, right? While the violence was unfolding, he was watching it on Fox News, and and then he instead said Mike Pence did not have the courage to, do whatever. He didn't say anything about go home. He didn't say anything about stopping the violence as he was watching the
Or
violence.
even
He
being
waited.
peaceful.
He waited hours before saying be peaceful and go home. So you lied.
So
well, he
Twitter
said that be
private
peaceful and go home. So.
entity, Carbon showed that example of cisgender. I mean, X is a private company; they can do that. They could ban Trump when they were, before Elon Musk owned them. That's what they wanted to do. They're not the government.
They're liberals.
What?
No,
Twitter is not a
I
government.
Clock to you. How is this not clocking
Are
to
you-
you?
Richard.
really think the
First of all-
CEOs of these
first of all, I
companies
don't
are
even-
liberals?
Favoritism versus
First of
liberals,
all,
not Democrats versus
how is this not-
Republicans.
This stupid
Where
fuck.
they
What happened on
they
Fox
strongly
News?
track.
Up.
They strongly
You
track.
don't
But yeah,
even
we've
know.
shown you. You haven't really given us a good reason to believe
You don't even
that
know who
liberals
Jack
on.
Dorsey voted for. You are making
Yeah.
shit up.
Yeah, you won't.
Making
You don't
sure.
really. You haven't really given us good reason to believe that liberals, on average, or are more likely to be anti-free speech or anything like that. I give you
Right.
multiple different cases, not only at the presidential level, which seems like you're defending,
Well, they
but I also
banned
gave
Trump
you
off
in
of
one of the
Twitter.
biggest. Yeah, and I
Shut
gave
the
you the
fuck up.
reason. You agree. You and I agree.
Wait.
I
Look
don't
at
know. You
Blake's
and I
immediate
agree. I don't know why I'm being
reaction. You tell me
overtalked.
to shut
I
up
don't know
last
why
week.
I'm being
Yeah,
overtalked.
because you're over talking the fucking host. Hello.
Okay, so Richard,
Oh?
so you and I agree that if you promote violence, that's a reason to restrict your speech. Now, so you using a violent his reason for being removed from Twitter, given that is a violent action. I'm sorry, a promotion of violence, right? That you're not gonna get anywhere with that, because of course you will believe that in all these different social media apps, if you promote violence, you should be banned or restricted from those apps, right? And I just gave you reason to believe that he was promoting, and we know now, it's actually confirmed now that he was doing it, because he pardoned the people who did violence on January 6th. He did it last year, did he not?
Well, they were not committing violence.
Yes, they were.
Let me pull it up. I'm pulling it up. You want to? How much you want to bet on it? You want to put money on it?
Yeah,
Money on
I'll
it,
bet my
please.
entire net worth. Not everybody partying was committing violence.
I didn't say everybody was committing violence. I said he pardoned the people who were committing violence.
Well, it might have been a blanket pardon, and it wasn't because they
Yeah.
committed violence. It was because they were sentenced to too long of a jail sentence.
Oh, which one? Which violent person was sentenced too long?
I don't know. I've heard ones where it was
I don't
15
know.
years.
Which one?
Yeah. Well, I don't come prepared with a bajillion
Oh,
examples.
well, do you have even
What?
one case of a violent person who was sentenced too long?
Hey, if I search, I'll find it.
Okay, yeah, can you do that right
see,
now?
the crazy thing is,
You
right,
want me to
is you
kill the momentum and just?
No, I
Yeah,
can
go
give
ahead,
here.
we'll
Let me
give you
give you.
time.
Let me give you a case. DJ Rodriguez, right? So DJ Rodriguez stun gun a police officer twice in the neck, caused the police officer to have a heart attack, and he had to be rushed to the hospital. Luckily, he survived. Right? So he did that. Now, question: how many years do you think he deserves in prison?
A stun gun on a police officer?
Yeah. Well, let me give you the more so you understand what kind of guy this is. He stun
Is it
gunned a
true?
police officer. Hold on. Yeah, he stun gunned a police officer in the neck once. The police officer fell to the ground and started retreating. No longer a threat. He got over the police officer as he was retreating. Stun gunned him again in the neck. Police officer had a heart attack immediately after. How many years should that person get?
First of all, I have to make sure that's true. But
Yeah.
assuming that's true,
DJ Rodriguez. You can look
yeah,
it
I
up.
mean, assuming that's true, a couple of years, yeah.
Just
Couple
like
years.
2 years
Just a couple?
for
Well,
attempted murder, basically.
5 years.
For
5
5
years.
years
5 years for attempted murder.
of a police officer.
I mean, I don't think
For
that's
political
don't-
purpose.
College.
And
Wait,
just to
I
be
wanna
clear,
say
just to
something.
be clear,
Not
do
a
you
lawyer,
think that
bro.
this? What? Just to be clear, well, the motive was political. Do we agree?
I mean, the officer could have been hitting him really hard.
I'm sorry. Was the motive was
happens
political?
if
Correct.
officers-
No, nowhere in the. Just to be clear, nowhere in the documents does it say the officer was attacking DJ Rodriguez or anyone else. He was along a police line to make sure that they couldn't get past the police line. Do you agree that this attack was political?
Possibly.
Yeah. What do you think is the best explanation? Is that it was political or not political?
Well, they were in a fight.
Yeah. Do you think that fight was political?
Fight. I mean, is it inherently political? No.
It's likely to be political.
But it's in a political environment.
Okay, so we agree that this was political violence too, right?
Well, they could have been both like Republicans.
We agree that the
breaking
reason
into the Capitol to
yeah,
try and
okay, so we agree. It seems like
certified. You're right. It's not political.
All right. So, anyways, 5 years.
Okay, so 5 years for political violence that almost kills someone. Correct? That's your position.
5 years for assault on a police officer.
And just to be clear, we understand.
The Blue Party, by the way.
We understand violence with the intent of a political purpose as terrorism. Correct?
Okay, I don't think it was terrorism, but 5 years.
Wait, what do you think terrorism is?
Well, it's to intimidate, right?
To
intimidate the opposition.
For what kind of purpose? For political purposes, right?
Well, sure, but it's to intimidate, right? So, terrorism would be like Luigi Mangione killing a CEO, right? That's terrorism.
What political purpose did that have?
Yeah, well, that was a political purpose, right? Because that guy was
a political purpose.
Wait, was it how many years does he get? How many years should he get?
Luigi? Well, he killed him, so
yeah. Let's say he shot him, but he didn't die. How many years should he get?
Significantly less, because he
like
didn't
how much?
Die.
How much?
Luigi? So he stun gunned him in the neck twice.
Luigi? Well,
yeah. What if Luigi stun gunned him in the?
Right? Wait, we're changing the hypothetical, friend. Say Luigi Mangione fucking stun gunned that dude in the neck twice and he survived, but he just had a heart attack. Just send him to the hospital.
Oh, I mean that's significantly reduced, right? Because a stun gun is different from a gun.
Okay, sure. How much time should he get?
Luigi?
Yes.
5 years.
Within that specific. You're so.
But anyway, listen.
Wait.
So wait. Hold on. Just be clear.
Back to Blue, by the way.
Yeah. So, DJ Rodriguez, he was released out of prison after 1.5 years. So he did not get justice.
All right. Well, I mean, that's one example.
Yeah.
We can get more.
There's a lot of people that just kind of strolled into the Capitol.
We're not talking about those people.
Why did Donald Trump not make it a conditional pardon? Why didn't he just? First of all, he could have said something like, "Pardon everyone except for the violent ones," or if you're gonna pardon the violent ones, do conditional. It was 100% unconditional for even the most violent ones, even the people who were attempting to kill police officers and Nancy Pelosi and AOC. Even threatening a terrorist attack gets you pardoned. Enrico Tarrio,
the guy for seditious conspiracy, 22.5-year sentence. He pardoned him. Let him go.
Wait. Okay. So I am going to ask a meta question because this is actually really important. Okay. So in your history of debating, have you convinced somebody with narrow points?
Yes. This one specifically, yes.
Well, no, so not so it's like this, right? So you make a lot of narrow points, you get them to say yes, and then you say, so are you still a conservative? And they say, no, I'm a liberal.
No, I didn't say that. That's not what I said.
That's what I'm saying.
I asked them because a lot of it is a coherence reasons, right? So for example, they'll say Democrats, you shouldn't support politicians who support political violence, right? I'm like, okay, let's take that principle. Do you still support Donald Trump, given that he pardoned all these people unconditional for political violence? And if they're a smart conservative, they'll be like, okay, yeah, I guess I retract my support, right? I got maybe 1 or 2 people to do that, right? But most of them are just irrational. They'll be like, nope, I support that. They should be out in the streets. These political violent terrorists.
So
right?
my point. So my point with critiquing the weakness of this argument, right, is it's so narrow. It's hyper specific. It's not going to really change anybody's.
You can't say it's the weakness of the argument. You have yet to point out the weakness.
How is it weak?
But the weakness of the argument is that it's not going to change somebody's entire world belief based
That doesn't mean that the argument is weak,
right? Jackass.
And you've yet to give any real concrete argument.
If you're rationally committed to, you are rationally. If this argument, hold on, everybody, please. This argument is supposed to, what it's intending to do is, if you're a reasonable, rational person, is withhold your judgment, not for conservatism, but specifically for Donald Trump, and admit that he does support political violence as long as it's in favor of him. That's what it commits you to.
So I came on this live and it says, why are you a conservative? Yeah. It's not, why are you a MAGA supporter? I never said I was MAGA.
Yeah, when I brought this up, remember the dialectic that we got into this was with respect to January 6th. We got there from
meritocracy, bro. Like
no, that was like 3 conversations ago.
Yeah,
meritocracy was like 3.
Oh, Carbon, are you good?
Can you hear me?
Okay.
No, he's good.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Anyway.
Did he freeze for anybody else, or am I crazy?
No, just you.
We
we got to January 6th somehow from freedom of speech. It's kind of right. So I mean, I thought we were talking about freedom of speech. Why are we litigating this January 6th thing? Like, I don't get it.
Oh,
because it's relevant.
Yeah.
Not relevant to me. I don't care about January 6th.
Of course you don't. You don't care about violence.
Well, Trump voters also don't care about January 6th. So you're debating something that people
because
don't care
they
about.
fucking did it. Hello? That's why they don't care. They support it.
No.
It's in their favor. Why the fuck would they care about it?
Life. It's just inconsequential to my life, you know? Like,
Richard, did you finish med school?
Where did you go to school?
It's a big Trump University.
Yeah, like Trump University.
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah,
so
I thought
like
so. You don't know what the fucking all.
Okay, so meritocracy, we're done with that. Freedom, we're done with that. You lost in those. Next one I got is stability. I don't know what that's supposed to mean.
Well, I think stability would have been better for January 6th. I mean, that would have been like a better conversation, you know? Because you could make the argument that the insurrection was a challenge to our democracy. And that's
I did make that argument earlier.
It was illegal.
Threatening sovereign countries.
Wait, Richard, before you finish that sentence, are you about to argue that January 6th was a good thing?
Oh, I'm saying that January 6th was an inconsequential thing.
It was inconsequential.
I'm sorry.
Then why did you just bring up the word stability and January 6th in the same sentence?
Well, I'm just saying that if you were to have that debate, like I would say that yes, it was bad for
Brilliant. Thank you for the $25 to kick. I appreciate you, Brilliant. Brilliant paid $25 over on YouTube Super Chat for the kick. I appreciate you, Brilliant. Brilliant says, I don't know what's worse, the fact that you decided law wasn't for you, so you went into the medical field, or that you went into the medical field. Italy. Thank you so much, Brilliant.
I'm not sure he finished
If that motherfucker went to college, I deserve a scholarship.
Okay, you know, in the beginning,
I deserve my medical degree ASAP, actually.
In the beginning, he was like complaining about all these other kids getting into college because there was no meritocracy and stuff, and how other people were SAT maxing. In reality, I think he didn't really get into good schools because there was too much meritocracy.
Didn't have anything to do with merit there, Rich. It had to do with your stupid. Sorry.
Everything was just vibes based.
Yeah, true that.
It's like,
not even vibes, because the vibes were bad, friend.
But they have more free speech. But all these reasons. Yeah, but I can say things on Twitter again.
Oh no, like 5 years, bro.
What were you saying?
I can tell Jews how I feel about them, or Jewish people.
Who's Nick Fuentes? Don't talk about him.
Don't talk about father.
Hey Seuss, thank you so much for the 8 months. I appreciate you for the 8-month Twitch. Resub, thank you so much. Okay, but what's the argument for that? Yeah, okay, I should get a shirt with that. If you are a conservative, go and hop on in the guest request. We'd love to talk to you. Thank you so much. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. That is in the motherfucking pay links. I appreciate y'all. We also do Brilliant. What if we do the math? That's gonna be 10, 15, 35. So that actually puts us back at 20. So
for the kick goal.
I'm sorry, 15. Yeah, so 15 for the kick goal. We still have 10 in the whatchamacallit, in the bucket. Okay, so
yeah, I don't do this very often. I need gas. I have a job interview tomorrow. If anyone could send me 20 for gas.
Yeah, we got
in this economy.
Cash App, Venmo.
You know, logic. I would if Walmart decided to not put my fucking card on hold for $75 for 2 packs of fucking noodles.
I'm still waiting.
It is officially January 6th now.
Yeah, happy anniversary.
Yesterday was Marjorie Taylor Greene's last day.
Today?
Well, technically the 5th. I think she wanted the 6th off, but you know.
Oh wait,
she wanted the last day off.
When she retired. Oh yeah.
You know, she quit.
Ding dong, the witch is dead.
No, I'm saving that for a very special day.
I think she'll be back.
Carbon, you did not shout out my donation I sent you earlier.
I miss it?
Yeah, you did.
Nanners with the $2 on Venmo. Appreciate you for. Why did you spell my name like that? Brad Leigh. What is that?
Oh my god! Oh my wait. I want to tell you.
Poo.
Oh
I want to tell you about this person. Their name was Emily, but they spelled it EMMALEIGH. Emily.
He's doing the most.
Mother hated them.
Doing too much.
Like Trump's former press
Like that
secretary
is
was
the worst way to spell that fucking name.
Ren with the
Absolutely
20
adorable.
on Cash App. I love you, Ren. Thank you very much.
W Ren, let's go.
W Ren, I miss you.
I miss you so much, friend. I love you.
And did I shout out Ren earlier? Yeah, I did for the $3. I think it was $3. Yeah, it's $3. All right. If you're a conservative, go and hop on the guest request. We'd
with
love
the
to talk to you.
$500 on Cash App. Thank you so much. It's going to help out a lot.
Don't fuck with me.
Sierra, with the lifetime
Sierra
supply
now
of
has to
Baja
make that come
Blast.
true and send me $500 on Cash App.
Bevan, I sent you an invite. Go ahead and hit that accept button. We'll get you up here, okay? Let's do it.
Dude,
Sierra
I wish.
Listen, Sierra sent me a lifetime supply of Baja Blast because they
Yeah,
love
to keep
me.
it the fuck away from him.
All right, if you want to debate, go and hop on the guest request. Bevan, I sent you an invite. Get on in here. Come on. Waiting on you. Shemon. Everybody else, we're abysmal with the tapping. That's probably why we're not getting back on the For You page. So let's keep tapping. Let's get that up to 40,000.
Then 500 logic Carbon gives us issues.
That's what I was reading.
Shit.
Wait, if somebody asked for your like socks for $500.
They're your military boots, right?
Mailing that wherever the fuck you need to go.
Combat boots, right?
Okay, guys, you heard it. Carbon's clothing is officially for sale. They have to be worn though. That's the stipulation.
It's got to be his service uniform.
Oh no,
That's a little fucked up. That's a
Take
little
my
fucked up.
money.
Actually, that would probably wind him in a big amount of trouble.
Yeah.
Fresh from the gym is crazy.
Ren says they miss everybody too, and they love you guys.
Love you,
Ren.
I'm gonna cry.
All right, let's get some debates in here. We're gonna do the conservative topic, and then we're gonna do. I want to debate some Christians some more. So after this, maybe we might have to do one more restart with the conservative topic, but after that, we'll go on to debate some religion and stuff like that. So, all that good stuff. All right,
all that good
keep
stuff.
tapping. We have like let me see what the fuck is tapping and see. I should write a program to see who was tapping and is watching and is no longer tapping. Yeah, that way I can call.
You're a
them
fucking goober. You're actually a goober.
Another list, just like
the fuck is wrong with
people
you?
give you feminine gifts.
Yeah, there is a list of people who give me feminine gifts. I don't fuck with that. Okay.
I don't want to hear lists at this point.
Okay. Top liker right now is Just Jordan with 8,200. Okay, 8,200. That's number one liker. We got Colleen coming at a very distant second at 2,800. Colleen, thank you so much with the number 2, and then we got Brecco's coming in right behind Colleen with 2,000. I should do this in my like announcer voice, right? 2,086. Let's go. And then top gifters. Mindy
Obama
with
voice.
200.
You're a
Mindy.
bitch.
With 212 coins. I appreciate you, Mindy. Lyric with 32, and then Nanners with 23. Let's go. Wait, where's Auntie on the likes? Where's Auntie?
Auntie, you about to
He's
get
not
caught
even
out,
in the
Auntie.
top 10. Auntie's not even in the
Auntie,
top 10.
you slacking. You're slacking,
Where
Auntie.
am I? I need
I'm
to know
busy
where am I.
drawing. Yeah, you can draw and tap at the same time. Okay.
Listen, Auntie, I've seen your drawings. Find a new hobby. I'm kidding. I love you.
We should make it to where you can pay to
Hold
kick a
on.
co-host
Void, I'm
to
doing
raise
that.
money.
I'm
That's
doing this
literally
with
what I've been doing.
disrespect.
That's my whole thing.
Void's in timeout. That
Making
was
fun of-
so mean. That
Yeah.
was so mean to Auntie.
I'm literally getting Auntie's vampire and demon angel tattooed.
You're getting that's a 10 second. That's 10 seconds. You get a 10-second timeout.
So we do have a 25 to kick for any guest.
Immediately said.
The rules are I'm half. That's fine. The rules are 25 to kick a opposition, and then they can pay 25 to come back, 100 for the month, 250 for a year, and then we did this one thing last stream. I don't know if I'll keep doing it because that shit made me tired. It's like if I'm about to end, you can pay $30 for another hour, and I'll stay on for another hour, kind of like a subathon thing. I'll see how that goes because I was tired as fuck last month. But,
dude, you stayed on till like 9 a.m.
I was on for like 9 hours last stream. That shit was crazy. Dragon, thank you for the $2 on Cash App. Appreciate you. Would a one night stand say that they were carbonated?
I was.
No, that's gonna be like if I have a beverage. Just call it carbonation or carbon. Yeah, carbonated. Yeah, there you go.
Let me get that carbonation.
Yeah, right now we do have.
That could also be like the name of your fans.
Carbonation, yeah.
That's like Carbonites.
Nights.
No, they're carbies. Actually,
no.
We went through this. They're carbies.
You trying to get dropped again?
Don't start with me.
You trying to lose your privilege?
Oh.
I'll touch him.
Anyways, how much is it? How much is it to drop a co-host?
A co-host is like $100, and I split it with the co-host.
W.
Split it.
I mean, if they just send me 50, they can't afford it. If they send me 50, I'll drop.
Right.
Can't afford it. But if it's Ducko, if you want me to drop Ducko, it's like $3. Yeah.
Don't tempt me. I'm kidding.
I'm still gonna drop when I get my markers tomorrow.
You've been threatening to ban me for months and years. And
I'll draw the duck on the board. Okay.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah. Have you erased the backboard?
Yeah, I erased it. That shit was hard as fuck to erase.
Was it like
I had those
stained
names
on
up
there?
there. Yeah, it was. I had to get like rubbing alcohol, and just like
You know, you can just like take the marker and go back over it, and because that has alcohol in it, it'll erase right off.
I tried, didn't work.
I don't believe
And
you.
then on top of that, my markers are out now. I gotta get new ones. So.
Because you never write on your board.
Yeah. Split it 90-10. Yeah, there you go.
Girl.
Okay, before we do the restart, we want Auntie. Wait, is it an animation or is it drawing? I'm gonna bring Auntie up before we restart.
Let's go.
Let's see what Auntie got.
What's up, guys? How's everybody doing?
Hop in.
Yeah, so thank you so much, Wood. I've actually been practicing drawing yesterday, and I got this new thing where I can like draw, and I want to show you what I've been working on. For like the past 3 minutes, not even 5 minutes.
I love you so much.
You're such a
I thought it was
baby,
gonna
I
be
swear
such
to
a
God.
while. Like what's that? 3 minutes.
This is what I've been working on. I'm practicing the torso right now.
Oh my bad.
I'm practicing the torso right now. Then later on in the future, I can get better. So this is what I've been working on for the 3 minutes.
Yo, somebody sent Auntie $500 so he can get an iPad.
There you go.
Actually, I got this today. It's this.
Oh, is it the map?
Yeah, it's like an animated tablet. So I've been like. Just
wait,
drawing.
is it the one that I have? Hold on. I have. It's KP pen. I mean XP.
No,
XP?
it's with this pad. I don't know what it is called.
Oh. It should say.
it is.
I think we have the same. Yeah, XP, right?
Yeah.
Oh
XP.
no. Yeah, we got the same thing.
Plan is
I have a
upside
bigger-
down.
Yeah, somebody sent me that. Somebody sent me that through my Amazon wish list, but it was like a bigger version of it. Let me show it to you.
Oh, thank you so much, Unamused, as well. Thank you so much. But yeah, that's what I've been
W
working on recently.
unamused.
It was an anonymous. Yeah,
Yo,
it's a
I
big
thought you
drawing.
said it was an anomaly. I was like, what?
I gotta
You
tell
draw
you.
a duck live for us?
I gotta tell y'all the fucking interview I almost had today, and I'm happy I rescheduled it.
Oh?
I didn't. I applied for sales positions. I applied for a bunch of them, and one that called me back is a company called. I thought it was Athlete, and from what I thought it was like selling sports equipment to like high schools and colleges and stuff like that.
Oh God.
Apparently, the correct pronunciation is Alpha Leet.
Oh?
Are you trolling?
No, I'm not trolling. And I looked them up.
God.
It's straight up an MLM alpha male cult job.
Probably required.
Oh,
you
should have infiltrated that.
You should have done it, yeah.
I didn't think of it because they sent me a text message saying, "Hey, we got your application. Do you want to set up an interview?" And I was like, "Yeah, fuck yeah." Not looking at it, and I ended up going to the fucking Instagram, and it's literally a bunch of what you can only describe as neo Yahtzee incel fucking people.
Oh, Cass, thank you for the galaxy. I appreciate you. Thank you, Cass.
With half-naked women running around the office.
All right, so we're gonna get to the next person. This is the come on, man. You know, we have a whole we have a command for you on our Twitch, right?
Oh, really?
Yeah, if
That's
you
good.
do exclamation
Means I'm
point,
making an influence.
yeah, if you do exclamation truth in my Twitch chat, Nightbot comes in and says, "Come on, man."
Perfect.
Love that shit. Why are you a conservative?
I'm a conservative because when you look at statistics, like 1/3 of Gen Z is already unalived.
Oh, you're
Not by
pro-life.
DRUGs. Not by
Yeah,
anything
by
else, but
abortions.
by abortion.
You got this, boy. Go ahead.
Western Gen Z, 1/3 is already
some water, bro.
unalived by abortion.
All right, okay, yeah. What?
Conservative principles
Hey, god damn, why the dude?
generally
Listen,
pro-life.
listen. Okay, why are you pro-life?
Because I believe in human life. I believe
Okay.
in sentience. And what
Okay, you
guys
believe
have
in
done,
sentience?
you
Wait,
destroyed that.
pause. So you said you believe in sentience, right? That's a don't mute him. You believe in sentience?
Yeah, I believe in human life.
Okay.
Like you guys
Wait,
keep
no.
dogs
Wait, you
that
said
are-
human. Wait, thank you, Dragon, for the $2. You said you believe in human life and sentience, correct?
Thank you, Dragon, for the $2.
Yeah. So, are you aware
It's
of?
unnecessary.
Wait, you think what is unnecessary?
The government
Thank you, Cass.
has priced out Gen Z to have a
Bro,
future,
can you
to be
stay
all
on fucking
optimistic
track?
about the future.
Can you stay on track of the line of questioning that we're going down, right? I want to have like an actual debate with you, but like if you're going off on tangents, I
You're
can't
cutting out.
interact with you.
You're cutting out. Your mic is
Am I
not
cutting
good.
out, chat?
No.
Yeah, well, he asked, well, I'm conservative, and I said because
Yeah, and then if you would have
is
listened, he
already
said,
unalive.
"Void, take it." Yeah, if you would have listened, he said, "Void, take it," because you're making an abortion argument, right? So I'm going to ask you again. You said you care about human life and sentience, correct?
Wait, take it crazy.
Listen, it won't be the first time I've heard it anyway.
Listen,
Yeah,
Carmen,
okay.
you told me that earlier, remember?
That's a good question. That's a fucking question. It's about your statement.
For some reason, she's cutting out. I don't know if she's.
You're
talking
such a
to me.
Bro, it's
fucking
you.
liar.
I know you hear.
This
Is
is a
everybody here?
dodge.
Is everybody here, Void? Or
Yes, I can hear
Yes.
Void just
Yes.
fine.
This is a fucking
What?
dodge.
The
Yeah.
TikTok matrix, man.
Yeah,
You
no,
never know.
it's either you have shitty ass fucking McDonald's Wi-Fi, or you're dodging the fucking argument. Trump is a
Okay,
fascist.
just ask it again. Go ahead.
Okay. You said you care about human life and sentience, correct?
Correct.
Okay. When does sentience begin in a fetus?
The moment when the XY genome connects with the XX genome.
You're a
So as soon
fucking
as the
idiot.
sperm fertilizes the egg.
Dragon.
In
with the
fucking
$4
correct.
on
This-
CA.
I
Thank
believe
you,
life
Dragon.
begins at conception.
Wait. I don't disagree. I'm not arguing that. You said something about sentience, so that's what we're having a conversation about. Please lock in. So, do you think cells are sentient?
I mean, not on the level of a beast or a human being.
Okay. Oh,
Even
Hello?
cats. Cats I would consider.
I'm not talking about fucking cats. I'm specifically
Oh,
talking about
here he's wearing shorts. Yeah.
Magala. I'm specifically talking about human cells, specifically the ovum and the sperm cell. Do you think either of those are sentient. Don't hurt your brain on this one. It's okay.
There's something going on there. I don't know exactly what
Are
it is.
they sentient? Do you know what sentience means? Wait, pause. Define sentience. What do you take sentience to be? No, not they. I'm asking about you now.
So dumb, bro.
What do you take sentience to be?
15 kickball. Let's go.
Come on, man.
You fucking listen. No. Listen. You brought up sentience. You brought it the fuck up. So I don't want to hear this man bullshit, right? I want to know what you think sentience is because you brought it up.
And no, I don't like coming on, man.
At this point, it's irrelevant. And
no, it's not.
It's your whole argument.
No, that's
you brought it up.
What you speak of what just went down with the Somali pirates in Minnesota?
Why are you fucking pivoting to Somalian pirates? What the fuck?
What? What does that have to do with abortion?
The fuck are we doing, dude? Dude, no. Okay, so now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna be Carbon for a second, right? You're pivoting, right? I'm not going to allow you to pivot. We're going to continue the debate about sentience and abortion, right? If you don't directly engage, I'm muting you the fuck again because this is ridiculous.
Yeah. Okay. Well, here's a simple explanation you need to understand.
No. To refresh your memory, the question that I asked you is, what do you take sentience to be?
Just answer the question.
I don't have to explain sentience.
Okay, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna mute you again. You brought up sentience, dumb fuck. Nobody else did. So what do you take sentience to be?
When there's a little human.
It's okay. We're not talking about if it's a part of the human genome. I'm asking you, what do you take sentience to be? What do you take sentient to be? Consciousness. Okay. What does that mean? Describe consciousness.
That means to somebody that's alive, man. You're just. It's simple.
Do you have like your own fucking? Shut the fuck up. Do you like have your own dictionary like laying in the back of your room or some shit? Because I take sentience to be a unique subjective experience to an individual.
Okay, fine. I'll accept that.
Okay, cool. Can you tell me how Can you tell me how a blastocyst has a unique subjective experience?
I don't know. I don't frankly care. And what I do care about
do because you have a problem with abortions. Yeah, we eliminated fucking things that have no consciousness, no sentience. Womp womp womp. Engage with the fucking debate.
Oh, you should be trying to debate me that number.
Do you think that fetuses or blastocysts have consciousness or sentience based on the definition that you agree to?
You're just a Brave New World Soma juice drinking test tube.
Yeah, sure. What the fuck you say test tube for?
Let's get to the root of the evil here. The only reason you're against abortion is because your ex-wife aborted your kid. Is that the reason? Is that the reason? I'm gonna
crash out now watching.
Yeah. And people should feel shame about that. They should.
That is the reason. That is the reason.
Yeah.
That is the reason.
Listen, we get it. She aborted like your 6-week-old fetus, whatever.
Your little cult club is coming to an end because.
I want you to answer my question still. Do you think a blastocyst has a unique subjective experience? Thank you, Matt Nemo. Do you think a blastocyst has a unique subjective experience?
I don't even know what that is.
Oh, see, this is crazy, right? Because I'm going to me when you don't engage with the specific questions that I asked you, right? I'm not going to let you obfuscate. I typically do, but no. So you don't even know if what you're fighting for has the criteria that you laid out, which is insane.
No, you're just trying to stir the water. just an atheist trying to,
Okay, no. So you brought up being human and sentient, right? Then I asked you if a blastocyst met those necessary conditions, and you said you don't even know.
Shout out to Beryllium for the $10. We found Logic's potential workmate. What is it, Alpha League?
Wait, that's the kick pool. That's the kick.
Yeah, we got 5 more on the kick pool. $5 more. Let's go.
If I end up getting another job and the first thing I hear is, okay, man, I'm fucking quitting and burning the building down.
Yeah. For somebody who is so famous in Carvin's Twitch or whatever the fuck he said earlier,
are we sure
you're
it's the
really
right
bad
guy?
at this.
I could swear it was a different
You're
guy.
really bad at this, right?
No, this is the guy.
You are just an obnoxious person who I don't know how to handle.
Yeah, and you're somebody who doesn't know how to engage in a fucking debate and has the knowledge of a fucking bird, right? Like of a dodo bird.
How are you not extinct?
Like why are you not engaging in the debate? Why would you come up on a debate
That you
panel?
brought up, by the way.
Yeah, you brought up this topic, and then you don't want to debate when you like all Void is trying to do is ask you like some pretty basic questions about. Yeah,
you brought it the fuck up.
It's all a numbers game.
It's not a numbers game. They're asking you how you're using terms, right? And you almost got there, but then you just like kind of gave up, right? So just try not doing that. Just answer the questions in good faith, right? It's $5 more Cash App memo to kick you. Okay, so just do that until you get kicked. Okay, all right, go ahead.
Yeah, I guess. So why do you hold an
opinion?
opinion?
That you are not this body.
Yeah. Okay, cool. I understand that a fetus is not my body, right? That's why, like, it's a pregnancy, right? It's not just. Yeah. Anyway, can you tell me why you have an opinion on something and have criteria that you don't even know? Like
depriving other little humans the right to that.
Yeah. Answer my question. How do you have this opinion if you don't even know if a blastocyst has the necessary conditions? I don't give a fuck. Could not care less.
You need to talk to some AB
How do you have an opinion on abortion with the criteria that you stipulated, and you don't know if the blastocyst meets this criteria?
I don't care about your.
It's your stance, bozo.
My position is actually 20
weeks.
I think I just said that for the
Marshmallow
he wasn't really
brain, lock the fuck in.
It's just 20 weeks.
Answer the question.
It's a deeply shameful thing that
I don't give a fuck. This is meta.
Did he say he's an
The
AB
only
survivor?
reason you're here is because your parents.
No. My mom's had an abortion. I don't give a fuck. Answer the question.
Baby, you never will be.
Answer my question.
Did he say he's an AB survivor?
He said he talked to him.
Did
We only
literally
got
just
$5
say
more.
$5 more. Yeah.
$5 more,
So
yeah.
how are you going to have this stance if you don't even know if a blastocyst has the necessary conditions that you stipulated?
I don't know what a blastocyst is. Come on, man.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So a blastocyst is the first beginnings of a pregnancy, right? Like you have no knowledge on how pregnancy works, so I don't know why the fuck you're talking about abortion.
May I ask a question?
Do you
I'm actually
one
really
second?
curious.
Do you even know how like the abortion pill works, or how most abortions are performed?
Yeah, even if you make it through, that you're going to just be met by some quack doctor who's going to...
Yeah, no.
Auntie had a question real quick.
Oh no, if Void's done, I'm very patient. I can.
Yeah, you can go ahead. This dude's not gonna
Okay,
fucking engage.
I'm really curious. You said atheist there. Presumably you're a Christian, correct?
You could say I'm a Christian. Yo, thanks for the double G's.
All right. Anyway, Kaz, thank you for the $5. Yeah, he doesn't get to answer those questions.
That's perfectly fair.
No, you're good. Kaz, thank you for the $5 to finish off the kick pool. We got a couple other people who sent some money too, so we're gonna add to the kick pool. So Unamused sent $5. Ren sent another 5. That's 10. And then Dragon sent $2. That's gonna be 12. So now we got $13 left to finish off the next kick pool. So for anybody,
This is beautiful tonight, honestly.
yeah, low key. All right, we're gonna bring up the friend.
Just
Can I
real
get your
quick,
age,
I'm
please?
gonna step down, but I can't believe
Hi,
that's
Tucko.
the come on guy.
Yeah.
Come on,
Verify
man.
in the Discord general section if I.
It's in the Discord. Okay, I thought it was on the Twitch. My bad.
All right, see you guys.
See you, Duck.
Dragon.
Take it easy.
See ya.
Unamuse, thank you
Bye,
for the gifted sub, and also QT crazy. Thank you for the prime sub, 11 months. Appreciate you. Ghost, can I get your age, please?
Oh, 23.
All right, you a conservative?
Yep.
All right, why are you a
Talk about
conservative?
abortion.
You know, man, that one argument, you know, our cells are sentient, you know, all that stuff.
You said
Yeah,
cells are
what's your
sentient?
what's your either source or argument for that?
Think about it like this: when you're sentient, you also respond back to things, right? So our
That
cells,
wasn't the fucking question that I
our
asked
cells
you.
are trapped in the matrix. Okay.
So you're like a
Just like-
fucking
Nah,
red
nah,
pill
Hold on,
blue
wait,
pill.
real quick. Hold on,
free,
wait.
we become
Let's
cancer,
just
right?
keep
We
this
become cancer
linear.
cells,
Let's
right?
keep this linear. So you think cells are sentient, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, and does that mean that they can suffer?
Yep.
Okay, so is it wrong to make entities suffer?
Yeah.
All things considered. Okay, so all I have to do is like I can pluck like a piece of hair like off of my arm, and if I like twist it, I'm doing something morally wrong, correct?
Yep.
Okay, just making sure. So you're
That's
doing
just a
something
reductive,
morally.
that's-
So you're doing something morally
Yeah, man,
wrong right
'cause, you know,
now,
our
right?
cells literally die for each other. You know, like you're just sick. You know, your white blood cells like die for you, bro. All them cells.
Actually, no.
And you know, spawn camp is kind of lame too when you spawn camping babies, bro. Like, why you better be spawn camping, bro?
Spawn keeping babies.
Spawn camping
No,
babies, right?
no, they.
Have you ever hopped in a COD
return
match,
to Cinder.
Nuketown, and got spawn camp like 1,000 times?
No, I have a fucking life, and I actually
Yeah,
have
exactly.
friends and
Exactly.
like
You just don't understand
have
it,
human
bro.
interaction.
I'm not.
Fucking troll,
No.
bro.
Bro said, God.
New guest. Okay, sure. Can I get your age, please?
Yeah, I'm 21.
All right, 21. Real quick, Caswell, thank you for the 14 months prime resub over on Twitch. I appreciate you. Okay, so you're a conservative?
Yeah, I am.
All right, why are you a conservative?
So there's two primary reasons. One is I value humans in the womb, and second, I disagree with gay marriage.
Okay. Well, we could. I want to talk about gay marriage. I want to talk about that one. We haven't talked about that one. Why you disagree with that?
I disagree with the left view of marriage. I don't believe that. I believe that marriage has a principle and a primary reason. I think it's going to be procreation. And if I think you say otherwise, I think you could basically be okay with the fact that a man can marry his sex doll, his car, his dogs, a girlfriend.
Understood.
You know, and it could reach those levels of idiocy. And
Okay.
yeah.
And just for like consistency check, you think infertile couples should not be allowed to get married, correct? Even if they're straight.
No, I think they should, yeah, because that's
Okay.
unfortunate for them, right? So they're
Well,
unfortunately.
So here's the problem. You just said about 30 seconds ago, if you think otherwise, that it's for reproduction, then you're committed to the view that people can marry like their dogs, their sex toys, and things like that. But you think otherwise, right? You think that two people who can't reproduce with each other should be able to get married.
No,
So that's
that's
just going to be a
exception.
contradiction.
No, that's an exception, and I'll explain why.
It's a contradiction. Exception is special pleading. You understand what special pleading is
I
without
understand,
adequate
but I'm going to provide
justification.
my argument for why it's the case. So, with the thing with infertile couples is they lack the biological capacity to procreate, as I'm aware of, but they have the necessary tools for that potential to procreate, right?
Yeah,
So
so
that's what's going to be. So
it's true
hold
for-
on, just give me a second. So
So
that's
it's true
just
for gay
so that's
people
what's
too.
going to be that. So that's what's going to be the primary distinction in them between gay couples.
Yeah.
And,
So just to be clear, if you had an infertile gay couple, would that be wrong?
infertile gay couples, they would both be the same sex.
Yeah, they'd be the same sex. So why would that be wrong?
Well, because they both have this. They don't have the tools. They both have a PENIS. How about
Yeah,
that?
You can
but
say
okay.
penis, it's not a bad word.
Yeah, you can say it. It's fine. So just to be clear, like if I were to take a man, who is fertile, right, and he is capable of having kids, right, and I choose, and that person chooses to be with somebody. I'm not going to give you the name of what the sex is, and he knows he will never be able to procreate with them. What you're telling me is if that other person is female, then it's permissible. If that other person's not female, then it is permissible, correct? I mean, then it's
That's
not
right.
permissible. Correct? Okay, so
That's right.
why, when I swap them, why does that make a difference?
Because, like I said, there's primary distinctions like the necessary tools for the potential to procreate. So that's my.
But
that's my
in neither
primary
case,
argument.
whether it's the male that he's dating or the female that he's dating, there is no potential to procreate. So that is held constant between the two cases. So that's not going to be a justification.
I understand. So when I said the necessary tools for the potential to procreate, I'm referring that one has a P, another has a V. So it's distinct from the other having two P's.
So why do you need the tools? Because you said it's for reproduction, but those tools are not for reproduction now. So this is just another case of special pleading and contradictory.
So
why does the tools matter?
So yeah, it's because I knew you were going to try to equate infertile people to gay people as your argument, and that's what's going to distinct them.
Yeah, well, I'm asking why is that a morally relevant distinction? Because that's just going to be special pleading. Listen, if I were to say, wait, hold on. Let's say we had.
It's an objective.
Wait, do you believe in miracles?
Do I believe in miracles?
Do you think they can happen?
Yeah.
Okay, so let's say by some miracle, two women are capable of reproducing with each other. Should they be able to get married?
Well, you do realize that miracles are grounded with some sort of realism, right? That would be unrealistic.
By definition, they're outside of physical reality, right?
That's right.
Right. So outside of physical reality, via magic, supernatural, Christian ethics, whatever. I don't care how you cash out the magic in the miracle supernatural event. These two women are capable of reproducing with each other. Why should they not be able to get married?
So how is it the case? Can you be specific on how it's the case that two women can procreate?
Through supernatural means.
So can you specify?
Why would I
as to
need
how
to?
you concluded it?
Divine intervention.
Because like I said, miracles are grounded in realism, right? They're grounded in some sort of realism, and so you need to have some sort of realism
yeah, that's why I asked you whether miracles are real.
I believe them to be real, yes.
Okay, so they're grounded in realism. So under this grounded in realism miracle,
that's why I'm asking you, where's the realism in your?
Wait, do you know every mechanism for how miracles happen?
I don't know.
No, you don't need to in order to know that it's a miracle, right? In order to make inferences about it. So just by some new supernatural miracle, two women are capable of reproducing with each other. I could, if I wanted to, ground it in realism and say biologically or scientifically, we've allowed them to be able to reproduce with each other. But I'm just, I don't have to go that far, right? But if you want me to, I can. But it seems like you're just kind of dodging the hypothetical here.
No, I would love for you to go further because I just don't understand.
So either by miracle or scientific innovation, if two women are able to reproduce with each other, then they're permitted to marry, correct?
Well, again, that falls into the category of gay marriage as well. So
yeah, then it's just going to be special pleading. You can't get yourself out of this.
You stipulated. You stipulated if it's if they can reproduce, then it's fine. That was your only criteria in the beginning.
Okay, yeah. So here's the thing, dude. You're using an assumption and using it to try to conclude. So what you're actually doing right now is you're using circular reasoning.
That's
here's
hello.
I'm
sorry, begging the question fallacy.
Begging the question is to use the premise, the conclusion, and one of the premises and reasoning to the conclusion.
That's
which premise? Which conclusion am I putting in? Which premise?
You're using the premise, right? Here's the premise: is that the hypothetical in which two lesbians could potentially procreate, or that they do procreate, right? And using that to try to use your argument and establish that could be the case, and try to find a contradiction within my argument.
Yeah, so I gave you the contradiction. The contradiction is it both is and is not the case for two people who are able to reproduce with each other. It is permitted for them to be married, right? That's the contradiction. You're affirming that proposition and you're negating the proposition. Very simple.
Yeah, I'm affirming it, but yours is not realistic though, dude.
Yeah, I'm giving you a hypothetical. Do you agree that hypothetical is logically possible?
Hypothetical.
Wait, when you say unrealistic, do you mean it's logically impossible?
Well, yeah, actually, yeah, I do.
Oh, it is logically. I thought you said.
Can you tell me the law?
Wait. So, just to be clear, when I asked you whether miracles are real, you said that they're possible. Now you're saying they're impossible.
So yeah, if I could just further explain, I'm going to appeal to Christianity. Jesus Christ did many miracles, right? Let me ask you, would he do that miracle that you suggested?
Yeah, so he could do that miracle. Yeah, it's possible.
No, I'm asking would he? I didn't say if he would.
I don't know would he, but he could. Because he's all powerful,
look,
right?
Jesus.
That's what it means to be all powerful. Is to do anything that's logically possible.
I understand.
It is logically possible for God to make a woman procreate with another woman.
It's possible, but let me ask you: would he?
You don't know. Well, you don't know.
Jesus was not for gay people, or I'm sorry, he didn't agree with gay people.
Yeah.
Right? So would he do that?
If the reason is why, right? If the reason
That's
why he's
irrelevant.
not,
Can you
first
just
of
answer
all,
my question?
if he's okay with gay people who are capable of reproducing with each other, can you give me any example
He's not.
in which Jesus was opposed to two gay people who are capable of reproducing with each other?
He's not
One-
okay with it.
Tell me, give me a single verse where Jesus says, if two gay people are capable of reproducing, I'm opposed
Well,
to
that
that
verse
too.
doesn't exist, dude.
Okay.
Exactly.
So now we don't know what
That doesn't
God
help
would
your argument, though,
want.
at
Okay.
all.
But like
Because
I
here's
said,
the
you remember
truth.
you're
Here's the
dodging. Hold on, give me a second. You're
Go
dodging,
ahead.
right? Because I asked you whether by miracle or scientific advancement, which either are possible, right? If two women are capable of reproducing, would those two women be permitted to marry? Now, what's the answer to that question?
So I'm gonna say no,
Why?
because it's still gay marriage.
And gay marriage is wrong because
Yeah, so I said the primary reason is because it's grounded in procreation. That's right.
right, and they are procreating, right?
In your hypothetical scenario, I guess so, but you're not
So-
elaborating as to how that's
Yeah,
possible.
you're saying when you say it's grounded in procreation, these two lesbians are meeting that criteria. So you should give them the exception. That's what it means to grant
yeah.
exceptions. Exceptions, hold on, just real quick. Exceptions are supposed to be consistent with the principle, the reasoning behind a principle. They don't contradict the reasoning of the principle. So for example, if you say gay people should not be able to get married because they are two people who cannot reproduce with each other. Oh, but even if they are two people who can't reproduce with each other, they still should be able to get married. That's a contradiction.
So here, it's kind of sad, dude, that you have to run to unrealistic hypothetical scenarios to help your argument.
That's
But
not an
Because
objection.
it's
Listen, I don't have to go this far. You're already
You
got
just did,
cooked.
though.
Wait, I don't have to. I just moved to that one. Just to show you
Oh,
how
so
you're
you-
hold on. I moved to that one because to show you how you're also special pleading in the infertile case, which is not go outside a hypothetical, because an infertile case is a case in which two people do not have the biological functions such that they can reproduce with each other. But you grant them that. So like, even though that's true for the gay couple as well, you don't grant that permissibility to the gay couple. You only grant it to the infertile couple. That is by definition special pleading.
So here's the thing. I've already established a distinction between the infertile people and the gay people, right? And I mean, common sense says like you know
share the
answer,
property?
right?
Do they share the property of not being able to reproduce with each other?
The infertile people.
Yeah.
Well, I mean both. Maybe I mean both of them. Maybe.
What does it
or
mean
one
to
of
be
them, who
infertile?
knows?
Okay, sure.
So it would just mean for me the inability to procreate.
Right. And that's also true for the gay couple too, right?
That's right, but I've like
Okay,
I
so
said,
that's
I've
the
already
morally
established a
relevant property.
distinction.
Any other property that you give me, like the fact that one has a penis or one doesn't,
That's a
right?
distinction, right?
That's
An
morally irrelevant
objectively
because you
grounded
did not
distinction.
give that in your reasoning.
But it's an objectively grounded distinction.
Why is it morally relevant is the question that I'm asking.
What?
Do you not understand the
Are
objection?
you asking me if it's morally relevant? I don't
Yeah,
understand what you're asking.
Oh my god. Okay, so I can pick any other property that is typical of males and females, right? So for example, do we agree that males on average are taller?
Yeah.
Right. Why wouldn't you use that property, right? To say, okay, well, listen, the reason why infertile couples get this permissibility is because males are on average taller than females, but females are not on average taller than females, so therefore it's wrong for the lesbian couple. Why would you grant that property? Why would you use the property of like the penis and the vagina when they're not actually relevant with respect to infertile couples and not some other property like height?
Because again, I've answered this before. That's what distinguishes them. Yeah. So because look here's what I know you were gonna do. You were gonna try to equate infertile people to gay people, and that's the thing.
Yeah,
that
and you weren't able to get around the objection. Now. You still haven't got around the objection.
That objectively,
you knew it, but you knew it, and you didn't have a good response to it.
And that's gonna be the thing that objectively distincts gay people from infertile people.
There's a lot of things that distinguish gay people from infertile people, right? But you're not telling me why it's morally relevant.
Well, I'm sorry.
Just to be clear, your reasoning was about reproduction. You did not give me anything about like their tools, right? Their penis and the vagina. You didn't say that in your reasoning, correct?
I think I did, didn't I?
No, you didn't. You said
I said I had
marriage
an
is ordered
exception. I gave
around
an exception
reproduction.
to infertile people. That's
No,
what I
you
said.
you said it was ordered around reproduction. Is that not the reason that you gave?
Yeah,
Did you
yeah.
want to change
And then
the reason?
no, I said that, but then I also said later on that I gave an exception to infertile people.
Yeah, I know you give the exception. The whole argument is that your exception is called special pleading, right? And you're not able to, it seems like you're not understanding the objection.
Can you define what special pleading is?
Yeah, special
I don't
pleading
know.
is when you grant an exception without adequate justification. And you're saying, oh, well, my justification is just the fact that gay, one has a penis and one has a vagina. That's
right,
not
yeah.
justification. You want to know why it's not justification?
Yeah.
Because that's not in your reasoning that you gave me for why it's wrong to be in a gay relationship. You said these people need to be able to reproduce. Infertile couples can't reproduce. That ends the story there.
Wait, so you're saying that the argument that I came up with, the fact that the infertile people being an exception wasn't included in that specific argument, you're saying it's right. So you're saying that's why it's not justified.
Yeah, so the fact that you never mentioned when I asked you why gay marriage is wrong, and you said, oh, marriage is about reproduction. You did not say anything about marriage is about two people having a penis and a vagina, right? Because you can reproduce without a vagina. You can reproduce without a penis, right? So those aren't relevant to me, but you never really gave that. You never gave that. It wasn't until after I brought up the infertile couple that you used that, which is also now moving the goalpost too, not only just special
So hold on, no, that's absolutely not. Because I could have came with a specific argument, just not included the full argument. Is that possible?
Okay, just give me the full argument. Why is it wrong?
Can you answer my question? Is that possible too?
Yeah, you can try to change your
Perfect.
argument.
So
So,
there is
now,
no-
what's your new argument for why it's wrong to be gay since your old one
Perfect. So
failed?
now that we've established that there's a potential for me coming up with an argument,
Yeah,
without
give me your
fully
new
coming
argument
with
since
it-
your first one failed. Go ahead.
No, hold on. So I came up with an argument, and I didn't fully present the whole argument, right? Because there's things that I had agreed with that you weren't aware of. That doesn't
So
mean
cool.
it's
What's your
unjustified.
new argument
That's
for
the
why
problem
it's
with
wrong?
your
That,
stance.
that argument's done. What's your new argument?
No, it's absolutely not done.
Yes, it is. What
Absolutely
is
not done.
okay? Why is it wrong for two people of the same sex to get married? Go ahead.
Yeah, and as I said before, because the primary reason in marriage is going to be procreation. And now I'll say this, because for some reason, this was a gotcha for you, but the exception would be the infertile people because they lack the P and A, right? That's distinct from gay marriage.
Okay, so it looks like we have a conjunctive proposition. Conjunctive. The
Are you
primary
searching stuff
reason.
up? That's cute.
What? Do you not know?
Oh, I
what
just said
conjunct-
it's cute. You're searching stuff up.
I'm on my notepad, my guy. So primary reason
look
for
at that.
marriage.
That doesn't
Yeah,
help
What?
Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, you
You
are.
wanna see the
All right,
screen?
primary reason for marriage is one, you said reproduction, and two, genital dynamic. In this case, P and V. Correct?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So you would say that a trans woman who has had bottom surgery should not be able to get married, correct?
Wait, so do you think you're shifting now by involving trans people?
No, you gave me a new argument, so now I have new objections. Now, okay, so your first one failed,
you're
so now you have a
shifting now,
second
dude.
one. So first of all, you said primary reason for marriage is reproduction. That failed. So now your new argument is primary for reproduction is
It's the
reproduction.
same
And
argument,
I don't know
dude.
why I'm being overtalked. So now you're saying, why am I being overtalked?
'Cause you
Okay,
did
so
this
now
one-
why am I being overtalked? Okay, so primary reason for marriage is two conjuncts. These both have to be true. Reproduction and genital dynamics, specifically P and V, penis and vagina. Now, is it when a trans woman has bottom surgery, she no longer has a penis? Do you agree? Yes or no?
So yeah, obviously.
Okay.
I mean,
Should
it's
she be able to
subjective.
get married to a woman?
Well, here's the thing, dude. Look, here's where I'm gonna
That's
stop.
just
that
going to be a
argument.
yes or no question.
Yeah, no,
Don't
hold
dodge.
on.
Don't
Hold
dodge.
on.
I know you don't have an
There's
answer.
more to it.
I'm going to get an
There's
answer
more
to the
to it.
question. Oh, you
Look,
have
now you're
more
just
to the
doing a false
argument?
dichotomy now. Look, just let me answer my question. Or let me answer the question, please. Thank you.
Yeah, go ahead.
I don't believe trans women are women. All right?
I didn't ask if
So
you they're
I'll just
women.
drop it there. Yeah, I know, but I don't believe that trans people are what they claim to be.
I didn't ask you that. Stop dodging the question. I'm going to ask the question again. Do you believe that if a trans woman who has had bottom surgery, she no longer has a penis, can she get married to a woman?
No, that dude cannot get married to a woman, no, because he doesn't
Okay.
have a P.
Okay, cool. So this will be one straight relationship that's going to be off limits. Okay, cool. All right, let me make sure I put a line through that. Trans woman, bottom surgery. But if she does keep the P, then yes, that's fine, right? She can date a woman.
If
She
he
can
does, yeah.
marry a woman. Okay, so she can. Okay, cool. Okay, now we're gonna get. Now that we have an argument and we did our consistency checks, now what is the argument that that's the primary reason for marriage?
Dude, like, I don't want to be disrespectful, but I'm like assuming that you don't listen well or something, because I already told you the primary reason in marriage that's distinct from gay marriage is procreation, right? I've established that already.
I know. I'm asking you what the argument for that is.
Dude, we've just been arguing about it for the past 20
No, we
minutes.
haven't. I've been doing consistency checks. I said I'm assuming that that's the primary reason for marriage, and then I'm making sure that you're consistent, so that way you see the reductios. Now that you're consistent with respect to that, what's the argument for the proposition that the reason for marriage is a conjunct of reproduction and genital dynamics, penis and vagina?
Awesome. So as I said
Give me the
before,
argument.
because if we don't value those things to be a necessity to marriage, then it's going to be the case that a man can marry his ex dog, his dog, his AI girlfriend, his car, and that's idiocy basically.
Why does it
Peak
follow? Why does it follow that if the genital dynamic is specifically penis and vagina, that therefore you're committed to the view that you can marry your car? Why does that follow?
So,
Go ahead and give the
no,
argument for that.
It's not specifically PNA. It's in regards to specifically procreation itself.
Oh, wait, you're back to the original argument. So you want to drop the genital dynamic one?
No, dude, I said it was the same argument. I established it was the same argument.
I'm sorry. The proposition
just with the establishment that
my God.
there's fertile people in it.
Proposition 1, the primary reason for marriage is reproduction. Proposition 2, the primary reason for marriage is reproduction and genital dynamics for penis and vagina. Are those the same proposition?
Can you define what genital dynamics is?
The dynamic between one person and another. One person has this genital, the other person has that genital, right? In this case, the dynamic is one has a penis and the other has a vagina, right?
So can I
are
just
those two the same proposition?
Yeah. So yes. So that's not
Okay, well, that's
my
just
first argument. That's just not involved. That just hasn't have enough involvement. Like me saying that exception, me not saying the exception in the first argument is not. It's not an involvement of that. It's just me not being specific enough on my stance. That's it.
No,
it's not a distinction though.
Those two propositions are not numerically identical, because in one, what you can do is you can deny one of the conjuncts, right? And given that you denied the conjuncts, you would be like you're going to be vulnerable to the infertile exception. But now, because you lost, I don't know why I'm being overtalked. But now, because you lost with respect to the first proposition, you then added a conjunct, which is that they both have to have a penis and vagina. Now, the reason why I'm asking you for that question, right, is because it's very clear that the reason why you add the genital dynamic conjunct is post hoc. You did that arbitrarily to try to get out of the objection. And now you're stuck because you don't have an argument for why the dynamic has to be penis and vagina.
So no, that's not true at all. I actually just didn't specify that in my first argument, but I had still agreed from it. I had agreed with
So what's the
exception
argument
from the start? I just didn't involve it in my first.
What's the argument
premise.
that the reason for marriage is specifically that it has to be the conjunct of reproduction, and they have to both have a penis and vagina? It's both of those, not just reproduction and penis and vagina.
What's the argument that has to be the case? Is that what you're asking?
Yes, that's what I'm asking.
Because it's what distincts them from gay marriage. How about that?
Wait, that's just going to be
because
begging
look,
the question.
here's my whole premise. Here's
because
my
I could say that about
proposition.
I could say that about like gay marriage, right? I could say, well, listen, the reason for marriage is non-reproduction and the genital dynamic of P and P or V and V, right? And you'd be like, oh, well, why is that the case? Well, it just distinguishes it from straight marriage. Right?
Okay,
that's not an argument, my guy. That's the dumbest
It
thing
is,
I've
but
ever
look,
heard.
it is because
All
like,
year,
what
by the way.
I came up with this. I came up with these two contentions. First, a human being is a human in the womb or whatever. The second one was that I disagree with gay marriage. Okay, I disagree with it. You using my same logic? Okay, it's a disagreement. Okay, that's why I'm here. So what the heck are you talking about?
You didn't say anything just now that had anything to do with what we were just talking about. I don't know what you...
Because you're saying that you could apply my logic to your
I
case.
could apply your logic
because it's a
to- in
disagreement.
favor.
That's why I'm up here.
Yeah, so the point of a disagreement...
That doesn't help your
is
argument.
so the point of a disagreement is for you to be able to like address the objections to your view. Now, just saying it's not gay marriage is not an argument for why that should be a reason, because you're making a normative statement, aren't you?
What didn't I say was gay marriage? What didn't I say wasn't gay marriage?
You said it distinguishes P and V, and reproduction distinguishes it from gay marriage. Now you said that's an argument for it. Now, first of all, that's not an argument. That's just another claim, right? and you could say it distinguishes it, but it doesn't establish why that should be the reason for marriage that we should adopt.
Wait, dude, if I claim something, is that my argument?
No, a claim needs to be supported by an argument. A claim is just a claim is just a statement of fact, right? That is intended.
No,
to
not
be a
always.
statement of fact.
That's actually not true.
A claim is just a claim is just a statement that's supposed to be intended to be fact, right? And an argument is a sequence of premises and other statements that are also intended to be statements of fact that lead to that claim, right? There's a difference between a claim and an argument.
So do you believe claims to be objective?
What?
Do you believe claims to be objective if they're grounded in facts, like you said?
Yeah, if they're grounded in facts, there's there's like an objective reality about whether a fact is true or not. Now it could be stance independently true or stance dependently true, but this is like off topic. So now I want you to give me the argument. So the argument I'm giving you the task here, right? The task is here. I'm gonna write the proposition. It's wrong to marry if and only if you can't reproduce and you have a general dynamic of P. You don't have a general dynamic of P and B, right? That's the proposition you affirm, right?
Yeah.
Okay. What's the argument for that proposition?
So these properties are going to be inherently what distinct them from gay marriage, where two sexes of the same sex are.
Yeah, we agree. Why is it wrong?
That's a completely different question. You see how you shift in there?
I asked what's the argument for the proposition that it's wrong to be in a marriage that is outside of this conjunct. And you're just saying it's not gay marriage. That's not an argument, my guy. Try again.
So why is it inherently wrong?
Yeah, why is it wrong? Why is it wrong to be in a marriage that doesn't meet these criteria? Cass, thank you for the galaxy.
Because like I said, on my premises, they none of them are equal. Like the P and V equation, right? The P and V equation don't apply to gay marriage, same as procreation.
Thank you for the galaxy. Yeah, I know they don't apply to gay marriage.
That's
right?
why
that's not the question, right? The question is why is it wrong to not have it apply to gay marriage?
I just answered the question.
No, you didn't.
I said that's why.
Now that's called begging the question, right?
No,
you're assuming, you're assuming it's wrong to be in a gay marriage, but the whole argument is whether it's wrong to be in a gay marriage, right? So when the conclusion is here, I'm gonna do this to make it more clear exactly why you're doing something wrong. Okay, so it is wrong to be in a marriage if you can't reproduce with your partner and you don't have the genital dynamic of penis and vagina. Okay, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna put a C next to that, and the C means conclusion, right? So what I need from you is at least two premises, at least two, you can add more if you want, at least two premises that lead logically to that conclusion. What's the first premise?
To the conclusion that the gay marriage is wrong.
Specifically that it is wrong to be in a marriage if you can't reproduce with your partner and you don't have a genital dynamic of penis and vagina.
So I said these are the factors that are why I disagree with gay marriage, right?
Yeah. So what's premise one?
So I guess premise one, damn, bro. So I guess premise one would be that if it's the case that these two premises before don't apply to marriage, then it's justified for, like I said again, with the man marrying these idiotic
Ontological,
things.
you said he had a question. I'm done. Go ahead.
All right, bro. Also, can we debate about...
Yeah, I did have a question, but hopefully this guy above me doesn't affect the question or doesn't answer the question. I guess the question is just going to be earlier. Look, I'll grant you the first argument. I'll grant you that. It's mainly about the general argument I kind of want to talk about. This is going to be a yes or no question. Do you agree that it's going to be the case that if somebody unwillingly had their like penis removed by accident, or if someone attacked them, they cannot get married at all. Are you agreeing that that's going to be an implication of your argument?
Absolutely not.
Okay, so if it is the case that they did the action willingly,
they cut off their
then they can't
ding-a-ling?
get married?
Are you saying if they willingly cut off their ding-a-ling?
That's
Does that tie into trans?
No.
All right, go ahead with the question against me.
Just because earlier you said, that trans woman cannot marry a woman in virtue of the fact they don't have a penis, correct?
That's right.
Okay, so if it is the case, and again, I'm going to use Carbon's thing, P plus V, right? If it is the case that we remove one of these variables, and if it's willingly or unwillingly, that means this party cannot get married, correct?
Well, I guess so, yeah.
Okay, so if it is the case, if somebody was attacked, or if it is the case by complete accident that they cut off their penis, are you telling me that that individual cannot get married anymore?
No.
Okay, so then we can have a problem here. We can have like this slight thing, this slight creeping contradiction. The contradiction is going to be simply, I provided you a scenario where the P plus V thing doesn't exist in virtue of the fact that P doesn't exist, right?
Whoa.
So if P doesn't exist, stop. You specifically said that they can't get married. Okay, well I provided you I provided two cases, right? One case is it's going to be willingly. You said yeah, they can't get married. The other case is unwillingly. Well, they still can get married. Okay, well then the question is, what's going to be the symmetry breaker between the first case I provided you of someone doing it willingly or the other one, someone doing it unwillingly? What's going to be the difference between those cases?
So here's what we objectively have established within fertile couples is that they cannot, under any circumstance, just like procreate. They just can't, right? So you chopping off your ding and then saying like, oh, you can't get married because of that. No, you still can't. You just won't be able to procreate either. That falls in the category.
Just to be clear. Wait, I just want to make sure, just to be clear. I never brought up infertile couples, right? I've never brought that up. I'm specifically talking about the P plus V conjunct you specifically made with reproducing. Okay, I'm gonna put reproducing to the side because we understand that you make an exception for the fertile couple. That's perfectly fine. Hey, that's cool, man. That's cool. I'm talking about the P plus V, right? So if it is the case that somebody removes their sexual organs willingly, by the way, I'm saying willingly, right? Could it be the case that they can marry another person? That's going to be simply a yes or no question. I can put in a hypothetical.
I understand that it's a yes or no, but there's certainly a lot more to add to it.
Okay.
From my stance.
What do you need to add to it?
Can I ask questions? Thank you. So, is it the case that someone who willingly chops off their private part is attempting to be trans?
No.
Okay, so like here's the problem with your argument.
Wait, do we have a third conjunct that they have to not be attempting? Because you only gave me two.
Sorry.
You said reproduction, gender dynamic. Now we have a third one, whether they're trying to be trans or not.
Wait, I thought you were done, dude. I'm talking ontological.
Wait, hold on. Well, I had to use the bathroom.
This is Carbon's live. That's crazy.
Yeah, I had to use the bathroom.
But he said he was done. I'm just.
Well, I said I was done for the moment. Yeah, because I had to go use the bathroom.
You
You saw me leave. Anyway, so wait, just to be clear, are we adding a third criteria now that whether they're trying to be trans or not?
Well, again, this falls into the realm of like countless possibilities from my stance that you're unaware of, right? From my view,
was that a yes or was that a no?
I just haven't specified.
Answer the question.
I just haven't specified.
So, do you still hold to the proposition that the primary reason for marriage is one, as a conjunct of one, reproduction, and two, a genital dynamic of penis and vagina?
That's right. But could you add more premises, or could you add more?
So there's more to the conjunct. So now we're changing the argument a second time.
Hold on. Like I just said,
Wait, was this time you actually the third time?
I'm approaching this from my subjective view. There is countless possibilities that I could potentially agree with if you approach them from a specific standpoint, right? That doesn't mean you're winning anything.
If I may, just real quickly. Look, I understand you're kind of using that as like a scapegoat and saying, well, I'm not pivoting actually, but there's a problem there, right? If it is the case that there's other things, right? If it is the case that there's other like conjuncts or propositions or P's to your argument, if you're not saying them outright, unless somebody is pointing it out, then yes, that is a pivot. You're being bad faith. You're claiming this. Oh no, there's an infinite amount of possibilities. Correct. Because if we're talking about your subjective argument, you still need to follow things logically and must be consistent. So if we're gonna bring something up, look, be good faith and be like, hey man, I'm gonna change my argument again. Because I don't like people saying, well, I'm not actually changing my argument because there's infinite possibility. I don't care. Okay? I'm going to simply answer the question.
Well, yeah, but
is there a
came
third
with,
conjunction to this conjunction?
The
Is there a
countless
third
possibilities
part
is
to
just
this
objective for me, right? It's just
Okay,
gonna be
so
something
you
that's
just
going
add
to
them
conclude.
after each objection. Anytime there's an
But
objection that defeats
here's the
your
problem.
position, you add a new conjunction.
It
That's just
doesn't,
called
though.
moving the goalposts. That's called special pleading. All
That's
that
not
stuff.
moving the goalposts.
Gretchen, thank you for the
That's
$3.11.
literally is.
He hasn't instantiated the obligation to reproduce. Yeah, we're gonna get to that too. But yeah, that's literally what moving the
respond to
goalposts is. When you
ontological.
have a position, right, and then when it's met with a strong objection, a defeater in this case, you move to a different proposition. And you just done that. You done it with the you said it was about reproduction. I defeated that. You went to reproduction plus genital dynamic. That was defeated. So Auntie asked you about and then you added a new conjunction, which is whether or not that person is trying to be trans or not. That was the third
I
one.
actually have a second. Wait, Carter. That kind of leads into another door open. But I'm really I want to get back on the train of thought specifically. Okay, we'll talk about that in a bit. If it is the case, yes or no, it's going to be a question. If someone removes their penis unwillingly and is still a cis man, can they get married? Yes or no? That's a simple question.
Is your question grounded in realism?
Yes, it is. There's things called
Do you know what a eunuch is?
Possible.
So someone unwillingly
Do you know what a eunuch is?
removes their pee.
Yeah, there's more. Throughout history, people have been in. There's such things called eunuchs.
Okay, so
Yeah.
hey buddy, make sure you write this on your notes. Okay, here's the third thing, right? If that happens, that's an accident, right? That's due just to an accident.
Goalpost.
Okay,
What?
so 1 is reproduction, 2 is genital dynamic, penis and vagina. What's
DNA
number
or
3?
PMV. What the hell?
Just keep adding more and
No,
more.
number
just
three,
keep adding more
yeah,
whenever
yeah,
there's a
because
good
Until
it's
your
from my
argument
view, and I
moves.
have countless
I
things
bet
that I
you do.
could
Yeah, go
potentially
ahead. You're
agree
just
with.
making this up on
Auntie,
the
didn't-
fly.
Sakes.
But go ahead.
So number 3, what the hell were we talking about?
Yeah, I bet you.
The unwillingly, yeah. So that's gonna come to accident, right? They could still get married, right? They're just gonna fall into that
What is-
realm of infertile because they don't have a potential to procreate.
Oh, that's not what I said. Just to be clear,
They said willingly. Didn't Auntie say willingly?
I
thought he
specifically
said
said
unwillingly.
no. I specifically
No.
said willingly. That's why I brought up.
That's what a eunuch is.
Oh, I misheard.
They
Sorry,
do it for typically spiritual reasons, right?
I misheard. My bad. So
I'm talking Auntie.
if someone willingly chops off their pee,
Yeah,
should they still get married?
that's correct.
So here's the thing, right? Like if someone willingly chops off their area,
This fucking
Yeah,
guy
man.
if
again.
someone willingly
This
chops off
dude
their
is such
area,
bad
they're still
faith.
not gonna be capable of reproducing, right?
Yeah.
So is it bad faith for me to say that falls into the realm of infertile?
No, it's not bad faith. But look, the problem is, right? Look, just to be clear, it's not bad faith, right? The problem is that you don't see the contradiction right in front of you. The simple contradiction is going to be the second part of the contract.
$13
The second part
left
of
on
the
the kick pool,
contract.
guys.
Can I hear my contradiction, please?
Yeah, I'll hear the contradiction. The contract you specifically provided, or I'm talking about the second part, you specifically provided is P plus V. Right? Well, I'm doing a scenario where P doesn't exist, so we don't have P anymore. P is dropped, it's gone, it left, it retired, right? So now you only have V left. You only have V left, okay?
Right.
So look, if you have V left. Okay, we only have V left. Okay, well you're saying, well, yeah, this person can still get married. Okay, well then that's the contradiction. The second, look, I just want to make it clear. Both of the contracts you provided led to a contradiction. It seems like you have no reason to actually value this. It seems like you're just like, what's it called? A dumbass. Yeah.
Homophobic. Oh, that too.
And also,
But
just
here's
real
the thing,
quick,
dude, like-
he should not have more points than anybody on this panel.
Why the hell do I have those many coins?
You had like a little
Because-
fan in here, but we're gonna
yeah.
fix that.
Awesome.
We're gonna fix that pretty soon with the.
But anyways,
It would be
so-
easier to get me there, by the way. I'm already close.
So here's
Oh.
the thing, dude, right? You claim it was a contradiction. So the thing is that like if someone willingly chops off their thing, then they're probably gonna be trans, right? They're trying to be trans, right? Like
doesn't
that's
follow.
just established.
No, that doesn't follow.
So regular dudes are gonna go and chop off the
Stop, please. Look, I just want to make sure I made it clear. I made it specific. Look, I specifically said it was a cis man who did this willingly. It's a eunuch. Now, do you have any problem with that?
Yeah, so the problem is that if he's cis or whatever, if he's a dude, that's not realistic, dude.
Eunuchs fucking exist.
Just
Are you
answer.
stupid?
Stop dodging the question. Answer it.
Hold on, wait. You know what? You're being bad faith. You're making me slightly infuriated. What's going to be the metaphysical contradiction to this? Go ahead.
Auntie.
So okay.
Bestie.
Let it happen. Here's the thing.
Thank you, DSE.
So the contradiction, or sorry, what you asked me, the metaphysical.
How is this going to be impossible under your metaphysics?
Thank you, everybody, for gifts.
Like, so I'm just gonna admit it right here. I'm not like that smart. So like when you say metaphysics,
We can tell. We can fucking tell. You ain't got to
when you
announce
say
it.
metaphysics, what do you mean?
Look, you're stating that it's impossible either in the nomological domain or the logical domain.
I don't know what the hell that means.
Okay.
Oh my fucking god.
Look, okay, in our reality and the logical area, right? You said it was logically impossible with Carbon's question. So I'm thinking maybe you're saying it's impossible because you have certain metaphysical commitments through religion or other things, right? That's what I'm asking you. So if it is the case you don't know what it is, then presumably you do what most laymen do. Just say if it doesn't violate the laws of logic, then I should answer it,
That's
right?
cute.
I
So
guess.
if it is the case that it doesn't violate the laws of logic, then could you answer my question about the guy who's willingly cutting off his penis?
So I guess here's the thing, dude. Like when I say it's not grounded in realism, what I mean to say is like, can you give me an example where a dude, where a straight dude who doesn't?
A fucking eunuch. How many times do we have to say eunuch? Like you're actually
What's a
starting to
eunuch?
piss me off. A
What's a
eunuch
eunuch?
is somebody who castrates themselves or has been castrated, typically for spirituality
I think
or a
one is
punishment for a
5.
crime.
I get 50%.
Well,
That-
is
by
a
the way,
punishment
that's
willing?
way-
Is a punishment willingly?
But so far,
Hey,
right now,
hey,
yeah,
dumb
one is
fuck.
5.
Did you hear what I also said for spirituality?
Yeah.
Did
so
you hear that?
No.
That covers both of ontological's unwilling and willing points.
let's talk about
You
the spiritual
stupid
one.
bitch.
Let's talk about the spiritual one then.
No, hold it, stop. We don't have to actually talk about it. You said specifically, give me a hypothetical that's realistic. This is realistic. This person's doing it willingly. They're doing the action to themselves willingly. It doesn't matter on why they're doing the action. My thing is specifically saying they're doing willingly. You want a realistic? We brought eunuchs. Now, could you answer the question? Because this is just going to be a dodge.
Sure. So the second premise was the first one was, I believe, P and B, right? So I argued that first premise because it's what distincts from gay marriage, right? So you're saying
I understand that fact. That's not the question. You know, hold on, just to be clear, look, I want to make sure you're understanding, and maybe I'm being rude for no reason. Could you steel man my question, or could you repeat the question I asked you? Or the
no,
context
I
of
can't,
the
because
question I asked you?
here's the thing, I can't because there's just been so much talking over and over.
Do you want me to
so, like, I
repeat you the
can't-
question?
Be so serious.
Please, yeah.
Okay, the question I'm going to repeat. Now listen, if it is a case that a man willingly cuts off his penis, right? Can that man get married? Yes or no?
Yeah.
Okay, so
could
he
get
can
married,
get married.
yeah.
So there is a problem with. Okay, look, there's a problem here. The problem here is the contradiction. Now, could you address the
So
contradiction?
sure. So that first premise was to specifically negate gay marriage, right?
Yeah, so that's post hoc. You're
That is-
admitting that it was post hoc.
That
You
it
know
was-
what post hoc means?
I don't know.
Okay, post hoc means that you want gay marriage. In this case, you're looking for gay marriage to be wrong. So you're trying to find an argument for why it's wrong. But
I'm
you
not
don't have
looking,
any.
I
You don't have
believe.
any independent reason. You're just saying, well, here's a distinction, so I'm just going to use that as a distinction from gay marriage. That's just
No.
called post hoc.
Objective distinction.
It's not.
It's an objective distinction. It's an objective distinction. That's what I was trying to say.
Well, like there's an objective distinction between tall people and short
Yo,
people.
thank you so
It
much,
doesn't
everybody.
follow that it's therefore wrong to be like a short person or a tall person.
I understand. I understand.
W auntie.
But why did
to-
what? Let's just move because this is.
Do
getting
you guys want to
convoluted.
talk about abortion?
So when
now?
it comes to, we will, but like just to be clear, actually we can kind of segue there. So just to be clear, if you had 2 lesbians, right? Do you think that she should be single for the rest of her life?
Okay, so there's a difference between dating and marrying someone. You know that, right?
Yeah. Oh, so it's not wrong for them to date each other.
Oh, no, I think gay as a whole is not right.
Okay, then what the fuck is the
But
fuck
here's what I'll
saying
say.
then?
Here's
Wait,
what I
you
will
said
say.
what? I can hear what you said.
I think that gay as a whole is not right. I don't agree with it,
Oh,
but
yeah,
it
why
doesn't
is it
mean
wrong for
that
them
my
to date?
belief should limit anyone from doing anything. Why?
I didn't.
You know what I mean?
I didn't. Okay, I'm just asking you: are they doing something wrong? Is a woman doing something wrong by dating another woman? Yes or no?
Yeah, to me, yeah.
Okay. Now, so she should be single for the rest of her life then?
Like I said, my beliefs shouldn't have an impact on anyone. Everyone has their own set of beliefs.
Oh my god.
Right?
Do
So
you
that-
think
that
she's
is up
doing
to them.
something? Okay, so
14
if she
to
were,
kick, by the way.
so she should not be in a relationship with another woman, correct?
She should not be in a relationship with another woman. Under my view, no.
Should she be single or should she be in a relationship with a man?
I think she should be in a relationship with a man. I think if they search hard enough, there'll be a man that's for them. But
okay, so and we understand lesbians to not be attracted to men, correct?
Yeah, obviously.
Okay, so she should be somebody. I mean, yeah, should she be in a so she should be related. So all things considered, she should be in a relationship with somebody that she is not consenting to be with. Or
well,
should she be
the thing with like lesbians is you've established that they don't like dudes, and there's 4 billion dudes out there. Look, like there's gonna be a dude.
Yeah, listen, listen. There's 4 billion dudes that you can date, but you're not gonna date them because you're not attracted to them.
Because I don't agree with it. Yeah.
Right.
Okay,
You don't fucking like
okay,
them.
and they don't agree with it
Sure,
either.
do
Wait,
you
hold on,
wanna
real quick.
sit on
So
my
like
lap?
they don't. Yeah. So they don't agree like
Logic.
with the level of repulsion that a lot of lesbians would have with dating a man is the same level of repulsion you would have, and you think that that's a good reason for you not to be in
Thank you,
a
Doc.
relationship among others. So they also believe that that's a good reason. So now that we understand that about at least most lesbians, what should they do? Should they be in a non-consensual relationship or should they be single?
Are you asking under my view?
Yes,
Under your
obviously.
view, is it better for them to be single or to be in a non-consensual relationship with a man?
I mean, so the thing with non-consensual is that it allows for a lot of problems. So I would prefer for them to be single, but it's just me.
Okay, so all lesbians should be single. That's your position. Or at
That's
least most of them.
That's right. That's my view. But I don't agree with gay in any way. So
Yeah. Now, why? Now, here's the problem here. If you don't think that they're morally obligated to be with somebody who they can reproduce with, in this case, a man, and there's no more obligation there, right, to like reproduce and then have the genital dynamic with that man, why is it wrong for them to be in the relationship with the woman if they don't have an obligation to reproduce?
well, first of all, everyone like do that whatever the hell you want. Like it's just my
No,
beliefs.
you don't believe that. You don't believe anybody should do whatever the hell they want.
No. I'm saying that it's under your belief.
No, under your view, you don't believe that. So we're
Yeah, I
talking
know,
about your
but
view.
dude, I'm not appealing to my view in this.
Yes,
when
you
I say
are.
this,
We're
right?
asking you about your view. Stop talking
Yeah,
about
I know,
Stop
but this is
trying to
what
get
I'm
out of
saying.
it.
No, I'm
God,
just saying
you're
something
fucking
really
running
quickly
with
before I
your tail between your
$13,
legs.
bro. Like,
every
where-
under
where
any
we at?
under anyone else's view, right? Like you're free to disagree, right? You can do whatever you want. That's what
Under
I'm
my
saying.
view, you
Under
just
my
throw
view.
your phone.
Hold on, just
throw
real
your
quick, just
phone
real
out.
quick. Like, I just want to make sure, look, the person above me, this interlocutor, you do understand the factor that we're having a conversation with you. We're debating you about
totally.
your worldview,
Yeah.
right? So if it is a case Carbon asks you questions about your worldview, presumably you're not going to be like a dumbass and say, well, under other people's worldview, you don't have to do this.
I'm the logic with
You would have to say under my worldview, right? Because we're talking about your worldview.
For sure. My bad. My bad.
$13 cash.
So I'm sorry. So I kind of got off track. Can you just ask the question again?
Oh my god.
Because I went on a tantrum about.
I just want to say, I just know everybody in your personal life fucking hates you because you're insufferable.
Sure. Okay. Sure. Okay.
You saying? Well,
Anyways, I'm not gonna answer that question.
that means
That's a yes. It's a big fat yes.
I'm trying to improve myself.
How old
How
are
about
you?
that? 21.
Why don't you have kids yet?
Why don't I have kids yet? I don't want
Yeah.
kids.
Why aren't you married yet? What's taking you so
want
long?
Wait,
I don't want.
hold on, wait, pause. You initially came in here and said if you look at sex for anything other than outside of reproduction, then it's wrong, correct? Was that not his
not
original
saying
argument?
Wait, like
Carbon?
the act of sex, is that what you're saying? Or?
Carbon, did he not say that? I don't know if we can talk about
Marriage
it.
never done it
is-
before,
what's
have you,
the
buddy?
argument? Marriage is for reproduction and genital dynamic, P&V.
No, I'm talking about before he fucking added the genital dynamic. I'm talking about when he initially came in here. He said that if you view sex outside of
I think he was
reproduction,
talking about, yeah, he said he's against gay marriage.
Yeah, I'm not
well, yeah,
talking
I'm
about
talking specifically about sex though. He said if you view sex outside of reproduction, then it's wrong.
like the act of sex, like the physical act.
Have you
of it,
done
or-
said wrong?
No, the thought of it.
Wait,
Dumb
have you
fuck.
done-
Obviously,
said
the
wrong?
action.
Oh, no, I don't think I talked about the action of sex.
Have you
in
done
any
said
manner.
wrong?
Have I done said wrong? What do you mean?
Have you
You
had
had sex
sex
and not
outside of
reproduced.
wedlock?
No, I haven't. I'm
Oh, you're a
virgin.
So you're
virgin.
married?
I'm not married, and I'm a virgin, and I'm 21.
And then you don't like women?
Oh, no. I respect women. How about that?
I respect women so much I walk away from them.
Yeah, I'm afraid.
You respect women so much that you want to control their bodies.
And you tell them that they can't be in relationships with each other, even though they're loving each other and all that.
So this,
I don't
this
tell them
actually makes
that.
all
That's the
sense.
thing. That's
You
really
do.
All
You
your
just said it.
arguments,
I think he's just
You
mad
said that.
lesbian women get bitches and he
yeah,
doesn't.
all your arguments
I
are
believe
complete bullshit. You're just jealous of lesbians.
All right, anyway,
Why would I
let's
be-
get back to
most
the
of them
arguments. Okay,
look
so
like
just to be
dudes.
clear,
Why would I
Because
be
you
jealous
get no
of them?
coochie.
Most of them look like dudes. Why would I be jealous of them?
all right, so just to be clear, you failed in your argument that gay marriage is wrong. You weren't able to establish that. You don't have an obligation to reproduce. And now you said, okay, now that we've established that you don't actually have an obligation to reproduce, we can segue to abortion until somebody pays.
Awesome. Let's just talk about abortion then.
Yeah,
Let's
let's.
talk about another thing you're never gonna have to deal with.
I'm really curious.
Neither are
I
you.
have a question. Like, while we get
Wait.
into it.
So me and Annie both
Thank you,
will have to do was it Cass? But me and Annie, there are two people on the panel who will have to deal with abortions, possibly.
If
right?
you want to get pregnant, yeah.
Wait, I've already had kids, so I can get pregnant, and if I want to get
even if
abortion,
they don't
I
want to
can.
get pregnant, it can happen.
Yeah.
Well, I
Yeah,
mean, pregnancy has to occur for an abortion. To
Well, like he
He's
said,
saying like
once
in
you
the
get
cases
pregnant.
of like our, you know.
okay, yeah,
Yeah. Go ahead.
yeah. So what's your argument for pro-life?
So I mean, I'm sure ontological is familiar with my argument, but it's essentially the telos argument, where basically
What
you
argument?
know, the telos.
Telos.
Telos. Have you heard of that one? Ontological. Have you heard of that
Yeah,
one?
he thinks like internal purpose of telos,
right, so-
Aristotelian. Yeah, he's gonna use like a natural law argument, and yeah, he's gonna.
What the
fail
So
with
if I
that,
could
so
just,
go.
so I think it is unjustified to take the life of the human inside the womb because it is on a natural trajectory toward adulthood, like a baby, like a child. So that's why I view it as immoral.
Is it wrong to do that for a seed in a plant?
Oh no, the huge distinction here is it's going to be it's a human being, right?
What do you mean when you say
okay,
human?
so
With
now
the
we-
potential for rationality and
Now, see what you're doing it again. You keep moving the goalposts. I attacked your argument, and now you're adding new conditions.
And you're like,
Human
no, I have a
and-
stipulation.
Okay,
because
so
you're
let me
you're
write
Yeah,
down.
so what do you take a human
So
to
let's
be?
wait. Hold on, real quick. Let's write down your position real quick, and then I'm never going to allow you to run from it. You will never be able to move the goalpost on it. So make sure you
Because you're
think
using
of all. Hold
equivocation
on, real quick.
fallacy,
I don't know
that's
why
why.
I'm being overtalked. Make sure you think of all of the things that make it valuable, and then you give the argument. Okay, so what is the argument that it is wrong for, let's say, a 2-week fetus or 3-week fetus right after conception? Why is it wrong to end that pregnancy intentionally to kill the fetus? Go ahead.
right. So because it's on a natural developmental process toward adulthood. How about that? That's simple.
Because the fetus is the human fetus, right? It has to be a human fetus.
Human. It's a
Okay,
human.
so
yeah.
it's not wrong to cause an abortion on like a dog or anything.
Well, I don't agree with any abortions. How about that?
Oh, so even like an abortion of like a Venus flytrap, that would be wrong too, right? Because you're frustrated. Oh, so even a Venus flytrap. Okay, so because the life, this girl's like the hive mind from Pluribus. Okay, because the life is on a trajectory towards adulthood, correct?
That's right.
You're vegan, right?
Natural developmental process.
vegan,
toward
right?
adulthood. Shoot. No.
Carbon, check your pay links.
You're just
Carbon, check
inconsistent.
your
You're
pay
just
links.
Here's the
inconsistent.
thing, guys. Here's the
Hold
thing.
on,
Here's the
hold
thing.
on.
Another
Carbon, check your
equivocation.
I
pay
heard you.
Okay. Look.
We got
So-
Jesse. Thank you so much, Jesse. Thank you for the $14. Thank you so much. And that is a kick. Let's go. Thank you so much.
Doing
Appreciate
it.
you.
Damn it. Logic.
Too fast for you.
I'm about to kick you. Thank you, Cass.
Don't do it. I'll put you in timeout again.
Oh.
That sounds ugly.
Yeah, it's immoral to
Never
do
mind.
yard work. Oh, you're a mass murderer.
You
now.
want to be
Yard
put in
work.
timeout?
I just,
boy?
Don't, Tim. It's
if
been
I
a
may.
minute. Don't do this, Logic.
It's okay.
Wait, if I may, I kind of just want to like
You're so good.
say something quickly, if I may. The individual that was up here kind of like slightly infuriated me in regards to the fact that he's using teleology in a way where it's just like it's being like
mostly rejected by most like rational people, right? Because I don't think just because something has a natural end that automatically puts normative property on, right? That's kind of more of like a descriptive property. That's why like biologists use it. They kind of use teleology, but that's kind of like a little bit different. So just to be clear, if you're still in here, that's a shit argument and get a better argument.
Yeah. Then you got the reductios like sugarless gum, right? The sugarless gum reductio. They're not able to get around that one.
Wait, what is that one? Is it so the argument? Yeah, so like whenever somebody brings up like natural law, how do you argue against that?
Yeah, well, first of all, we don't have any reason to believe it, right? Like, what's the argument for it? That's one. But two, like, you could just do reductios. It'd be like, okay, so you have things that are meant towards their natural end, right? That's what they're gonna be say. And what you're doing is you're frustrating something's natural end. And it, like, they don't just use this for murder. You could use this for anything, right? Like, they'll use this for like gay people. Well, the natural end of the penis is to, do that. And if you don't put it in there, then so they'll say like oral sex is wrong or something like that. Okay, so there's two different groups of frustration, right? So if you do it in a way that's other than, if you use this this biological part in a way that's other than its natural end, then it's wrong. Or they'll be in a different camp. If you do it in a way that's contrary to the natural end, then that's wrong. So an example would be like chewing. Yeah, we'll just say like having sex, right? So like if if the penis has its natural end is for reproduction and you're using it in a manner other than, then it's wrong, right? Because now you're putting it in a mouth, and so that's other than, therefore it's doing something wrong. Okay, now the reductio to that is like something like the sugarless gum example, right? Where what you're doing is you're using chewing, which is a nutritional faculty, and the end of the nutritional faculty is for digestion. So if you have sugarless particle-less gum and you're just kind of chewing it, you're going to be committed to the view that that's just morally wrong to do, to just chew gum like that, because you're using that in a manner that's other than. You're going to spit this thing out, you're not going to get any nutrition out of it. Okay, then
oh my fucking god.
Yeah, so now
I'm sorry, I had a debate on one of my friends' panel because they were arguing that being gay is wrong because of natural law, right?
Yeah.
And they were saying that like using natural things outside of their intended purpose is wrong.
Yeah, if you use
should have fucking brought that up. And they brought up the food. They brought up like intaking food is like beneficial because you get nutrients, right?
There's so many different examples. Like walking on your hands is like morally wrong, right? Like they don't like that shit. So what they do is they move from that one once they realize those objections are crazy, because they really want being gay to be wrong. So they like say other than, but you get these other crazy things that are obviously not wrong. Okay, so they move into the next camp. They're like, okay, using it in a way that's contrary to. Okay, so maybe if you chew gum, sugarless gum, then you don't digest it, that's fine. But if you're like chewing it so much that you start degrading your faculties, then that seems to be wrong. You're like degrading your chewing ability to chew. Okay, well, okay, maybe that seems to be wrong. But now how does that apply to sex, right? Like gay sex, like you're not degrading your penis, right, by getting head, right? Like you're like, in fact, you're probably the opposite, right? So so those kind of things, those kind of reductios, they're usually in those two different camps, right? You're like the other than and then the contrary to. So there's a lot of reductios you can do either way, but if you want to take on the contrary to, they got to put themselves through a lot of different pretzels to try to like make like being gay wrong. And then now if we apply it to like the abortion argument, they're basically saying it's the contrary to argument, which is that you're using it, which is like you're frustrating it because it's obviously the thing wants to grow into an adult, and you're doing something that's contrary to. You're frustrating it. You're not allowing it to do that. It's actually making it worse because you're killing it, right? And that's what makes it wrong, or something like that. Yeah.
That's why nobody uses like teleology in the big low-key using teleology in the big 2-5, big 2-6 is kind of crazy. It's just like the wrongest view. That's why teleology is way better. Like, let's be honest.
Yeah, Phil, bro. Yeah.
I like the idea of 2 cis men without penises. I wanted him to go that far. Also, Michael Robertson, by the way, thank you for the get this up. I forgot to shout that out earlier.
You know,
Appreciate you.
I really like the idea of like me having two boyfriends and them also being boyfriends.
Also,
so you want
his marriage one allows for polygamy, by the way, because there could be a gender dynamic that would still technically be P and V, but it would be like 3 people, right? And only the P's can go with the V's, right? Or it could be 2 V's, 1 P, or 2 P's, 1 V, or something like that. Yeah.
Just give me all the P and V.
Yeah. What about 6 P's, 1 V? Would that be too much for him?
I thought you were asking me that. I was
No, not you.
I was like, what?
Listen, I'm just thinking about 1V. No, P. Help.
You have, I think we acknowledge, Annie, you have P and V on the mind.
Yeah.
Help someone.
Annie,
Give
that
it
was a
to
Freudian
Annie.
slip. I'm so sorry.
Help, please, husband, not you.
I'll take void.
Hey,
let's go.
Okay, sure. You were in the guest request, but somebody paid to kick you. So if you want to come back, you got to pay twice that, or you can come back on the next stream later.
Oh, you doubled? That's crazy.
Yeah. Also got drill this weekend, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, so won't be live this weekend. Maybe Sunday if I get off early enough. I gotta make sure everybody knows that. So.
You know that's never the case.
Yeah, well, it was that last time. It was last.
Yeah,
time
last
the
month
drill
it
attack.
was.
Yeah, I can't.
Wasn't it because the government shut down?
No,
No,
like-
he got done early on Sunday.
Oh, see, yeah, this is how,
Yeah,
I
but
don't
it's
remember
just
yet.
very rare that they let us out early. Well, sometimes they do let us out early enough Sunday. So.
Well, and not every time are you like recouped enough from it. Last time you just had the
If I
energy
get enough
to do
sleep,
so.
they let us off early.
Thank you, DSE.
Wait, can you check how many likes on
yes,
that?
appreciate you. You said what?
You check who's top liker now.
Ontological has 16 likes. Wow, Auntie, the fuck?
What? No.
You're number 7.
Speaking of which, I told y'all to get to 69K a half an hour ago.
The comments are off.
No more comments. Bad. You're all in
Now
trouble
it's
now.
420,000. If you don't get there, we're never turning them back on.
Well, hold on. Just to be clear, if we took the guest's argument, then the natural end to the comments is supposed to be used for comments, right?
Yeah,
So
you're using it
presumably,
contrary to yeah.
That wasn't even me that time. That wasn't me that time.
Okay, so number 1 liker is Just Jordan with 9,300. Number 2, JoJo with 5,800. Number 3, Kaz 3,350. And then top gifters. I know there's some big spenders tonight. Kaz, number 1, 6,000 coins. So we're gonna get a W in the
W,
non-existent chat. For
If you can get
Kaz,
to 75K in the next 2 minutes, you can have comments back.
and then number 2 gifter is Doc, No Mercy. Thank you for the 1,000 coins so far.
Buddy,
And then we
if
got
somebody sends
Mindy
me
at number 3
$10
with
on CA.
220.
If someone sends me $10 and say I'll turn it back on right now.
Yo,
If you
real
send
quick,
me 30,
check the group chat.
send me 30, and I'll haunt you in the good way.
Yo, send me something so I can fix my damn car. Actually, like I'm on the verge of not having a car anymore.
What's wrong with it?
So I personally can't tell you like the exact thing that's like
You
it.
did something dirty in the backseat and it ruined it, didn't it?
First of all, technically, this is my mom's car. We share a car.
All right, we
because
got
we,
You
like,
did something
basically live
dirty in the
together.
backseat, didn't you?
Jorge, can I get your age,
Watch
please?
how you talk about my mother.
Yo, I'm 31. You just need my age?
Yep,
Oh,
no,
I'm
we're good.
32. Holy shit.
Oh, okay. You're conservative?
My bad. Yes, sir.
All right, you want to tell us why you're conservative?
Yeah, I mean, I could give you the boring answer. I just believe in, limited government, life, liberty, property, traditional values, I guess, stuff like that.
Okay. Well, I mean, some people believe in limited government in like some areas and others. Like I think limited government is like a very broad term, and like liberals have like their views of what they think should be limited government. Conservatives don't. So like, are you like libertarian limited government or like just standard conservative?
Yeah, I mean, I guess the minarchist, libertarian, kind of like founding fathers. Government should be small but strong in small in scope, but strong in
force.
I guess just force. Yeah.
Okay.
When it comes to things like
traditional
military.
values. What are those?
Yeah, I think the government has a fundamental responsibility to protect our life, liberty, property. So that's like military, courts, and there's probably one I'm missing. Yeah, like police, stuff like that.
Okay, and then what
Like
are traditional
rule of law.
values?
It's rule of law. Yeah, traditional values is, I guess, effectively like strong family units. I guess like a Judeo-Christian ethic, those kind of things.
Okay. Okay, we can go through some of these. We can talk about the traditional value one, because we just got off a conversation with that guy about it. You say Judeo-Christian values. What are Judeo-Christian values? I get a lot of like, there's a lot of daylight between like Christians and what they think are Christian values.
Yeah, I would say moral absolutes like Ten Commandments, human dignity, equality, like all people are created in the image of God. You should try to look out for each other, love thy neighbor kind of thing. You should work hard. Don't impede on people's freedom.
How's that any different from what a liberal believes?
How is that different from what?
Yeah, all the things you just said, those seem to be what liberals apply to. These are consistent with like liberals and leftists, by the way.
I wouldn't say leftists believe that. The leftists are explicitly against the Constitution, and they think that it's
we're talking about Judeo-Christian values. You didn't mention the Constitution and the Judeo-Christian values. Specifically talking about Judeo-Christian values.
Yeah, I would argue that the Enlightenment era and the Constitution are informed by Judeo-Christian values and philosophy. Specifically,
well, I mean,
John Locke is a
like
good example.
slavery, but like, I think when we say things like, okay, you said like look out for each other, you think liberals are going to disagree with that?
No, I think liberals used to agree way more. I think that's why you see so many liberals on the right nowadays.
Wait, like right now, liberals and leftists, they're saying you think that they believe that we shouldn't look out for each other.
I get the sentiment that leftists do not like liberals. I think there's a fracture there.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean you cannot like someone. But they're saying like, because conservatives don't like liberals.
No,
but that's consistent with looking out for someone.
I wouldn't say conservatives dislike liberals. I think we believe that you guys are well intentioned.
Hello?
No.
I think many conservatives.
Y'all
believe
made up a whole new fucking slur for liberals.
And I'm sorry.
What's that?
Y'all,
what
I'm sorry.
slur did I
Hold
make up?
on. I'm sorry.
No.
Donald Trump has been calling liberals the enemy from within since the beginning of last year.
Are we talking about the liberal philosophy, like dating back, or are we talking about liberals in
just
present
liberals?
day?
I don't know what the fuck
like
Trump is saying.
Like current modern liberals right now.
Yeah, you have a lot of liberals that will call themselves socialist. Do you think socialism is
then they wouldn't be
is akin to? Well, that's what they identify as. They identify as liberals that are
democratic socialists?
Democratic socialism.
Okay, well, yeah, democratic socialism is not socialism.
Those are those are effectively socialists. Yeah.
Like socialism is just such that the means of production should be owned by the workers. Democratic socialists don't affirm that.
Yeah, but that again, it's we can get into the technical.
It just has the word socialism in it, but it's not what social Marxism.
Socialism achieved. It is though. It's socialism achieved democratically as opposed to like a top-down, like a Marxist-Leninism.
No, that's not what. Okay, so when I say
it is,
real quick,
for sure.
The label democratic socialism is not Marxism or socialism. It just has the word socialism in it. It's just an equivocation. This word, hold on, real quick. The word socialism there means something else, right? It's not national socialists, right? The Nazis were not socialist, right? They just called themselves national socialists. But they weren't socialists. They didn't believe that the workers.
That's a whole another rabbit hole that I won't
regardless,
respond to now. But
regardless, like that, like
but that's
things mean different things, right? Like if I say phenomenal conservatism, right? I'm not talking about a political philosophy. I'm talking about like a.
If you know the history of democratic socialism, yeah, again, like if you read the history of democratic socialism, where it stems from, it is socialism, but
what is socialism?
The technical definition is
Yes.
workers own the means of production, or some
Right.
collective owns the means
Democratic
of production.
socialists don't believe that.
They,
The ones who call themselves
it's-
democratic socialists don't go that far.
It is.
They're fine
it
with
is
it,
a
but
branch. Yes, it is a branch. It is rooted in that though, where it is based on equity and redistribution. It is a form. It does share
that's
a
just a social
philosophical root.
democracy.
No, social democracy and democratic socialism are not the same.
Yeah, they are. They're usually like pretty much the same thing. They're used interchangeably usually.
They're not.
But just when we talk about
Nothing-
Marxism and socialism.
redistribution?
Okay, listen, I'm telling you as somebody who's a social democrat, I'm telling you what these words mean. If you don't understand them, you don't know what we mean. When we
I
use the term,
understand
hold on
them,
real
I
quick,
just-
please. I'm telling you what we mean when we use the terms. You can have your own language and your own private definitions of how we use the terms. I know how we use the terms. I'm on that side, right? The DSA, they're not socialists. They have socialists in them, but they're not socialists, right? Democratic socialism is not socialism, right? So anyway, that's just like
They
semantics.
pass socialist policy though, do they not? Do they pass socialist?
If what you mean by socialist policy, right, is workers owning the means of production, all means of production, then no.
It is, and if you extrapolate from that, it is redistribution, price control, nationalization of industry. Those are socialist doctrines, right? Those are socialist ideals. For example, nationalization of healthcare. That is something that is very much pushed on your side. That is a socialist idea.
Yeah, well, like it depends on what the thing is that's being nationalized, right? Like the conservatives want to nationalize some industries as well, right? And that's just
Like what?
consistent with conservatism, right? But regardless,
what industry do conservatives want to nationalize?
Yeah, so Donald Trump, like for example, and a lot of conservatives on his side are supporting of the government taking
Intel.
part in Intel. There are certain things like NASA, right? Like these things some of these things that they don't believe should be private, or maybe some of them should be private, but there also should be a public option for it. That's what some conservatives believe. A lot of conservatives.
Yeah, but that falls into a category called techno-nationalism, which is not necessarily socialist. It's taking a stake in key industries as it pertains to national defense. Like it's not socialist in its root, meaning like there's no intent to redistribute, and there's no socialist ethos there. Does that make sense?
Yeah, so that's going to be true for a social democracy, right? Like just because like one individual, hold on, please. Just because somebody who is like a social democrat like Bernie Sanders, right, believes in like one thing that shouldn't have like a private option like healthcare, right? That doesn't mean that he's a socialist, right? That's just like just because like I don't know if you think you're saying something interesting by saying, well, listen, socialists believe X, and there's also a union and some things that socialists believe in that's not inherent to socialism, but it's strongly tied to socialism. And then there's democratic socialists and social democrats who also believe some of those things that are in union, but are not inherently socialist, right? It's just something that socialists happen to believe, right? I could just make that same argument for like conservatives, right? That's not interesting. We have meanings for terms, but anyway, like please, this is semantics, right?
Can I just?
Like, no.
It's not semantics.
This is
Bernie.
I promise you, this is semantics. Because
But you said Bernie. But you said Bernie believes in one thing. Does he believe in free college?
I didn't say he believes in one thing. He
You
doesn't.
said just healthcare.
That's not
you said
national. He
nationalization
doesn't
of
believe.
land.
That's not nationalization making it free.
Okay. Heavy state intervention / state is funding.
Okay, now
the
we're moving
entirety-
it. Now we're moving the goalposts here.
That's
now,
not-
like
that's
it's the government
effectively-
fund. Now it's the government funding things that's tied in.
But
with
it's also
socialism.
controlling. It's also controlling, right?
Yeah, okay,
It's like
then that's
private and name
conservatism,
only.
right? Because you think like conservatives believe that you should control things inside of schools, like you don't want people to be able to teach LGBTQ stuff. That's controlling, right? In schools, you agree with that, right? And you agree that you should be
agree
able to
with
take away
what?
funding from like certain schools if they start teaching like LGBTQ stuff, right?
I mean, sure. I don't know. Sure.
That's controlling. I don't like. That's not socialism. Like that's just like just because socialists believe some things like that doesn't mean it's socialist.
Conservatives will push for school choice and vouchers.
Yeah,
The
also-
left will say, oh no, it all has to be controlled by the state to have equitable outcomes or whatever. But there's a huge difference there. in philosophy.
No, we believe
we don't
like
believe
you can have private schools, right? It's just that you shouldn't like the government
They're
shouldn't
extremely
fund.
hostile to it.
No, the like liberals and like even like Bernie bros like believe that you can have private schools, right? They don't have a problem with that.
They think college should be fully funded by the taxpayer. They think healthcare should be fully funded by the taxpayer. They think housing, public housing.
We were talking about Judeo-Christian values,
semantics.
Right? Yeah.
Okay, sure. We can go back to that.
Talking about Judeo-Christian values, and I'm telling you, like, some of the things that leftists and liberals agree with Judeo-Christian values. Like, you're not saying anything that's inconsistent, right? Like, leftists believe that everybody should have healthcare, which seems to be like something that's with, and then like the conservative just disagrees on how we get there, right? But they believe, hey, look out for
it depends on the mechanism.
Yeah, it depends on the mechanism. That's a Judeo-Christian value. But nonetheless, they both agree on the Judeo-Christian value that you're saying is Judeo-Christian value of looking out for everyone.
Yes, but a primary function of Judeo-Christian value is the emphasis on the individual, and the left is always the emphasis on the state or the collective.
Wait,
so we don't believe.
Where did you get that from? Where's the emphasis on the individual? You're, as a Judeo-Christian value.
That's simple. You as a, I mean, I don't know if you're Christian or not, but just for the argument, like if you're a Christian, I cannot say, there's nothing I can do to save you. The only thing that can save you is yourself, and it's your relationship to God, and it's a focus on the individual and what the individual does for others. So the religion, the theology is focused on the self. Like, obviously,
I'm sorry. Do you think like leftists? Wait, hold on. First of all, no. But like, second, leftists do critically analyze like individuals and say you did a wrong thing. You have a responsibility for that. That's not inconsistent with leftism or liberalism.
Their solutions are collectivist. This is the difference.
Wait, when you say their solutions are collectivist, is it about helping out the individual?
It's usually about helping out some collective.
Collective of what?
So, for example, like, I mean, I guess it could be historically it was like by class, right? I mean, that's the classic socialism, like Marxism. It's like we need to help out the workers or the workers' rights or whatever.
Yeah, because the workers are individuals who are being exploited by like other individuals, right?
But like it's a collective of individuals. I'm just saying that the framework is geared toward collectives as opposed to the individual. Religion is geared toward the individual.
When you say religion is geared towards the individual, I'm sorry, that is not a Judeo-Christian value. First of all, the Christian God, the Christian God absolutely punishes people collectively instead of individually.
Maybe Old Testament stuff, yeah, that's true. But I'm talking about
doesn't change. The God doesn't change.
The teachings change a little bit. I mean, with Jesus, but I don't know. Whatever. What is your point? What do you want to get to?
Yeah, well, I'm just saying, like, when you bring up like Judeo-Christian values, it seems like there's large overlap with liberals and leftists on what you're saying is Judeo. Now, I disagree on what Judeo-Christian values actually are. Like, I think you're just saying there's an interpretation. I think slavery is a Judeo-Christian value, right?
No, absolutely not.
I mean, it is. I mean, that's like the Bible in the Old and New Testament affirms it. But like, you know, you guys dropped that, so that's why I'm moving to. No, it
doesn't prescribe it. It describes it.
Yes, he does. In Leviticus 25:44, God explicitly says you're allowed to own slaves as long as they're not Israelites.
And then Jesus never retracts it.
What?
Leviticus 25:44. He says you're allowed to own slaves as long as they're not Israelites.
And then Jesus never retracts it in the Old Testament, in the New Testament.
Yeah.
I apologize.
Here, I'll pull it up too. Gretchen, thank you so much for the $5 on Super Chat.
I see what
hold on, real quick,
yeah,
real quick. Socialism is not the same word as socialist, like communal isn't the same word as communism. Thank you so much. Appreciate you, Gretchen. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't know if it's this one or another one. I think it's this one that the word slave here. The word slave here is being used. It's not in the contemporary sense. It's being used as someone who owes a debt.
No,
it's not this one.
You're talking about.
Do me wait, hold on, wait. We'll solve this real quick. Read 2 passages above it.
Yeah, they're pretty clear.
You can read it out loud.
I have to find the full thing. 2 passages.
I can read it. It's fine.
Passages above it.
Yeah. Start from 30. Just start from 39 and go all the way. Yeah, down. Leviticus 25, verse 39.
Specifically giving you 2 different definitions.
Oh, can you read it? Or?
Yeah, I can read it. Yeah, that's fine. If any of your fellow Israelites become poor and they sell themselves to you, do not make them work as slaves. They are to be treated as hired workers or temporary residents among you. They are to work for you into the year of Jubilee. Then they and their children are to be released, and they will go back to their clans and to the property of their ancestors. Because the Israelites are my servants, whom I brought out of Egypt, they must not be sold as slaves. Do not rule over them ruthlessly, but fear your God. Starting from verse 44. Your male and female slaves are to come from the nations around you. From them you may buy slaves. You may also buy some of the temporary residents living among you and members of their clan, born in your country, and they will become your property. You can bequeath them to your children as inherited property, and you can make them slaves for life. But you must not rule over your fellow Israelites ruthlessly. So when you said slaves, right, meant somebody paying off a debt, you're talking about Israelites. Where it's here, and starting from verse 44, it's talking about non-Israelites. They're allowed to be owned as property for life.
Okay, yeah, there might be that's fine if that's the interpretation. There might be verses that condone it, but the point is, even in the same biblical text, right, there are ones that also condemn it, and ultimately it would.
Where does it condemn slavery for non-Israelites?
In the New Testament, Old Testament, or both?
Either.
Okay, one sec. I'll look it up.
Yeah.
I don't have this memorized, but
that's fine.
Give you a hint. It ain't
I
there.
promise you, we debate this all the time. We can't find it.
Yeah. I've read the Bible 15 times. Been studying the original languages.
What's the over/under that he brings up the Paul verse about that individual freeing that one slave?
No, he's gonna bring up neither male nor free. I'm sorry, neither male nor female, slave nor free. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's gonna be one of those two.
That's usually was that Galatians?
Yeah. You guys want to save me some time here then, or what do you?
Well, Jorge,
we
it's
know
not
them
in the
all,
Bible.
Yeah, it's not. So if you have one that we don't know about,
The only time that it's condemned is when it's against Israelite people, specifically Israelite men, right? This is the only time we can see that owning someone as property is condemned, is when it's against an Israelite man. You can still have them as a bondservant, but not a full-blown slave.
So you guys know the Philemon 15:16, slaves as brothers?
It's not talking about slaves in general. This one is like specifically saying that everyone can come to God, regardless of who you are.
That's not a condemnation of slavery.
Yeah, because we're understanding what Jesus was teaching was this new age version of Judaism that was for everyone, including Gentiles, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so that's what it's getting at. It's the same with the Galatians verse. Both these verses are saying that everyone can come to God, that everyone is accepted and seen in God's eyes.
Sure, but the Bible also, like, the sentiment of all men being created equal is consistent, and God created man.
Where does it say that in the Bible?
How's it consistent if you're allowed to own a
That would be,
it never says all men is created
on your
equal
own
in the Bible.
understanding.
That's in the Constitution, not even the Constitution.
But the Constitution.
But it's not from the
but
Bible.
they're pulling
Grant.
from biblical.
No, they're
teachings.
not.
They're absolutely.
No,
are.
they're not.
I'm literally
Hold
reading.
up.
I'm literally reading. John
Jorge,
Locke at the moment.
Jorge,
He makes a whole-
listen.
you should read his
one
letter.
at a time, please. One at a time, please.
It's not pulled from the Bible. The people who created the Constitution
Joe,
and
thank you for
everything,
the subscription.
then they formed this country. They were deists. They weren't talking about the Christian
They were
God.
they were absolutely talking about Christians.
They were deist,
And by
friend.
the way, if you, I recommend you read. I think it's called A Letter of Toleration by John Locke, where the principle, the doctrine comes from. He explicitly says where it comes from. It is the Bible.
That might be his take on
That's
it,
where they're
but that's
pulling it from.
not the case. Because
recommend
nowhere
it.
in the
It
Bible,
is.
excuse
You
you,
can
I'm
read
still
his-
speaking. I have been so silent tonight. Stop interrupting me. This is not something you want to go head to head with me on. Nowhere in the Bible does it say all men are created equal. And in fact, there is a heavy tone of certain men not being equal, certain people not being equal, right? Like Jesus himself calls a Canaanite woman a dog, which is a straight up xenophobic remark.
Okay. Again.
It's fine that you don't know your Bible. That's okay, Jorge.
Actually, you're right. I actually haven't read the Bible, beginning to end. And that's fine. I'm not claiming to be a biblical expert. But what I do know is history, and I know that these Lockean principles. If you go read John Locke, you go read his letters, you go read his book. The concept of life, liberty, property, and that all men are created equal, what we consider to be Lockean principles, are directly derived What?
How is it derived? You're saying, you're referencing John Locke's interpretation, but we're referencing what John Locke is supposed to be referencing, and we're telling you that the document that he's referencing doesn't say that. So if you want to say it's a Judeo-Christian value, it's like
So Jorge, just because he got this, hold on. He got this feeling when reading the Bible, therefore he thinks this is what the forefathers were doing. We know that the forefathers mostly were deistic. Do you know what deistic means?
Yeah, it means you believe in a God, usually monotheistic God, but deist.
No, it believes you. No. Be honest. It means you believe in a God, but you don't think that God has any power or play in ongoing things.
That's not.
That's what a deist is.
We can get into the Jefferson Bible. We can get into the founders, each individual founder's relationship to Christianity. But this is just total religion.
I like how this is a giant pivot away from the fact that
It's not a
Judeo-Christian
pivot.
values
It is.
yeah, it's
It-
like
it doesn't
if
value
what you
slavery.
mean. Okay, listen.
does.
I can come up with anything that says, listen, Judeo-Christian value is just universalism, right? Where everybody's going to go to heaven at some point. Nobody's going to go to hell, right? I can say that, right? But you're going to be like, well, that's the wrong reading of the interpretation. If you're one of those Christians, I don't know if you're one of those Christians, but if you're one of those Christians who doesn't believe that, who does believe that there's separation from God and hell, like you're going to be like, well, no, that's not the Judeo-Christian value because you're misinterpreting the Bible. And all we're telling you is, I mean, it looks like you kind of conceded on the Leviticus 25:44 one, right? You didn't really have an objection there. So you're saying like in the New Testament, there might be some reading that condemns slavery for non-Israelites. And that's all we're trying to figure out.
Yeah, I mean, again, I'm not like a biblical expert, but I do know that historically, all the abolition movements were by Christians, right? Do you disagree with that?
What?
And the movements
all
that
of them? No.
started, and the movements that started slavery were
99.9%.
Christian.
What's that?
This is not a good thing. Like, it was Christians fighting Christians. Christians
Yeah.
who believed slavery was
Yeah,
okay, and Christians who
absolutely.
believed slavery was
Yeah,
wrong.
Yeah, that's always
I
happened.
agree.
That's what
I
the
agree that the-
restoration was about. It was like Christians fighting
So
Christians.
so
right?
hold on a minute. I agree that the Bible was definitely used to justify slavery, but it was ultimately used to end slavery.
Yeah,
Yeah.
listen, the Bible was
They-
used to
they
justify. The
believed-
Bible was also used to justify bans on interest being charged. And then when capital markets
Usury.
started arising, then they were like, the Bible was being used to justify why there should be interest being charged, right? Like
There's no
you can say,
disagreement. There's no disagreement here. But
yeah,
like,
but the question is,
the
what's
core-
what did the actual authors mean? I agree that people
Well,
misinterpret stuff all the time.
and
Why
we
do you
have- and we have
believe?
hundreds of years? Because we have
Right.
hundreds of years and tons of philosophers and tons of their writings dating back to the old Catholic Church, right? To the early and to.
Are you Catholic?
I'm personally Catholic, yeah. But regardless, I don't want to get into that right now. The
You
point
don't
is that
sound like a
Oh, of course you don't.
well, because I
You don't
mean,
s-
do you want to?
I'm just not, I'm not gonna lie,
Why
you
don't
don't
you
sound like a Catholic. Typically Catholics are a little more educated.
Yeah, actually, you're right. I don't disagree with that. I don't go to like, it's not like I study the Bible all the time. I didn't really come here to explain
I
my
didn't study the
biblical
Bible all
views.
the time, but I was a Catholic, and I at least read it when I was a child.
Well, I mean,
And
if
I
your
didn't,
entire
and that's the
argument
difference
is
between
like,
you and me. I didn't have the opportunity to read it. So
well,
I
if
mean,
one
you
of
can
what
hold
you're
that over
saying-
me if you want, but like I don't.
I am. It's okay. Carmen was talking, by the way.
Well, if what you're saying is that conservatism affirms Judeo-Christian values, right? And then like we're disputing what, like you're saying like this is irrelevant, but like no, we're disputing what Judeo-Christian values actually are, which we understand is to be the correct interpretation of the intentions of the original authors of the Bible. Now, if you don't have any contention, so you're just saying, well, people interpreted it this way, that's not an argument. We're asking what the correct interpretation is, right? Because like, so like it's like
But hold on. But the point, the key thing here is when we talk about conservatism, right? We're talking about it. It's like a political philosophy within the U.S., within the Western, I guess, how to say it, like correctly. We're saying how these values show up in a political framework, right? So so yes, it's relevant, but I don't see what the issue is here.
The,
Like,
the
we're
issue
talking about
was
how it-
because like Christians at a certain point in time believed that slavery was morally justified, and we agree with we understand through historical evidence that they were using the Bible as that justification. You can use the Texas
And then they
secession.
used it as a
Right,
justification.
well, just to be
for
clear, like if
abolition.
you think that that's a reason to believe that a Judeo-Christian value is not slavery, then you're also going to say have to be committed to the view that a Judeo-Christian value is slavery based on the same evidence.
Not necessarily, because you can argue that if all man is created equal, then that is completely anti-slavery.
Well, first of all, the Bible doesn't say all men are created equal. It says love your neighbor.
It says all people are created in the image of God.
Yeah, but guess what? It
mean
doesn't
they're
deny
equal.
it doesn't deny their status. For example, if you go to Galatians, it says even if you're a slave or you are a free man, you can still come to heaven. It doesn't say slave owners free your slaves. It doesn't say that.
Yes, it doesn't command. It doesn't explicitly command like freeing of slaves. Sure, but that doesn't change the teachings of it, right? And the ethics of it. And the ethics would lead you, like if you follow it, which is what happened. The ethics will lead you. What do you mean no?
No, it's
With
saying like if somebody's a
who
slave,
led
it's
the
saying if somebody. Hold on, we're not talking about. Listen, there's a distinction between what the actual authors intended of what they mean when it comes to their ethics and what they think was permissible and impermissible. There's a fact of the matter to that. Now, what people interpret that as is not relevant to the question. I can look at the Bible and say, oh, abortion is morally permissible. I can read that if I want to, but you're going to say that that's incorrect. And then I say, oh, well, I led the pro-choice movement because the Bible tells me that it's morally permissible to kill children or something like that, because I think it's okay all the way up to 9 years, right? Because I think God is all powerful, all knowing. So if he allows me to do it, right, then it must be okay, morally permissible. I could say something like a Calvinist view, right? Like I could do any kind of view I want with any kind of argument.
By the way, I saw James Talarico make that argument on abortion. On
James
Joe Rogan's show.
Talarico is probably more in line with Judeo-Christian values, but regardless, we can.
You would say that because you're a collectivist as well, so you obviously agree with his worldview.
I mean, he doesn't say anything that's inconsistent with Christianity. Well, at least Jesus.
He absolutely does, but
maybe he says something that's inconsistent with the wrath of the Old Testament. But yeah, he said, "Love your neighbors, be compassionate," all that stuff, right? Anyway, so
but he
listen,
goes
just
but
because
again,
like
it
I
goes
can
down to the
point to
mechanism.
you. Listen, I can point to you, James Talarico. He goes around like he's saying, well, my views, some of my views at least, are formed by the Bible and formed by Judeo-Christian values, right? And I can use that as an argument that that's the actual correct interpretation, but that you're not going to accept that argument. So what we should be doing
because it's a
is
faulty
actually
argument.
arguing. What we should be arguing the actual content of the Bible.
Yeah, but here's why James' sentiment and argument is faulty, because he seeks to export his virtue to the state, and that it's not something that you will find in Christian teachings. That it's not on the responsibility of some collective. It doesn't absolve you of your responsibility to each other and to yourself, right? And this is the key difference: is he is a collective. He's using a new Christian argument, like a Saint-Simon style argument, to centralize power in the state, specifically for himself. That is not Christian. That interpretation of Christianity is it's one of.
Well, you want to talk about the content of the Bible now? You want to see if that's true or not?
What do you mean the content of the Bible?
Yeah, you keep going back to whether that's Christian or not, and then when I try to keep you there, you then run back to, oh, this is how people interpret it.
Oh, okay, sure. Yeah, so tell me.
Okay, let's talk about the content of the Bible. I want you to tell me how slavery is not morally permissible under Christianity.
Yes, person who hasn't read the full thing.
I've already said that if the Bible is preaching all people are created in the image of God and you have free will, how can you justify slavery if you have free will?
Well, okay,
because God tells you to.
Because there are people. Do you agree in 1 Timothy 2:12, God said that women shouldn't have authority over men?
I guess, do I agree that it says that? Yeah, sure.
Yeah. So does that mean that they're equal? Is that equality to you?
It depends on the context. This is where the context is.
It says in no context. It says here, I do not permit a woman to teach or to assume authority over a man. That's what it says.
Again, I feel like you're taking.
Do you think that that's equality?
Sure. You haven't read the fucking thing, man.
So what does it matter if I haven't read it?
How do you know the fucking context? How do you know the context if you haven't read it?
Because I've heard the arguments for interpretation.
Oh, so you're leaning on someone else's understanding of the book.
What do you think you lean on?
Do you think reading the book as it is, as the Bible tells you what to do. You're leaning on someone else's understanding, so it hopes it fits your conservative mindset.
Wait, hold on. You realize there's not even agreement, there's not even consensus in the Christian world. Like, I mean, yeah, it might mean this to you, but to say that it means that to all Christians, like,
yeah,
I know,
and I'm trying to understand how you understand the correct interpretation, and these individuals you're listening to have the correct interpretation, when you just admitted out of your own mouth, there's so many different interpretations, there's no way for us to actually confirm any of it. You're just relying on the Catholic Church because you're a Catholic.
I mean, I actually vibe with a lot of the Protestants. Like, I mean, I've gone to many Protestants.
It shows.
Oh my God.
Oh,
okay.
God.
Let's
25
just
to
get away.
fucking kick.
Why is abortion wrong? Let's go somewhere else.
Yes, let's talk about it.
Because it's the termination of a life of a human life.
Okay, go ahead, boy.
Okay. Yeah, so why should I give this fetus like moral consideration despite the fact that it's human?
Despite the fact?
Yeah, like I can grant you that it's human, right? That doesn't tell me why I should give it moral consideration.
Well, like, are you doing this from a biblical perspective or just from like a rational perspective?
Just reasonings.
I mean,
if you want the biblical one, I got you.
I guess there's a couple routes you could go, but it's.
I'm asking you your view.
Yeah, it has a full life to live, so therefore it's deserving.
Wait, what's the argument for that? How can you prove that?
What do you mean? Is it a baby?
Yeah, how? No, it's not a baby. It's a fetus or an embryo. Yeah.
It's a fetus or embryo.
Yeah.
Okay, so what is it? Is it human?
Yeah, I granted you that it's human. Oh, wait, to start, I'm going to grant you these three things. I'm going to grant you these three things. Or my bad, two. Life starts at conception, and it is a human. Now, me granting those does not tell me why I should give it moral consideration. That is up to you to provide.
Yeah, but with your logic, you could essentially never give anyone moral consideration, and you can just kind of
that doesn't follow.
Whatever you want.
Can I ask?
Because like, why would I then have moral? Why would you give me moral consideration?
Well, we can do that. So, are you a vegan?
Am I a vegan? No.
Yeah. Do you think it's wrong to abort a dog fetus in the womb?
I mean, I don't know. I've never really thought about that. I suppose.
Think about it now. Yeah. I mean, if it's wrong to kill dogs, if it's not wrong to kill dogs, why would it be wrong to kill a dog fetus?
I would say it is wrong to kill dogs.
Oh, sorry. Wait. Okay, so you grant humans and dogs moral consideration, but like not other animals like pigs and cows and stuff, right?
I mean, I think it's, these are cultural things, but yeah, I think generally speaking, we value the life of certain animals more than others. Like, I'm not going to value the life of an ant the same as I would a mammal.
I understand. So just to be clear, okay, so it would be wrong to kill at least it's wrong to kill two different species, that of a dog and that of a human. Morally wrong.
It depends on the context. If you're being attacked,
like
obviously,
yeah, obviously, like all things considered.
You're saying in cold blood or something.
Yeah.
I think generally speaking, yeah, we shouldn't kill unless it's for necessity or like for sustenance or something.
Okay, cool. Okay, so wait, can we kill a dog if we're gonna eat it?
I mean, people do. Yeah, I don't know.
I asked if people do. I asked, is it wrong to do that? Got a puppy.
No, I don't think it's like inherently wrong, but I would not do it. But there are cultures that do it.
Well, I'm not asking if you would do it because it's consistent with something being not wrong and you still not having done it, right? It's not wrong for you to eat a food that you don't like, but nonetheless you wouldn't do it, right? So like what I'm asking is, would it be wrong if somebody says, okay, I have a lab, so I'm gonna take it to the factory farm, slit its throat, and then eat its meat? Is that wrong? A Labrador Retriever?
I guess from like an objective perspective, no, but it's cultural. I think culturally we would all feel that it's wrong.
So it's not wrong to do that, but it is wrong to do that to like a fetus or a baby or something like that, right? A human fetus or a baby, right?
If you believe that humans have inherent value, yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so and then now what Void is asking is what is the property that's true of a human being such that it will make it wrong to do that to a human, but not to a dog? Why specifically human? Go ahead.
Yeah, again, it goes back to created in the image of God. They have souls. They have
listen, I can't argue from the biblical perspective.
Well,
I can't.
But just to be clear, you think the fetus is ensouled or something like that, right?
The what?
The fetus is ensouled. It has a soul that's occupying it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Okay, so is that in the entire organism, or is it just one part of the organism?
What do you mean it embodies the organism? Like
for example,
you
if I
have a soul, I have a soul.
Yeah, if I cut off my hand and then I kept it alive, is that hand ensouled?
No, your cells are an extension of what do you mean ensouled? I guess I'm not familiar with the word ensouled.
Okay, ensouled just means
if you cut your hand, you're gonna bleed, and you're gonna have skin.
Here's what I mean by ensouled. Okay, so there's a collection of body parts such that if you cause that collection of body parts to die off, you're doing something wrong because there's a soul there that was occupying that collection of body parts. That's what ensouled means.
Okay.
Okay, so if I cut off my hand and I put it on the table, but I kept it alive, like the tissue doesn't die, keep blood pumping into it through some artificial means, is my hand ensouled? If I caused the tissue to die, did I do something morally wrong there?
If you cut off your hand, did you do something morally wrong?
No. If there's a hand that is cut off and then you cause the hand to die, right? Is causing the hand to die like committing murder?
But the hand is not sentient. The hand is not alive.
Oh, okay.
Wait,
so
that was never
say,
a stipulation.
Yeah, you didn't say sentient. You said whether
you're not killing a being. You're not ending a soul. You're not ending a life.
Okay. What do you mean by being?
So we can the point that I'm doing this is that I can keep chopping off body parts, and then eventually I'm gonna get to some body part where if I do let it die, then it becomes murder, right? So, for example, I didn't commit murder. Let me explain.
Nonchalantly chopping off body parts,
yes,
it's called a hypothetical.
It's testing your logic.
Right. But I understand it's testing logic, but the logic stops there. It's what you're doing, your self-mutilation.
No. I'm not we can just grant you that cutting off a limb, right? Or we just grant you that's wrong. Whatever. Okay. So Herbert, thank you.
That's not word.
Okay. So what we're saying is once it's cut off. Right? I didn't say you cut it off. It's cut off. Is it wrong to let the hand die?
The hand that would imply that the hand is alive.
I can't retouch it, by the way.
But that would imply that the hand is alive, is a being of its own.
So it's no. So no, it's not wrong to let
the hand alive.
Hold on. Okay, Jorge. So it's not wrong to let the collection of body parts that made up the hand. It's not wrong to let that die, correct?
You're not letting it die. It's separated
the tissue dies. The tissue dies, right?
The cells.
The cells go stop. Okay, let me be more specific with the language.
Dude,
is it wrong to
it's not
is
dying.
it wrong
There's
to
no
allow hold on. Is it wrong to allow
shut up.
Is it wrong to allow the metabolic processes to cease to function in the hand?
No, similar to if you scratch your arm and those skin cells are just going to lie on the ground.
Well, okay, so you get it. So skin cells in the hand.
It's not alive.
I understand. Okay. So we understand. So my question to you is, right, if I had a hand that's on the table and I'm pumping blood into it, I'm keeping nutrients to keep the tissue metabolically, they keep processing. If I were to cut this hand, it would heal because, all that stuff. Anyway. Okay, why is it that the rest of the body is ensouled, but not the hand?
Because the hand is detached from the rest of the body, but this is...
The body is detached from the hand.
Yeah, sure.
Why is the body... Why does the soul stay with the body, and why doesn't it go with the hand?
Because the body is the thing that's alive.
Okay.
The hand is not.
Okay, so now let's keep...
your hand?
Cool, okay, let's see about it. Okay, so now... Instead of just the hand, I remove the entire bottom half of the body. Keep the top half metabolically alive and the lower half metabolically alive. Remember, what I mean by alive is just the metabolic processes keep going, right? We've got blood pumping through both.
That's a semantic.
Please,
it's kind
please,
of a
just
trickery.
please.
It's
Okay,
not
so
alive.
now,
Your bottom is not alive, bro.
okay, just stop dodging. Okay, so top half of the body, bottom half of the body are now split. Where's the soul?
Dude, your individual organs are not each individually alive. That would be absurd.
Answer the question.
You can't, and it's a ridiculous question. It's an absurd question.
Yeah, it's really
ask the
not right
question
because you're
again.
talking about being ensouled. So if the body is like cut in half, where is the soul located?
It's not a physical.
Top-
It's not a physical location.
So
Like,
it could be in just the legs, or no? It's not in any
again.
of them.
It's not a physical. I don't believe the soul is a physical element. Like I don't.
Okay.
It's not something that you can touch.
I told you what I meant by ensouled, right?
Yeah. I mean, I didn't memorize it, but vaguely speaking.
Okay,
yeah.
I'll say what ensouled means again. It means that there's a collection of body parts, right? Such that if you were to, like in this case, in the case of like murder and stuff like that, if you were to cause intentionally, without any other considerations, not saving your life, just intentionally cause those metabolic processes to cease to function, you are committing murder because that was that collection of body parts was ensouled. Do we agree?
No.
Okay,
because
what do
you're applying a physical component to ensouled when a soul is not a physical.
Okay, so how is the soul in a fetus then?
What do you mean? It's not. How is it in anything? It's not a physical. It's not a
You
physical
said you said the
organ.
fetus had a soul.
It does have a soul, but that doesn't mean it's physical.
What do you mean by have? I didn't say it was physical. You just mean it has
When
a soul.
when you attach it, you're trying to attach.
Okay,
a
we're just gonna use.
property.
Okay, listen. We're
Hold
gonna
on,
just
can I-
use
can
the
I-
language. I'm
can
gonna
I-
use your language because you're confusing by my language. Okay, so when you say, you say the fetus has a soul, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna use that language in that same sense. Bottom half of the body, top half of the body. Switch that up. Which one has a soul?
The part that is alive, which is in this case, I guess, the top.
Okay, so top
Okay.
half. Okay, now I remove the head and I keep the head metabolically processed. It's still able to think, and I remove it from the bottom, like everything below the neck. Right? Where's the soul? Like, which one has the soul?
I mean, you. I think you've ended the life, bro. You've removed.
No, I told you that I
decapitated
kept
someone.
No, I told you that the brain is still thinking,
Yeah.
and the heart is still pumping, and I'm just keeping everything in place with like artificially, right? So the torso is still torsoing, right? The heart is still pumping, the lungs are still all that stuff.
Torso
and
is sure
yeah,
torsoing.
exactly.
man.
Yeah. And then
Okay,
above, at the severed connection, the brain is still thinking. Where's the soul? Which one has the soul?
I wouldn't know. That's a very that's kind of
So-
a philosophical
so the
question.
problem
I wouldn't be
with-
able to answer that. I really
Yeah,
wouldn't.
so the problem is you have this argument of like you can't kill a fetus, but it's in soul, but you can't pinpoint exactly
know.
like where a soul is.
Like, why believe that the fetus is in soul?
Yeah,
Right.
because the soul is not a physical location. You guys are trying to.
Well, okay, then.
attach
It is a
Then-
physical
then
location.
you-
You
then I
said
could
the
literally-
physical location of the soul in the womb, the fetus in the womb. The soul is in the uterus somewhere.
Yeah, absolutely, but it doesn't mean it doesn't mean it's physically attached to like
Okay.
organs. and
Are
stuff
you
like that.
is
But no one
your
said that it's
okay? Is your soul
He
in your
did say
room right
it's
now?
attached to organs.
Is your soul in your room?
Yes, I mean.
Okay,
like,
so it has
is in
physical
my room.
location.
It's
Is it on the other? Is it on the opposite side of you? Like, are you on the left side of the room and it's on the right?
I see.
No,
This
no,
is
answer my
clever.
question.
I like this. It's clever.
Yeah, so
Yes,
engage.
So physical in the sense that like you can touch it, like it's like.
But nobody's talking
No,
about if it's
we're not-
tangible, right?
We didn't ask if
Nobody's
it's
saying.
tangible. We're just talking about its temporal spatial location.
Yes, it's with you. Yes.
Okay, cool. So why believe that the soul is constituted in the fetus and not just like, for example, in later developmental stages, like for example in the brain later on in development?
At what point in development? would you
Let's say the full
About
brain
20
comes.
weeks.
Yeah, let's say around 20 weeks, the brain is generally formed enough to function on its own, right? Why not believe the brain is ensouled at 20 weeks rather than the fetus prior to the brain? Why not believe that?
Well, because we believe that conception is the moment that occurs.
Well, I know that's what you
Why?
believe. We're asking what justifies at
Because
its conception and not at 20 weeks when the brain has fully formed, or at least
because when
mostly formed.
when the sperm reaches the egg, there's a spark. There's a
If you
unique
say a
DNA
light, oh
formed.
my god.
Okay, I have a question.
Yeah,
Okay.
there's a unique
Wait,
DNA,
I have a question.
and that is when
I
it's
have a
sold.
question.
Well, why? Oh my
Okay.
god, though. That's like a pretty
Because
basic view.
because that's not fucking true. There's not a goddamn light whenever
They-
the
they-
sperm meets
that-
the
that-
egg. That's not
It's
true.
not so much about a light, but
Yeah, but why
it's
why
just a-
believe
it's
okay,
a
listen,
u-
why
a
believe
unique DNA has
I understand.
a unique DNA
Why
has formed.
I can
Okay.
I can do the biparental route, but I feel like that's gonna be like torture. Right? Okay, listen.
Yeah.
Why believe that the conjunct of these two DNA cells creating a new life, why does that ensold and not the brain?
Why is what ensouled and not the brain? The
After conception,
why is it at that
that thing
moment?
that exists that has unique DNA, why does the fact that it has unique DNA, why does that make it ensouled and not when the brain is formed?
Because it's the beginning of a new life.
Go ahead, Floyd.
Okay, yeah.
How does that not track
Okay,
though? I don't
shit.
understand. Like, what's the problem with that? Like, you don't. The
Yeah,
life
okay,
doesn't.
I have a question. So okay. So you have somebody who is brain dead, okay? They're brain dead.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Does that body still contain a soul if they are brain dead?
I mean, I believe so. Yeah. It's not like something I can.
Why?
It's not something I can prove.
I'm not asking for proof, I'm asking for justification.
Well, because it's still alive. It might be brain dead and incapable of thought, but it's still living.
What do you take living to be?
I mean, yeah, we're touching on the philosophical. What is living?
Real quick, Gretchen, thank you for the $3.11 on Super Chat. Appreciate you.
W Gretchen.
Show me on the doll where the soul resides at.
Yeah, so what do you take life to be? Because if we're going to talk about pro-life versus pro-choice, right, and you think that this fetus is living, you have to substantiate what you mean by living. So what do you mean?
Yeah, I would say I guess living in the most basic, like if we're gonna go like a biological answer instead of like a religious one, I would say where like cells are replicating.
I'm not talking about biological. I'm talking about
Kick-Pulls
in
restarted
your
at 25
worldview.
now. Cells, replication of cells.
Replication of cells is the only criteria for being alive.
Well, cells being the fundamental block of life, yeah. That like if you have cells
Okay,
and
so-
they're reproducing, you are alive. If they stop
Do
reproducing,
you know
you are
what
dead.
a partial molar pregnancy is?
No, I don't. I don't know.
Oh my
I've never heard of that.
Can you
But, I
say the
mean, do
word
you
carbon?
set
Can you
my
say
definition?
shut up? No,
Wait,
no,
by
not
that
really, but I'm gonna
logic-
go with
hold
it.
on, Hold on, by that logic, cancer is human
Yes.
mind.
Yeah, I mean, cancer can only occur in living beings. Yeah. It's the
So do you think-
overproduction. It's the
Do you think
overproduction
chemo
of
is
cells.
wrong?
No, because you're trying
Why?
because cancer specifically is the overproduction of cells that
What,
threatens your
okay,
life.
what about benign tumors? What about benign tumors? Do you think benign tumors should just be left alone?
No, you should probably remove them.
Wait, why? They're not causing harm.
I mean, I guess it's up to the person, right? I mean, I would.
Is it
remove them.
wrong?
Wait, no,
to,
no, no.
Is it wrong to cause their metabolic processes to cease to function?
Is it the metabolic process?
Yeah,
Like
of the cancer
metabolism?
cell,
Metabolic,
of the
yeah.
benign tumor cell. Yeah, is that wrong?
No, because
Why?
cancer, specifically cancer, is like a. I mean, I feel like these are pretty like.
Oh, wait, I stipulated that. That was the first. I'm not talking about a benign tumor. Do you know what benign means? Benign versus malignant.
Just
Yeah, it's not posing like an active threat, like
Yeah,
to your
cool.
life. Yeah.
Because with and I'm going to draw the parallel to the fetus, right? They're both human, right? They both have cell reproduction. Okay, they're both part of the human genome,
Yes.
which was your criteria.
But
So
you-
that's the
this is not
parallel.
criteria
So
for
I'm
life.
asking you, is it wrong? Wait, your definition of life was simply the reproduction of cells. This
Yeah.
tumor fits that criteria. It's just benign. It's not causing any
Hold
harm,
on,
much
hold
like
on,
a
hold on.
fetus in the
You're missing the
womb.
point. What is the tumor on? It's on a life. It's not like corpses
It's
do not
on
have
a
tumors.
life?
Yes, like the cells are
Why the
reproducing.
fuck are we talking about corpses? I'm talking about pregnancy and tumors.
Listen,
What the
just
fuck
let
are
me
we
get
talking
the
about
point.
dead people
Just-
for?
Just listen to me for a sec. The reproduction of cells can only occur on something that is living, correct?
agree. I don't know why you're fucking bringing this up. I'm talking about. Say right now. Say I have a benign tumor right now, and I've already drawn the parallel of how it's similar to a fetus. Is it wrong for me to remove that benign tumor?
It's first of all, it's not similar to a fetus, and no, it is not.
I told you the criteria that they both.
We don't base it on the criteria. You're selective.
Then you need to change your definition of life,
no,
my friend. That is a you issue. Yes, it is.
You're not being consistent.
Wait, hold on, just real quick.
You're essentially
hold on.
You're essentially equating a fetus.
Shut the fuck up! Shut up! It pisses me off. I didn't say cancer. I said benign tumor.
So real quick, hold on. First of all, Zapparino, thank you for the $5 on Cash App for the kick pool. We have $20 left for a kick pool. Thank you so much. Jorge, can you please just still man what you think Boyd is saying?
What Boyd is saying in regards to the fetus, she's saying that it essentially, since the cancer qualifies in the fact that it's a reproduction of cellular life, she's extrapolating that into the fetus and saying, well, it's not the thing that gives it inherent value. Therefore, if you can justify removing the benign tumor, you can justify removing the fetus because it's not the cell reproduction that gives it innate value. But the difference, what I'm saying is that fair, Boyd?
I'm waiting for the justification of how they're not similar.
Okay, so I'm assuming that is fair. The reason it's not similar is because benign tumors are considered abnormal cell growth. Like yeah, they don't invade and they don't metastasize, but they're not the like a living creature. Like they're not like a baby. they're like a.
Yeah, I'm asking you how they're not the same. I'm not talking about a baby, by the way. I'm talking about a fetus. There's a big distinction. I don't think babies should be aborted.
Okay, sure, whatever. The fetus, and yeah, the distinction is that one is it's a non-cancerous abnormality, like a growth.
That's just hello, obviously. What the fuck are you?
Yeah, but one is a
fetus and one is a tumor. That's stipulated in the hypothetical.
But so why is it that you can't assign different values to those?
I'm asking you to tell me why they're different because they meet your criteria for life.
Yeah, if they're both human, listen. The reasoning is this, right? Right. It's wrong, all things considered, to like abort this human, right? This molar pregnancy, this benign tumor, is a human. Therefore, it's wrong to abort it. You understand it now? What the argument is getting you... Okay, so that means... Because you affirm premise 1, right? But that means you deny premise 2. Premise 2 is that the tumor is a human, right? You deny that, right?
Yeah, the tumor is not a human.
Okay, now, Void is telling you why, under your definition, the tumor would be considered a human, and you're not objecting to it.
Why the tumor would be considered a human?
Yeah, under your definition, it's a human.
And I'm going to stipulate your definition again, just to remind you.
Can I respond?
1 second, because your definition of human, right, was just being a part of the human genome, and your definition of life was cell reproduction.
Bro, what a mods at for these fucking corn bots.
The ability to
I'm cooking right now. I'm sorry.
I guess more broadly, the ability to have cell reproduction, not cell reproduction in itself.
Wait, okay, that doesn't change anything.
It does.
No, it doesn't.
It's like I think it's the key misunderstanding. Like for example,
does a benign tumor have the ability? The what did you say? The capacity? I'll just say capacity. To reproduce cells?
No, the tumor does not. The human does. That's
it literally fucking does. That's its nature. That's its nature. It's of the nature.
If you cut off the tumor and you leave it by itself, it does not, because it's not attached to the human.
Yeah, and if you fucking abort a fetus and leave it on a table, it's not gonna live either.
All right. Well, listen. Somebody paid the cake. We're done. Lincoln, thank you for the $20.
Exactly.
I appreciate
You're fucking bad at this.
Lincoln, I thank you for the $20 to cake
also
to finish off
manners.
the cook pool. The kick pool. I appreciate you, Lincoln. W Lincoln in the motherfucking chat. Appreciate you.
Lincoln.
Thank you. Damn, so you went to sleep too? Oh yeah, he did say it a job interview, huh? Oh my god.
I just want to make it clear for the dancing spider individual, if it is the case that plants are living then presumably living is just not going to be contingent on sentience. It's just like, make sure you understand that factor.
No. Why does he sound like Elon Musk? He did kind of sound like Elon Musk a little bit.
I'm gonna be so real. I couldn't remember what Elon sounds like for the life of me.
Yeah. So, listen. I think when you look at the rockets, something like that. I don't know. I can't do it.
Well, I thought you were having a stroke, Carbon. I didn't know what the fuck was going on.
Oh my god. All right. You're conservative. Go and hop on the guest request. We'd love to talk to you. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. I'm kind of tired, but I will do an extension and debate the Christians if y'all
I don't want to be Christian.
If y'all want to debate Christian, you say you don't want to.
No. Why do I do this spanking topic, please? Wait, no, you and Auntie got that last time.
I will extend another hour, right, with the spanking topic. $30. That's what I'll do. All right. Anyway, because $30 an hour when I'm about to end. It's already been 5 hours.
I got $6. Take it or leave it.
Maybe that's what happened to Van Gogh. Fall asleep where now my ear hurts. You ever like fall asleep like on your stomach, but like your neck is just like fucking you can't turn it one way. You can turn it to left or something, but you can't turn it like right at all because it'd be like excruciating pain. Yeah, so I found a way to like it's really cool, like to just end the pain immediately.
Yourself.
So basically, well, that's a way. Yeah. Yeah, so basically, like, let's say like the pain is on the right side, right? You can't at all turn your head to the right because it's like the sharp pain. So I found like it's kind of like works like a rubber band, which is kind of obvious post now, like hindsight 2020. But there's like a muscle. If you find the muscle on your traps and then press down really hard on it, you'll be able to like turn your neck and feel zero pain. It's like the coolest fucking thing ever. And then when you take your hand off, you do it again and the pain comes back. The reason why is because yeah.
So say I'm like pressing down on the muscle, right? And then I look the way that I can't. And then I take it off, but I don't look forward again. What happens?
I've tested that. It comes back very, very slowly, but usually it's not as bad versus when you go back and then turn again. Because I think it's the turning part that hurts the worst. But if it's already there, like it's already like being strapped. But okay, so I think it's like, I think the reason why is like if you think of like a rubber band, like let's say you draw like a dot on a rubber band, right? And then you like stretch the rubber band, the dot gets wider, right? Mm-hmm. So let's say that dot is the pain point that causes all that. If that's the thing that's stretching. So if you like put your hand and like pinch that dot and then stretch the rubber band, the dot doesn't stretch. So I think that's what's happening. Yeah. I think you're like putting there and then you're like stretching it, but the one part that causes all the pain, you're not allowing it to stretch, obviously. So like there's just like no pain. It's like the coolest thing ever. And then when you pull it off, it's just like fuck.
Okay, but like how do you get rid of it for good? At least until the next time.
I mean, you ice it and heat, but if you really want to like crack your neck or something like that and you just don't want to feel pain, just you know, yeah, it's pretty cool. Don't try to make your neck start hurting so you can.
No, that's genuinely the worst fucking thing ever. It's almost as bad as like. Anyway, it's almost as bad as like whenever like when you fall asleep on like a leg or an arm, and then it just doesn't come back fully awake, I guess, until like the next day. I've had it go that way for an entire fucking day.
Oof. No, it's usually like 20 minutes or less for me.
No, because like sometimes it'll happen where like I'll wake up and I'll give it like 10, 20 and it goes away. But then I'll be like, after an hour of being awake and it's still going, I'm just like, oh, fuck.
Yeah. Yeah, same with the Big O. Yeah, if during the Big O you can't feel pain during a Big O. Like if you like
bullshit.
No, you can't. Like not you can feel serious pain, but you can't feel like let's say you had let's say you
like
went to
a needle prick.
Well, like let's say you went to the gym and you're like extremely sore, right? And like every time you like press on like a muscle, it's just like pain. And then during the big O, you do it.
Just
you'll feel
nut
pain.
and you'll feel better.
Well, like during, right? Like you won't feel any pain during for that, you know.
So like the
period of time.
20 seconds. Okay.
Why pain is closely linked with sex. Oh, yeah.
I think it's like because of the parts of the brain. Is this a challenge? Nah, for real.
Oh, it's parts of the brain. Wait, what's the argument that conscious states are reducible to physical states? I don't think she has
Your
an
mother,
argument
that's
for that.
what.
You can't keep
Anyway.
one eye open while sneezing. I don't even think I want to do that. Not because like I think my eyes are gonna pop out. It just looks weird. Achoo! Like that just looks.
It's just like a threat. Anyway, speaking of big O's, can we close the O gap?
Oh, you're talking. Oh, yeah.
Hey,
How do you not know what the O gap is?
that's not virtuous.
I never heard it called that.
Wait, let's be so
Probably.
clear.
But Auntie, plug your ears.
I know what it is. Okay, just to be clear.
I know what it is. Actually. Are
Makes
you
it look like
challenging
a
me?
act of biological warfare. All right, welcome in Bunter Hayden.
Excuse me?
Somebody had Hunter Biden's profile picture and their name is Bunter. Jesus Skywalker. Welcome in. I'm just gonna start calling out people who are like joining and freak them out.
Thank you, Maddie.
Snack Pack. Welcome in.
I would be so disappointed if my name was like Jesus Skywalker. Like straight up. I
Mind
would never
you,
want this.
he chose that.
Yeah, okay.
Understand that factor. It's just like if you chose that, like I would
I
usually
understand that factor. Can you talk to me like a
Like
normal
when, like,
human being?
Conservatives, like they say, like was it Matt Slick or was it like Darth Dawkins? I forget which one. Like there was like a trans person or something like that, and they were like, yeah, I don't want to know your fake name. I want your real name or something like that, not the fake name. And they're like, it's my legal name. I've changed it legally. I know. What's your real name? What's your real name that your parents get? Oh, that. Yeah. What's the argument that that's the
Wait.
real name?
You know, out of all of this shit talking about Darth Dawkins, I don't know what this person looks like. I don't know what they sound like.
Okay, imagine.
Well, we got
I got
one
you, I got you.
screenshot of him when he joined TikTok. He was messing with his phone. Nobody knew what he looked like. They knew his name and all that, but like nobody knew what he looked like until like he accidentally rustled his phone and his face was like this. So like Forrest has like a picture of him as his profile picture. It's fucking hilarious.
Wait, now?
Yeah, Forrest has him as his profile picture.
Horace Mendez?
Yeah.
Just imagine.
It's a fucking AI picture. What do you mean?
Wait, which one? The one with okay, the face is Darth Dawkins. The thing around him, that's obviously AI. Yeah.
Wait, no. This isn't
Wait, did he change
AI.
it?
Yes.
Oh, I didn't know he changed it. Okay, that's what it was.
It's like that with like a wolf.
Oh, okay.
Oh, wolf! What the hell, you will? But yeah, like the way I imagine Darth Dawkins is just gonna be, like a 5'1" person who's just screaming, who's very old, with white hair at the sky, like that's how I imagine.
Yeah. He's literally allergic to clarification, right? If you ask, what do you mean by this? Like he'll literally yell at you and drop you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not roommate auntie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can you roommate debate? Yeah.
My roommate? No, he doesn't debate. He doesn't.
Sounds sassy.
Does he ever get
these-
pissed off because you don't shut the fuck up?
Sometimes.
He has
Respectfully.
like a long history of rivalry with Jack Angstrait. He always runs from Jack Angstrait. It's fucking hilarious. Like, listen, the Discord,
Darth Dawkins?
theism, atheism, debate, history lore goes back to like 20 years, bro. It's so fucking interesting when you look into it. Like, you find out all this stuff. Like it's just it's just like there's so much stuff. And yeah, Godless Girl, that video that
Jesus,
you watched,
slapping my fucking cunt.
she's part of it too. Yeah.
I love her. She's so fucking real. Because look, the way she talks, right? She sounds dumb, right?
Yeah.
She just sounds like somebody who is uneducated. But if you know the substance of what she's talking about,
Yeah.
she's just
You know what I want to see
What the
debate?
fuck? I don't even know what the fuck you even mean. What do you mean created before time. What the fuck what are theists? What are you doing?
What does that even mean?
You know what debate I really want to see?
I want to see her on TikTok.
I want to see Jack Ainstrank versus Apollo, and I feel like that would be like a really hilarious debate.
They debated before?
I don't know. I don't think so. I think I'm thinking of like the wrong person. But you're familiar with like Apollo, right?
I've heard the name in the debates, but I've never seen the debate. Did they debate Synth?
Oh, you never? They debated Synth multiple times.
Okay. I asked Synth on Twitter,
yeah,
like,
no,
are you gonna get back to debating? And she said, once they're done with their IRL shit. I was like, yeah, shit, I want Synth to come up on my streams. Synth, Synth, I have to like make sure because she still uses like the R slur, so I can't like have that. So we're gonna have to like correct some of that shit. I can't have her coming on the stream. But like on Discord, she's explosive.
Oh yeah, you should. Oh my god, I saw. Okay, like it was like a year ago, because I saw her a year ago, and a couple of times too.
Yeah.
I swear, the second that Lockyer messed up, the insults just went flying. Oh my! I felt bad for the person.
You fucking idiot! Yeah.
I even though I disagree with the other guy, I felt bad for him. I was like, damn. Me personally, I would just leave at that point. But yeah, I think Synth and Apollo debated like a bunch of times. I don't know who won because I haven't watched it.
You know about J Robin?
J Robin?
Yeah, you should look up the old videos of J Robin, Tom Rabbit, and Jack Angstray. It's really funny. J Robin is extremely. I don't think he debates anymore. I haven't seen him around, but it's really fucking.
Are there like allegations against Jack Ainstray, or is it a different person?
Are there?
I don't know. I remember. Funny enough, it was Shark actually telling me this. That apparently there's like some form of allegation against him or something like that.
Against Shark?
No, against Jack Ainstray.
Against Jack Ainstray.
What kind of allegation?
What kind?
Texting an individual that's not of age kind.
Oh, underage.
That's not.
Was it him?
Maybe, I don't know.
Alright, am I thinking of the wrong person?
I wanna, yeah. I'll see about that. Because he's on
I
Monkey Boys
remember,
Live, right?
Yeah, he's on Monkey Boys.
Yeah. So
no,
I feel like Monkey Boy is
I would
like
take that
a
back.
decent
I
guy.
think it's a
feel
different
like
person.
Yeah, because I feel like Monkey Boy is decent. Like I feel like he wouldn't like bring him up if he knew that was true.
Well, he has kind of like a couple of times, like the person I'm thinking of. There's a whole allegation. There was a whole problem with Monkey Boy and like Poochie. They were going back and forth about it because of that whole thing. Yeah.
Who'd you match?
Poochie made like several videos
with?
too.
Who would I match Vegan Teacher with?
The Dark Dog Bits.
Vegan Teacher.
That's like the
Who would I
debate,
match?
like,
Who we shipping Vegan Teacher with? Who is perfect for her?
Tony the Tiger.
No, oh my fucking god, I hate that man.
Who doesn't at this point? Like, let's be honest.
Yeah, because okay, so the specific reason, right? Besides all of like the fucking
RC, so I
you
said
know,
RC, Elder Millennial.
Oh my god. Oh, you mean the golden millennial? Anyway,
It's golden.
Yeah, Captain Pissy Pants. Yeah.
Oh my god.
Did I tell you about him coming into my live?
Yeah, his wife came in my live one time. That was funny. Jamal,
So since there's like no fuck.
I don't think she's Christian though.
Since there's no ops right now, I need to know a bootleg site like immediately.
For?
I use. Hold on, let me. I don't. It's a complicated.
Wait, a bootleg site for what? Because I think I have a couple.
I need to watch Fire and Ash immediately. I've seen like 3 spoilers at this point, and I'm going to bite a brick.
So I use moviesforyouFree.net. So movies
for you for free.
Wait, hold on. So movies, the number 4.
A.
The letter U.
Oh my god.
Free. .net.
.net.
Yeah.
You could also watch on HD movie too.
Yeah, you could also like go to like you can actually like just buy it and be like a decent citizen and stop. You know. There's all
It's
that.
not anywhere on stream yet to buy.
You know, you could.
I fucking would.
You could walk into the theater. You know.
Hey! Listen here, Mr. Elitist. Are you gonna pay for my ticket? The car ride there. The
I
food
didn't
for
say.
me?
I didn't say pay for the ticket. I say you could walk into the theater.
Yeah, I'm gonna walk 45 minutes. Fuck you.
Pirate Bay. I haven't used Pirate Bay in a while.
When we went to the theater,
I'm screenshotting all of these, by the way.
My brother kind of paid for the ticket, and it was 4 of us, and it was like $70 for all of us. I was like, damn.
Yeah, they're getting like way more expensive, and like fucking a water bottle or a drink is like $30. Like it's just, and then on top of that, like I know Warner Brothers. I think it's Warner Brothers. They just want to like cut the times in half and the showings in half, and like so for example, like if you have, like you know, a movie that on average is playing for like 50 days, they want to cut that in half and get it to streaming really quickly.
Bro, what the fuck are these ads?
Oh yeah, the ads are crazy. Yeah, you need a pop-up blocker. You're gonna need a pop-up blocker. Anyway, so
You could have fucking told me that before I opened it.
That's every
Will it give me like a
bootleg
virus?
website. Do you have a MacBook?
Whoop. No, I have an iPad.
Oh no, you're good. iPad. It's not gonna give your iPad a virus. Anyway, so yeah.
What's a
like,
pop-up blocker? I'm trying to figure this shit out.
I mean, if you're on an iPad, you might not be able to get it. You might just have to deal with it. Just keep clicking. Yeah, that's the worst part of like the bootleg websites. It's like you're trying to press play, and then you try to press play, and then like a new tab pops up. You click off the tab, you press play again. It's always 3 or 4 times, right? And then you can watch the movie. Like what the fuck? But yeah, they're like movie theaters.
Why the fuck would you do that?
It's a free ad. It's a free website with a whole bunch of
I'm
movies.
gonna
They gotta
off myself.
Yeah, they're not looking for user interface. Anyway, so yeah, like the theaters are going. I think they're gonna go out because of what like Warner Brothers and them are trying to do, Netflix are trying to do. They're trying to get shit to streaming faster, and that's just gonna kill like a lot of movie theaters, and then like movie theaters gonna go away, and then no more movies. No more movies in the theaters. Yeah.
I don't know about that, because I think that like a lot of people have this thing of like, oh, I want to be the absolute first to fucking see it, right? Because like Avatar is already like whatever at 1 billion in the box office.
Yeah, but all the people who are watching it are not right now are not avid moviegoers, right? The people who are avid moviegoers, first day, second day, those are the weekend. Those are the people who really like movies and they like the trailer and stuff like that. That's where
they like the experience of a theater.
Yeah, that's where a bulk of the money comes from, but that's not the major customer. The major way that these movies make money is over the course, is everything after opening weekend, right? That's where most of the money actually comes from. So if you're losing those,
like streaming and shit.
Yeah, if you lose those, then like you're fucking done. Like the movie theater can't survive. They're already like at margins right now. And I mean, you do that, Christopher Nolan's gonna turn into fucking Hulk, and he's gonna like destroy everybody and kill everyone. Like if he can't release his movies, like if he's forced to fucking release movies into fucking straight to streaming, he's done. Like he's just gonna go to fucking Mars or some shit.
This is the most annoying fucking thing.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Don't touch it. Like once you're done, don't touch it.
I know. I'm gonna wait till I get off this fucking live because I want.
Okay, guys. It looks like we're out of debates. I will extend for an hour if you guys want me to. With the spanking topic. But we do that for a subathon kind of thing, so that's a $30. If not, then I'm gonna go ahead and call it in. So.
Go 5 minutes.
Yeah. Or there's $5 5 minutes, but there's Willow, thank you for the double fireworks. I appreciate you. I did see Peter Jackson's house the other day. Peter, what? Oh, I thought it was a movie. I was like, what? You mean his actual house? I'm like,
do you think that this version is a little bit better than when it initially came out, or is it going to be the same?
I think it's the same one as the one I saw. Yeah, I'm still gonna go to theaters because I'm not gonna miss that in theaters, bro. Like, I can't miss an Avatar movie in theaters.
I've never seen one in theaters. I really wanted to, but again, poor.
Yeah. I haven't watched
I don't
a
know, I
movie
think-
since 1999. The Matrix. What?
But before, like, I guess before the Batman, I haven't watched the new movie in like 7 years.
The last time I
Robert
went and
Pattinson?
saw.
Is that what I think it is?
The
Twilight, Edward.
Robert Pattinson. Edward. It's the one where Penguin was in
Cullen.
it and Catwoman. And, yeah.
Oh yeah, no, so you're talking to me. Oh yeah, no.
Yeah. Okay.
It was like the recent one. It was like the one with the Penguin, the one with the Riddler.
Yeah.
And
That's the Batman. That was actually pretty good. It's not as good as The Dark Knight, but it's pretty good.
You know, Carbon, I really, really gotta say I thank you a lot for this because I have been looking for 2 fucking weeks for a bootleg site. Because 123 Movies doesn't fucking work anymore, and nobody I know. I even texted you in DMs. I was like, Carbon, please.
Wait, what? Hold on. 123 doesn't work anymore?
No.
that's like an old site. What the hell? You guys still use that?
I'm on it right now. It works for me.
Can you find Fire and Ash?
Yeah. I mean, it probably just changed its domain name. That's probably it. Hold on. Avatar. Fire and Ash. Yeah.
Dude, I made Soap today, bro. Soap today was a go.
Yeah, it's on here.
Is it better than this fuck ass with all the goddamn
I
pop-ups?
mean, 123 Movies is better. Just go to 10123movie.net. I think that's it.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. The Matrix is widely seen as a powerful trans allegory, a theme confirmed by co-creator Lily Wachowski, who stated it was an original intention reflecting the closeted desire for transformation. Yeah, and then people and then they want to bring up like red pill, blue pill. Where do you think that came from?
The red pillars are like, how can I say this? It's like people who wanted to be popular but aren't popular, you know? It's like that.
Yeah. A lot of these people were not like, and it's nothing wrong with not being popular in high school, but they went a different route. Like they didn't have too many friends in like high school, and so like they need this sort of like community, and they can't find it in real life, so they go online. So now that they go online, the communities that are like, you know, young men and stuff like that, a lot of it's like neo-Nazis and like, you know, incels and like misogynists and stuff like that, and it like rots the fucking brain. Like brain just starts degrading, and their intellectual ability is just completely stunted after that. You know.
Precisely, I would agree. That's why I avoid people like that, to be honest.
Yeah, I have like, like if you're like a red pillar or like a groyper or something like that, and you're within that age range, like of 18 to 20, I'll debate you on the panel. But if you're like fucking 30, 40, like there's no hope for you, bro. Like you're just an idiot. Like get out of here. I'm not even gonna have you up here.
Yeah, I would agree. I've debated a couple like red pillars and groypers in my debate career for the past years.
Yeah,
it's so annoying. To be honest, out of everybody, they're the most annoying. I swear to God.
Yeah. The Matrix writers also did Sense8. I've seen that. I haven't seen the movie. I've seen that on, like, I've seen the title card for it. I didn't know what it was about. I didn't know they directed that. No help.
They directed what?
Sense8. I never watched it yet. Is it better?
It's a movie.
No, 123 Movies absolutely had no fucking sound. I'm just gonna stick with the one you initially gave me because it's fucking working.
You know, there's different servers there, right? There's like 3 or 4 servers that you can pick from, right? On 123 Movies.
No, I just don't know how these sites work. Listen. The one you gave me, Free Movies for You, is working. I'm not touching it.
Okay. Yeah, some of the ads be wild too, depending on the website that you go to. Like I'm playing the shit out loud, right? And then I click something, and then it's just like, bro, okay, all right.
That's why you always use headphones. Like what?
Oh my God.
Was there anybody in the request? I have one more debate in me before I go to bed.
No, I'm actually crying right now.
Might be a troll. Neteamu. Yeah, I can't.
It's
I don't know the song
Neteamo.
chord. Well, she's like, I forgot how she sings.
Mithawe?
Oh, yeah.
Mithawe?
Neteamu.
You have so much more confidence in me because I would not. Absolutely not. You would not catch me dead singing on a fucking live. I know I have like the tone of a rock. I think the worst fucking spoiler was it yesterday?
Your blog still works on YouTube. Yeah, use it. All right, do we have any debates or no? Let me see. This guy before we end. I can do the scream sing, like shower sing. Yeah, low key. Azula, you are live. Can I get your age, please?
Yeah, sure. 31.
All right. You a conservative?
Yes.
All right. Sounds good. You want to tell us like why you're a conservative?
Well, I do like value traditional norms. I have a family. I have a wife, and I would like to keep that the way I was grown up.
For other
the
people or
same
just
way.
for yourself?
So, for my family,
Okay, so just your family.
yeah.
But it's fine for other families. Like
And
if it's
if-
like a lesbian couple or gay couple or something like that, that's fine for other families, right?
Well, listen. I'm not gonna jump in and say like, "Hey, you gotta go away." That's weird. That's never gonna happen. But I do disagree.
Why do you disagree with those kind of families?
I'm not gonna be violent about it.
Well, I'm not. Yeah,
I
you just think that it's wrong.
disagree.
I got you.
I
But
don't
like,
think.
why do you think it's wrong?
Yeah. Because I don't think it's weird.
Okay, you just think it's weird. There's nothing normative about it.
We have different opinions on that, so we can argue back and forth.
Well, what I'm asking is like
nothing really happens.
I think it's weird for people to be like 7 foot tall, right? But I don't think they're wrong or anything. I'm like, oh, that's because weird just means for me average. I mean, not average, right? Way or at least way above or way behind the average, right? Like or something like that, right? Like, oh, you dyed your hair pink and purple. It's weird, right? Because the average person doesn't do it, right? I don't use the term weird, but like because it has other connotations with it, I'd be like, oh, it's abnormal or something like that. But that's not normative language. I'm not saying it's wrong to do it, right? But it seems like you're using the word weird in a normative way. Like you're saying it's wrong for like 2 lesbians to raise a child or 2 gay men to raise a child. Are you saying that? Oh, he's okay. He's gone. Okay. He's gone. All right. Okay.
Damn, looks like the question. Looks like the question kind of just like.
Was the question that goated, y'all? Was it S tier? I don't know. Maybe you got a call out. D-seed? What? I don't know what D-seed means.
Disconnected, maybe.
Oh, okay. Let's try that again. All right. Are you saying that? Okay, there we go. Okay, are you saying that it's like
disconnected? By the way. Yeah.
Okay.
DC means disconnected.
Okay,
Look
are
at
you
my
saying-
internet.
Understood. So you're saying that it's like
Yeah,
wrong or something like that?
Yeah, in my eyes, it's weird.
So okay, so it's something's weird, then it's wrong. You shouldn't do it, right?
Well, if the majority of the population doesn't do it and considers it weird, then yeah, it's weird.
Well, okay. Just to be clear, when we say
You should-
weird, you don't
For
just
that reason, you
mean.
shouldn't do it.
Okay, so just because the average of the population doesn't do it, it's wrong to do it. You shouldn't do it, right?
Well, you know, the same case could be made for people with autism. You know, it's a fringe group of people, but you're gonna be like, "Hey, man, this is okay." No, it's not okay.
What? Wait, I'm sorry. Is it wrong to like be a doctor?
No, it's wrong to have a mental issue.
Is it wrong? Is it morally wrong to be a doctor?
No.
Okay. Does the average person become a doctor?
Nope.
Okay. So there
You
seems
have
to be a
go through
disconnect.
6 years of medical studies.
Yeah, right. So there's a big disconnect in being what the average person does and what's like wrong, right? So very clearly we can't infer that just because something's not the average, that therefore it's morally wrong and you shouldn't do it. Okay, so that can't be the reason why. So when it comes to gay couples, it can't be the reason why just because they're not the average that they're wrong. So do you have another reason why it's wrong?
Yeah, I think it's a mental illness.
It's a mental illness to raise children with somebody of the same sex? Why is that a mental illness? Lola, thank you for the nice star. Appreciate you. Why is that a mental illness?
Well, first of all, I think we are like either women or men, and they like do intercourse with each other, and we have specific private parts. And God gave us these specific private parts to do these intercourse.
Why are you talking about sex?
And
I'm asking about raising a family, my guy.
Yeah, but schmex. Listen, my guy, schmex is a really crucial part in having, and it's some kind of
but I'm not
connection or
asking
whatever.
you. But I'm not asking about sex.
don't have
I'm asking
that.
you.
It's not even
I'm
a
asking you
relationship.
about. I'm asking you about raising a family, starting and raising a family, gay couples.
Yeah, what's with that?
Yeah, why is wrong? Why is
You
that
can't
wrong?
have because it reduces the fertility rate. Pretty obvious.
Okay, so you think that these lesbians, right, who are not attracted to men, if they're not allowed or they think it's wrong to be in a relationship with a woman, they're just going to go out and get themselves impregnated by a man? That's what you think?
No, of course not. I thought
they're not attracted to
already
men, my guy.
said you're putting words in my mouth. I'll let you talk.
Yeah. So you
finished?
said it reduces. I don't see how it reduces the fertility rate, because even if they weren't allowed to date
No,
each
no, no.
other,
I want to go back to the lesbian part.
that's what we're talking
reply?
about. We're talking
No,
about
I can't, I
lesbians.
guess. You asked me a question. Can I answer that question? Yes or no?
Yeah. So just to be clear,
You said
just-
about lesbians, right?
yeah. What was the question that I asked
So,
you?
so what I think about the whole situation? No. What's with these interruptions, bro? Are you weird?
There's a lag.
What's wrong
so
with
that's,
you?
There's a lag. So that's it's wrong with your internet, my guy.
My guy, I don't care. I do work for a living, and you know what? My internet is what it is. I don't care about that. The thing I want to say is
Apparently you do,
lesbians
'cause you were
are
complaining
it's
about
the same as homosexuals. Yeah, you gotta go to acidities, really. Have a life. Have a great life, buddy.
Okay, run away. If you can't defend your view, then just say that. Don't join debate lives that you can't like. You're just gonna crash out. Yeah, it's so emotional. Okay, get out of here.
Non-rational, am I right, guys? Unbelievable.
Don't join. Don't join. Don't hop your ass in the kitchen if it's a little too hot for you. Okay. Heard his fees. Yeah, maybe next time. Okay. Yeah, they always bring about like sex and shit like that, bro. I didn't ask you about sex.
Just degeneracy, bro. I swear to God.
Just straight up degenerates. Wait, are you watching Fire and Ash right now?
Yes.
Jesus Christ. Alright, I'm gonna try one more. Get your age, please.
Hey, I didn't hear you there for a second, but I just caught the age. I'm 33.
Oh yeah. You're a conservative?
Yeah, I'm in Canada, so maybe my understanding of conservatism and liberalism is a little different. But yeah, recently, especially in the last like 4 or 5 years, I think I've identified more and more as a conservative. Yeah.
What do you think are some conservative values, specifically in Canada?
Well, okay, the number one thing that and again, I understand the left and right in terms of like citizenry, right? Like we want, like typically I'd want a more liberal society as a citizen. But when I think of like a government being liberal, I feel like these terms get twisted a bit. Like, in my mind, a liberal government is one that is abundant with enforcement, if that makes any sense.
Enforcement of what? Laws? Like, shouldn't you enforce
Yeah,
laws?
like law. Yeah, just like laws in general. Yeah,
You
like
think
imagine
conservatives don't enforce laws?
It's not that. It's just that a conservative value that I seem to appreciate is one that like limits the government. Like I would like a conservative government, not a liberal government, in terms of, right? Like let's say speed laws. Well, a liberal government in my mind would like have hella laws, right? Like speed traps and radar everywhere. Maybe a more conservative government would have would enforce speed.
But
Less,
what do you think is the
liberally?
What do you think is the function of the government then?
Well, again, this is a bit of a conservative value of mine. Like I struggle to find efficient functions. Typically, I see a lot of inefficiency and incompetence. Now, I'm not saying there's no function of government. I guess if I were to try to point one out, something like, and again, I'm totally open-minded to being wrong about this, but something like a monopoly over violence, like something like, right, at least bearing peace in terms of physical, something like violence, physical violence, at least that bare minimum.
Yeah, I mean, like a lot of people might say that, like, and I would, like the government is like supposed to be this, I mean, it's supposed to protect your citizenry from each other and from like the elements and others and other governments, right? That's generally what it's there to do, and it has an interest in doing that, so that way people can live out and be fruitful in a society. So
yeah,
you have two people, like for example, one person buys a house, he's like, oh, I'm going to sell this house for 100,000, and another guy gives him 950,000, and he still takes the house anyway. He's like, wait, you owe me $50,000, right? Who mediates that? Right now, if you just say I'm going to kill you for that, then you just kind of have like a crazy society where people can just like kill each other over disputes. So we have like this third party coming in and saying, well, let's figure out what the real facts are, right? Like a judge or a court, and and that's just going to be like the government or something like that, and it's going to have uniform laws, so we have uniform standards. And then if one person does try to like grape another person, then we should have like some accountability for that, and like it just keeps going on. So when it comes to like the speed limit, it just seems like, okay, well, yeah, maybe we should have no speed limit, and then we find out that having no speed limit has disastrous effects on the populace, and they're just not being protected. There's death after death after death. So we have like some speed limits depending on what's going on, because like what you're doing, if you're going too fast while other people are trying to like, be safe, right? You're putting them at risk. It's unnecessary risk, and I have to protect that person from you. So like that, there's like all these different reasons for why. So I don't see why those would be like fundamentally a bad thing.
It's not about, I don't think anything you said there was fundamentally bad. I just think that one of the claims about the universal rules is debatable, right? Like one of the functions of government is to arbitrate not only disagreements, like you provided the example of citizens having, a financial disagreement, but also disagreements amongst policymakers. Ultimately, the government is not only an enforcement arm of the law, but also like an institute for creating laws and people to debate, right, and sort out their difference in policy, the differences of opinion within policy. Like that's, I suppose, what Congress or like the House of Commons in Canada would do, right? House a bunch of differing opinions on how exactly, for instance, speed laws should be enforced.
I'm sorry,
So,
was
like,
that yeah, go ahead.
Well, I'm just trying to drive home this point that like when I consider the freedoms of a citizen, I'm all about it. But when I consider the freedoms of a government, I'm more conservative. I don't like the idea of a liberal government being able to enforce any laws they want in any which way without any kind of like constraint. The freedom to
okay, I think we're
institute a
misunderstanding.
law.
Yeah, like liberals don't believe that you should be able to like liberals think that there's reasons, there are good reasons to like restrict government at some point, right? They don't think it should, like, the government should just be free to like restrict, right? The question is, where should those restrictions be, right? And like, do you have like a line for that, or?
That is kind of my point here, is like, are the same, it seems as though the contradiction comes from this idea that maintaining liberalism for a citizen, well, how do we do that without usurping their freedom by giving the liberalism to a policymaker or a bureaucrat? It seems to, through the liberal condition, seems to still create a hierarchy of who has quote unquote power and who doesn't in terms of being liberal, right? If I'm a policymaker, go ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
Well, I'm not sure that this is like a fundamental. Maybe you have a different understanding in Canada what liberal, conservative. Those are usually about values, about where the government's focus should be when it does its restrictions. But liberals and conservatives,
why do you think that
here,
is, though?
Well, so like,
why is that the focus? Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, because the liberal believes that there's fundamental. Well, okay, so both liberals and conservatives generally agree that there's like some fundamental freedom in being a person as an agent and things like that. But the conservative and the liberal, like, what they'll do is they'll say, well, the conservative wants to keep things the same. Usually they don't want there to be a relaxation or like more implementation where they don't see a good reason for it. And usually they'll have more right-wing values, so it's going to shift more. This is just the United States I'm talking about. It's going to shift more towards their values.
This is also
gay marriage.
This is also, you're talking more about like the citizenry again, like the culture of citizens voting, which I'm interested in. I'm totally down to have that discussion. I'm just kind of tweaking the discussion a little bit because I think sometimes the focus on whether or not voters fall into these like cultural norms is missing the point about how policies are actually enforced liberally or conservatively. Like our cultural norms and how we view as citizens our rights and our freedoms actually like digests down into a very different real world application in politics. But policymakers are not caught up in this cultural division between traditional norms. The debate in Congress or in the Commonwealth is typically what I'm talking about like how liberal our policy making should be, how much freedom should we give the government, not the citizenry. Do you see the distinction there?
Well, like when you talk about the freedom of the government, you're talking about freedom of the citizenry. Because how the government acts,
interesting.
Will
Okay,
always,
interesting.
Yeah, it affects the citizenry. Because like every policy that's being made is intended to affect some part of the citizenry. Maybe there's like a couple of exceptions, like NASA, like going to the moon, but like ultimately that's intended to like, or going to Mars. Ultimately, that's intended to affect it. Like we want to like have a colony on Mars or something like that for our citizens, right? So like it seems like most government actions are intended to affect the citizenry. So are you asking like how we adjudicate how that government interacts with its citizenry, or are you asking a different question?
I would say we could look, right? We could categorize different laws in terms of their effects on whether it's directly affecting a citizenry or whether they're bureaucratic policy making laws, right? And I would actually argue that especially in Canada, most of the bureaucratic red tape is not aimed at the typical voter or citizenry. It's actually aimed at bureaucratic legislative restrictions.
Can you give me some examples?
Well, any law that is passed that isn't right, literally pertaining to a citizen, which is the majority of laws. The majority of laws are for lawyers. The fact that I can't should be a testament to it, right? Because I'm not a lawyer. So if I can't list a law, if I were to go to court, I'd be totally inept, right? The judge would look at me as illiterate. And so that right there is that's a testimony to my point. if I can't recite the law as a citizen, then what? That you're making my point for me, right? I'm admitting to you that I'm illiterate in the law, and that without a lawyer, I would basically be done for. So who are the laws for? Who are the laws really for? The free and liberal citizens on the street?
Well, just to be clear, the laws are for the citizens on the street, right? The laws are just rules, right? That are not allowed to be breached. Like, obviously, it's just going to be the case that we have rights and freedoms in Canada, and it's going to be the case we have laws in Canada. But I'm really curious on the point you're trying to make here.
Well, I think that when politics comes down into the culture, I think typically the voter and the citizenry is very misled in the vernacular, and when we use terms like liberal and conservative, we use them as citizens and as voters, which is totally fine. But I just don't think that the majority of that conversation actually pertains to policy and bureaucratic legislation, because most of that legislation isn't really like pertaining to grassroots issues with citizens. It's more about like top-down regulation, in terms of like corporate finance or those kinds of things.
Like corporate finance is a way of affecting the citizenry. Like if you're talking about like a corporate tax rate, for example, right? That's going to affect the profits that corporation has. And that's going to affect what they do with that money, right? Maybe they might send it, the wealth tax. I mean, not the wealth tax. The trickle down people will say, well, that's going to like help out the citizenry because now they have more money to like increase wages and hire more. And then other people might say, well, no, they're just going to use that as stock buyback. So using this policy doesn't actually affect the citizenry other than a very small section of the citizenry, which is the rich and the wealthy. But nonetheless, they all do affect the citizenry, just like not in that case, it wouldn't be equal.
Do you really think that all laws and policies directly affect the citizenry?
I can't make the claim that all, but like everyone that I'm thinking of so far, yeah.
So from my standpoint, I would totally disagrany. I would say like the majority of laws are totally basically irrelevant.
That's why I was asking for an example.
Well, okay, let's just think of like a private property law. Private property in Canada, trespassing is a huge gray area. Unless there's a direct fence or key lock that I've broken into, the property here is, especially like public, the distinction between public and private property is like a massive gray area. So charging me with trespassing is actually like a really difficult thing to do, right? Unless I actively like hop a fence or notably go into private property. So the laws, you could imagine books and books. I'm sure there are millions of dollars and tons of money poured into the laws that govern in Canada private property laws. How many of them are actually used on a daily basis in terms of like the citizenry? I would say almost 0%. My how I walk around, what I do in my daily life, unless there's an obvious sign or fence that I have to hop, I walk and go and do whatever I want. Now, it could be the fact that I'm breaking the law all the time and that I could be charged with trespassing in certain cases. Unbeknownst to me, though, and hopefully my lawyer would protect my innocence in terms of negligence, right? Because I have no idea what the exact private property laws are in terms of citizenry in Canada. It'd be impossible unless I was a lawyer with a tenure.
If you don't,
how would I know? How would I know?
Yeah, if you don't know what because I can look it up. I can Google like whatever your province is, like, and then see what the private property laws are. It seems like that's pretty easy to do.
Okay, so look it up. Is it legal for me to set up a tent on the sidewalk downtown Vancouver and sleep in it tonight? And what are the laws pertaining to homelessness and how private property governs me as this citizen?
Downtown Vancouver?
Yeah, downtown Vancouver. Am I free in terms of liberalism to sleep outside right now on the sidewalk?
No, in terms of free. I'm
really
you aren't free.
In downtown,
so, and you think the laws pertaining to that are pertaining to the majority of citizenry in downtown Canada, downtown Vancouver in Canada?
Wait, let Carbon double check.
Actually,
yeah. So
what about all the people sleeping on the street?
Well, hold on. Okay, so 8.2204. Sorry, this is the wrong one. My bad. Wait a second. Sorry, I gotta.
Because
hold on real quick. Hold on real quick. Hold on. I gotta refine my search term because I just put Vancouver and it gave me Washington. Hold on, give me a second.
You're surely not trying to look for something that would show that the majority of like citizens. Now maybe this is a bit of a different claim, but like you'll concede this. I think the majority of citizenry in Vancouver don't understand private property laws at all, right?
Well, it's gonna be I think this is why I think it's like on a like province like type things because in Saskatchewan, like in high school, we actually learn about laws. We learn about municipal laws or other laws, right? That's why if the claim here you're making is like most people don't understand like the laws in general, then presumably the simple solution is to teach them the law, right?
Yeah, and this law is city parks, for example. Streets and public areas, it's illegal to camp whether day or night. And then, but city parks, overnight camping is permitted under specific conditions. They give 3. Shelters must be temporary and removed by 7 a.m. or 8 a.m. per a different source, depending on if it's I think it was a holiday that I saw. The second one, it must be 3 meters by 3 meters or smaller and 25 meters from playgrounds and schools.
Like, listen to that right there.
These are very specific. These affect citizens. Right?
That's my point. Is it's the banned under trees.
It's banned under trees, banned near water, and no steep slopes. Right. So there you go.
Bruh.
You said that this affects citizens. Like,
what does that prove?
You said
you think that's directly pertaining to citizens tonight outside? You don't think there's anyone sleeping on a slope? Like, are you serious?
It doesn't. If somebody's breaking the law, that doesn't mean anything.
Well, not only are they breaking it, it's not being enforced. So the law is irrelevant. Not only are they breaking it, the law is not enforceable, and so it's literally not pertaining to reality.
This is moving the goalposts. Like you asked whether the government is creating laws that affect the citizens, right? Or at least intended.
How does that affect them? How does that affect? No, not intended. I'm talking about direct effect. If it intends, doesn't matter because I'm talking about the efficiency. I'm talking about the efficiency of the law. I'm saying,
if you're just saying
there's tons of laws on books that are. I'm saying there's tons of laws on books.
The government is not perfectly efficacious in implementing its policies. That's not going to get your argument off the ground.
Okay, right? Not just perfectly efficacious. You asked me earlier what conservative values I have, and one of them is that I'm saying that not just perfectly efficacious. I'm saying that wildly inefficient. The majority of laws are wildly inefficient, which makes me conservative in terms of what kind of government I want enforcing laws and implementing policy.
Okay,
do you see my stance now?
So your objection, first of all, I can imagine a lot of conservatives creating laws like this. They hate homeless people. Conservatives, at least in the U.S., hate homeless people, right? They would put them in Guantanamo if they wanted to. But yeah, okay, but that's a side point. Here, I'm not gonna. I can't say anything about like how enforcing it is in Vancouver. I imagine you don't go and look at it every single day and then look at these specific parameters.
I'm downtown every single day.
So you check whether. So you check whether they leave by exactly 7 a.m. every day.
Well, that's the point. Is like I'm probably more in tune with that reality than the police or the law or any lawmaker actually is. Yes, I'm pedaling 8 hours a day through that. I see the same homeless people, the same encampments. I see when they have to move. Yes, I probably do have more real world experience with that than the majority of policymakers. Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry. So in Vancouver, is Vancouver like ran by conservatives or liberals right now?
No, well, it's an interesting conversation to have, but Canada in general is fairly liberal, especially compared to the States. But again, I want to make this distinction between.
Well, there's reasons why specifically, especially like recently as well, with like our political election.
For sure, and I don't want to generalize because like I'm from Alberta, which is the prairies. I'm in Vancouver now, but the prairies out in the rural areas are more conservative, right? So we have these distinctions, but I want to make more clear this distinction between the citizens. Go ahead.
No, I just want to say the reason why the prairies are more conservative is because there's more farmers there, and farmers want less taxes on their like crops and all this type of stuff. And it is the case farmers also want like less laws because there's a lot of laws, like a decent amount of like federal law or provincial law.
A lot of lawmakers are farmers as well. You realize that?
Yeah, I know.
especially
I
in
understand
Alberta.
that factor. I'm just like saying the reason why there's a bunch of like conservatives in because I live in the prairies. I live in Saskatchewan. Right?
But do
The
you
reason
see,
why
do you
there's
hear,
why.
but do you hear what I'm saying in terms of the difference between our view as citizens on what conservatism and liberalism is versus a policymaker? When you generalize about farmers, I agree with you, right? But then when we generalize about farmers in politics, we have to have a different discussion. Because I don't think the policymakers who are ex-farmers who label themselves conservatives, who are trying to pass regulations in the law to protect whatever industry that they are part of, are holding down these like
Vancouver
they're-
looks really
it's just
cool,
that they're
bro.
just for traditional conservative
Look at that
values and they don't like taxes, or that
is
you can
that?
simplify it to that you know, that
never seen this
niche
building
of a
before.
Well, I think the
generalization.
problem here with logic. I think the problem here is that when we ask the question, "Why are you conservative?" Right? Most people, would come up, give like social reasons, but also talking about like political reasons. Like, what about the Conservative Party made you align with them or made you vote for them? I can give you reasons on.
Yes,
I can give
but
you
that's
slight
a,
reasons
that's a
on why.
typical approach to this conversation that I find maybe a little unproductive, just because I think that it's missing this point that I'm making, which is that typically policymakers aren't having that same discussion about their values and their morals and their ethics. It's a debate about policy, and often not pertaining to the citizenry, right? It's pertaining to direct stipulations in protocol and industries. Now, you could make the claim that like employees are part of the citizenry, etc., but you especially with specific laws, like you're talking about very specific groups of people. They aren't. It's not really the citizenry.
By the way, wait, just
right?
because
And
I'm sorry, I'm just trying to like understand what you're specifically saying. You're specifically saying that the conversation about why you specifically voted for the political party you did, aka conservatives, or
I
liberal,
haven't voted. I don't vote, but yeah, that
yeah, I know. I understand. I understand. I'm just trying to like state
Oh,
my
that looks
position.
cool.
The reason why you think this kind of like useless is because the actual party members don't actually look at personal values. They look about what's going to be contingent on like the law or something. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. Typically, their arguments are really baked into like not rhetoric. It's really specific legal language that most citizenry wouldn't even understand. Yeah. So that's the problem here. We're kind of using colloquialisms to discuss politics when at the policy level, like most of us are very inept and uneducated and that's why I align more with a conservative viewpoint in terms of giving the government power over us as citizens. Like typically I like small government, less rules, less regulation, right? And less power in the hands of what I view as inefficient government control. And that, I suppose, maybe that doesn't make me conservative. I don't know. I'm willing to label myself whatever. I'm just on the side of whatever that is. Small government and less power in the control of bureaucrats and regulators and more in the hands of the citizenry.
But that's the thing. If I'm familiar with the Conservative Party, kind of aligns themselves more with more government power, especially in Canada. They align themselves more. I'm pretty sure. Correct me if I'm wrong.
No, you could be and especially in specific policies, bro. You could be absolutely right. Yes, and that is my kind of point here. Is it gets a little wishy-washy when we generalize about these labels, especially as citizens, the generalizing about politicians. Like politicians are on a whole nother wavelength typically, right? Because they're in legal language. They're not really speaking about the liberal freedoms of the citizens to walk around and be autonomous and that kind of thing, and like the philosophy of morality and the wonderful debates we have on TikTok.
This is the thing, Logic Troll. Like this is the thing. The reason I understand this view. This is like just kind of like a little bit like anarchism, right? Presumably you want less government power in virtue of the fact of the reasons you provided.
Yeah, definitely a bit. Yeah, definitely a bit.
That's why I was confused when you said you're conservative, because in Canada, I'm pretty sure as well. There's some Conservative Party members that want to give the Crown more power, like the Crown. They want to give King Charles more power. That's why I'm slightly confused.
No, you're right. You're right to be confused too. I'll concede all that as well. So if you want to use the word anarchist more, but like a true anarchist, I would suppose would not be in any favor of regulation, and I still think regulation has its place.
No, it's not necessarily true. A true anarchist is in favor of some regulation, just not giving the power to the government. They want smaller governments, like indigenous people.
are typically anarchists.
No, they want it like no. They want it like. Do you know how prior to like the British government, indigenous people were kind of like free on the land, right? And they roamed. They had small little communities.
Sure.
That's what usually an anarchist kind of wants. Just small communities where they work together and where they're free. It's like a local governments, right? Not federal. They kind of like don't want a federal government to a certain extent.
Mm-hmm.
That's why it's a mix between like it's anarchism and a mix between libertarianism as well.
Do you think there's this other issue too, and I don't want to change gears because I wanted to ask you a question there about like and it links in here about like a national identity, what a government means without do you think could be some institution or government without national identities, and what would that look like in terms of like infrastructure, like across Canada highway, with these local communities?
That's the thing. I think Canada is like a really good example, right? Because prior to Canada existing, we were still under the Royal Crown, but there's a little bit of like time, right, between like after World War II, right, and before before World War II, right, and in the beginning of Canada's existence, we were like that. We were kind of like a country with no national identity. Our identity was still connected to the royal family, right? In Canada, that's why there's something called the Commonwealth, right? The Commonwealth identity is still somewhat connected to the royal government, right? That's why our laws.
Do you view that as like, or maybe you don't want to make like a normative claim here, but like, do you view that as like a better or worse thing? Like, that's an interesting water to bridge here. It's like, are you advocating for that, or like what's your kind of?
If you're asking me personally, I think the Canadian government, right, doesn't necessarily need to remove himself from the crown, but I do think there are certain laws that would have been really good. But if the crown hasn't, there's only one. Actually, the crown rejected it. I do think the crown needs to like slightly remove itself, right? Because I think we should go back to the indigenous routes. I think indigenous people should like somewhat be running Canada, right? That's why I think the crown somewhat running Canada is a bad factor. I think that's bad because it forces imperialism.
Yeah, this man the political.
Okay,
actually,
go ahead,
Greg.
Go ahead.
Somebody in the Twitch chat just asked, you should just take a political left-right compass and a little square with the four sides.
Yeah, I've done it a couple times. I've done it a couple times. When I was younger, I was further left, and now I'm just closer to center left. Like two squares. Why you're kind of like
that's typical.
Two squares from the left.
That's why you're like a anarcho-libertarian. That's what it is.
Yeah, here in the United States, we wouldn't call you a conservative. We call you on the left. Yeah.
Okay. Interesting.
Actually, I want to show everybody.
Take one of these political compass tests. Actually, I haven't taken one before.
By the way, ask me your question while I show everybody this perfect drawing of Donald J. Trump. Does anybody like my drawing of Donald J. Trump? I think it's really nice. This is your guys' president, by the way, just to be clear. United States of America, this is your president. Alright, I'm troll that. I gotta stop. But yeah, ask your question, Logic, because you had another question. I'm about to.
Yeah, this one's a little spicy, but in terms of your point about like indigenous validity, I struggle with these terms too, because although my ancestry isn't I'm like fourth or third generation Canadian, right? But depending on how you look at my ancestry, like, does that really dictate whether I'm obviously not if I'm native to Canada? I was born in Canada, so I'm native to Canada. But this issue of like how many generations back we have to go to source out someone's to be truly indigenous is an issue for me. Like blood lineage. It seems as a progressive policy on this would be that any native born Canadian is indigenous, basically. So I don't know what the difference between
I'll answer your question.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
I'm talking, what I mean by, I want more indigenous people, like in governments. What I mean by indigenous, I'm talking about, people who existed prior to
British imperialism, right? Like presumably,
no one existed though. No one today existed then. So what do you mean? Clarify that.
Well, hold
no
on.
one today
existed.
existed.
Just to be clear, there's still there's still indigenous people who've like, or I'm talking about indigenous, like I guess bloodlines that still exist. There's still like clans that still exist, right? Like there's
That's not what you're talking about, though.
problem.
You're talking about individuals. You want to find what I'm concerned with is I can't find an individual with these charitable lineages, right? It's just a lineage claim. It's not they aren't any more indigenous than I am in terms of what they were born in Canada. Here's my issue. Yeah, the biggest problem here is like, let's say 2 Native Canadians leave Canada and go have their child in America. So now what is that kid technically still Native Canadian, indigenous to Canada? What if they move to Europe and have the baby?
Well, hold on. Wait, look, when I'm talking about like indigenous, I'm not talking about like if it is schizophrenia. I'm talking about like ethnicity wise, right?
I know, but that's the issue because like it's not just ethnicity; it's blood lineage. If 2 Aboriginal, Indigenous, Native Canadians with the pure blood lineage all the way back, they can be marked to like some Iroquois ancient tribe or whatever. They move to Europe and have a baby in Europe. Does that baby, when it grows up, still have that right to come back to Canada and govern as an Indigenous Canadian?
No. I'm a perfect example, right? Like obviously, my parents come from Somalia. They moved here. They had me and my sister. Well, I was born here, but they had my sister here, right? Presumably, even though she's Somalian, she's native to like somewhat Somalia, right? That doesn't allow her to go back, right? Go back and like govern the place. That's why I'm saying what I mean by I want like more indigenous people in government. I'm just talking like people who like I don't know who are willing to stay here, right? Like people. Okay. A great example is like the Truth and Reconciliation group. I think they should have like more recognition. I think the Canadian government should work with them more because if let's be honest, for the past like couple of years, like past 20 years, they haven't been working with them well, right? Like the only reason why it exists is because the Canadian government got sued by residential school survivors. That's why I'm saying we need like more indigenous people. Right?
Yeah, and I have empathy for like residential school survivors, but in terms of numbers, like right, like the actual representatives of survivors of the residential schools are dwindling by the years, right? So in the future, like does their I don't know, in terms of truth and reconciliation, right, and blood lineages and the trauma handed down through lineages, this is the whole issue. Like how far back do we go? And if you're not going to stop it at the individual, it's hard to extend virtuous political rights to someone just because of their bloodline. It doesn't, or maybe even where they're born. Even maybe it could be even debated just because where they're born. Like the argument could be made that the example I provided of the child who's born in Europe should have the rights to come back in Canada as an Indigenous Aboriginal Canadian, because their whole blood up until they move. What does it matter if for 10 years they moved to Europe for a bit, right? They should be able to come back to Canada. The argument could be made, right? They're generationally probably entitled to those rights under some views.
Well, that's the thing, right? Like I understand that it's going to be hard, but you do understand that the path of like truth and reconciliation is going to be hard, right? The reason why it's hard is because the government made it that way. We made it that way, and what I mean by we, I'm not talking about like me. I'm talking about like technically white people. Made it that way as well. Like Europeans made it hard on a purpose. That's why, yes, the path to truth and reconciliation is hard, but it's a path we must take for truth and reconciliation.
I don't agree with that at all. Like I don't think anyone's made it. Reconciling trauma isn't made hard intentionally, especially not down the lines of generational lineage. Trauma happens, and then down the line we try to clean up the pieces. No one intentionally went out of their way to, and like especially racially or whatever, the white thing or the European perhaps, but amongst Europeans, there's disagreements and racism and
what I mean by what
tension.
I'm just talking about like the British. I'm talking about the British government, not actual white people.
Well, what about them? That they made it hard to reconcile.
Yeah, I can give you examples on how they made it hard. Residential schools is one of the biggest examples.
But who did they make it hard for?
They made it hard for
like
everybody.
Who generationally down the line? So like me, for me as a white Irish, Scottish, English guy, personally haven't found any difficulty like making friends with anyone or you know what I'm saying? Like in terms of reconciling our past traumas ancestrally, never had that as an issue.
Well, that's the thing. Like, just to be clear, like, well, that's the thing. Like, you as like an Irish person, like white presenting person, that don't have the experiences as like an indigenous person in Canada would be. Like the reason, like if you
got a
look
link
at
for that quiz? I got you.
Like logic. I'm gonna be honest. If you look at the statistic, you wanna know why like most indigenous people get imprisoned, or most indigenous people unalive, or even the like unalivement rates between missing indigenous women. It's astronomical. Even if you compare like other races, like
most
black, white.
You just mean
way
like
more than most.
there's a big percentage. You don't mean most of them, right? You don't mean a
Yeah,
majority.
sorry, there's a huge percentage between both of them once we like calculate it. And the reason why is systemically, right? The Truth and Reconciliation is about destroying the systemic thing, and the way we destroy it is simply by allowing Indigenous people in the government, Indigenous Canadians.
Okay, maybe I don't necessarily entirely disagree with that, although I'm still having trouble defining what a like truly Indigenous Canadian would be, unless you're just willing to mean anyone born in Canada.
Well, that's all. No, I kind of like Lisa sign up. Sorry, it is. That's why I said anyone like, prior to the British, or any family lineage prior to the British.
But you don't mean, so you mean any family lineages? One person, a Métis person who has one Aboriginal member of their family.
Let me get you guys the link.
Yeah, well, they're Métis. They're mixed between Indigenous and
But you don't see how this is a slippery slope. You don't see how you've kind of lost the meaning of. If you're looking for like ancestral knowledge and wisdom and guidance in terms of laws, going to some white kid in Quebec who has an Indigenous ancestor isn't going to get you to where you're trying to go with like appreciating reconciliation to ancient lineages of trauma. So
you want to know why?
Okay.
The reason why is because of like Indigenous schools, right? They stripped away that culture. They stripped away everything. Where there's only small percentage of people who actually understand the history and all this type of stuff. Right? Like even like you do understand logic, right? Indigenous schools are like far history. It's not one chapter. It's Canada's whole history. I live in the province where the last Indigenous school was closed in literally 1995. My older brother was born. That's the problem. My older brother is older than the last Indigenous school closing, and that's crazy. That's I don't see my older brother to be that old, right? And that's the reason. And I understand that it's hard. We're gonna have to look very deep to like people and all this type of stuff.
Like I said, for me, systemically, maybe if you want to say systemically, it's hard. But for me as an individual, it doesn't seem difficult at all. Like I don't understand what kind of reconciliation. We can talk about systemic reconciliation, but in terms of like personal reconciliation, I don't know what that would even look like.
Well, that's the thing. When Truth and Reconciliation isn't only about a personal journey, about understanding and looking at what happened, but it's also about like what's it called, like a systemic thing, like through governments, right? That's like the thing. That's why the government that's why I think the government needs to work heavy with the Truth and Reconciliation thing, instead of like every single time they want to do something, they have to sue the Canadian government.
Okay, so do you think that I wouldn't even know how to collect data on the representatives in Congress or in whatever legal system you want to talk about, but in terms of their like ethnic representation, I don't really know how we'd even soundly collect data on that if we're not just letting them self-identify.
Well, it's not necessarily ethnic identification. It's simply working with them. Like, they don't have to.
But who? Working with who, bro?
The Truth and are you familiar with like the Truth and Reconciliation like group in Canada, like the federal group?
But that's just a group of bureaucrats. You're talking about grassroots truth and reconciliation. I'm trying to look for who are these
right next to
people that
Caroline
you're talking
Lucas.
about that
It's a group of indigenous people. Like, yeah, I understand.
Who specifically? Just anyone born in Canada, or anyone with an ancestor that's at one point was here before British colonialization?
Hold on, wait, look. Look, I just want to make sure, like, sure. Look, I don't understand. Like, if you're asking who, right? It's going to be a group of like every indigenous person, and I can give you examples if it makes it easier.
Anyone who self-identifies as indigenous is a self-identity thing.
No, not necessarily. Okay.
What is it? What is it? It's a blood purity.
Although we just speak. Do you understand that when it comes to specific groups, when there's too many people or too little people, there's going to be certain representatives, correct? Like the Canadian government is representative.
I don't know what you said there. I'm sorry.
Okay, if there's a group too small or a group too big, they usually have representatives, right?
No, I don't think that at all.
We also just be clear,
usually they are underrepresented. What?
I just want to make sure. So you think we don't send a representative like every year, November, to the UN Council to represent all of Canada, right?
Oh yeah, we do.
Okay, that's what I'm talking. The group is going to be the representative of all indigenous people. It's going to be made up of like some indigenous people.
I have no idea what that would mean. What the hell would that mean? A group that would represent all indigenous people. What would that mean? No idea what that would mean.
It's like a person.
What would that look like? What would that look like?
It works with the Canadian government by passing certain laws, forcing them to do certain stuff, like revealing grave sites, and what's it called? And solving conflicts between reserves and non-reserves. Like for an example, what was it? It was like something that happened in the 90s. It was a really big conflict between the RCMP and the Blackfoot Indigenous group. I'm pretty sure, right? And there was a death. But if the Truth and Reconciliation group existed, that conflict wouldn't necessarily lead into that death, right? It was like a 90-day standoff. I'm pretty sure, right? That's what they do. That's what Truth and Reconciliation is, and it's also to teach I guess us and our children. Like logic, let's be honest. When you learned about Truth and Reconciliation every single time in high school and middle school, was it always the same thing, correct?
Do they even have power?
It was always somewhat similar, right?
Oh, they got no kind of power.
That's what they want to change that. They want to make sure it's not always like similar, but you're learning
so they're basically like the Green Party.
I'm 33.
Really good policies.
I wasn't really taught under the lens of truth and reconciliation. I don't even really accept that vernacular into my speech. Again, I don't really know what it means to be indigenous. You haven't really defined it in a way that is meaningful in terms of truth and reconciliation. What does it mean to be indigenous?
Carbon, do you want to say something?
Yeah, I'm gonna give you guys a few more minutes and I'm gonna call it a night. So go ahead.
Oh, okay. I guess I'll attempt to answer this last question. Because I also got to call it. I've got to cook for tomorrow. I have class, but what it means to be indigenous. If you want my honest opinion, I don't think I can define it in virtue of the fact that I'm not. I think it would be better if an indigenous person defined it, because they actually have all the things. But what it means to be indigenous is
you're not indigenous to anywhere. You're not Somalian. You're not Canadian. So you're not indigenous to anywhere, right?
Are you asking what it means to be indigenous, not an indigenous person?
Give it to Canadians to make a debate.
Just indigenous.
Oh, well, it's just going to be... it's just going to be how far it can, go back your lineage or something between two different countries. That's what I mean to be indigenous. Let's just say for 200 years back. If you can track 200 years back into a specific country, or if it's two countries, then you could be indigenous to both. It's like that. Did you hear that logic?
Oh yeah, I heard it. It just makes absolutely no sense. It's just totally dogmatic and a weird assertion, totally arbitrary. You totally made it up. It's based on your own idea. It doesn't make any sense. Legally, culturally, wouldn't be able to understand that definition. What do you mean? Extends 200? Everyone has ancestors that extend 200 years back. into many
Well, that's the thing.
countries.
Like, obviously, 200 years back in a specific place or specific places, right? Like, if it is the
No,
case, if
that's
I
not
if I went all
obvious.
the way
That's not-
back,
Your ancestry is complicated, spans across the world.
wait, just
What
to
are
be
you talking
by the way,
about?
just to be clear, it could be complicated. and
200
something
years
different,
back.
I'm sure.
200 years
Yeah,
back.
I
Cheers,
picked around the
cheers
thing.
here. So you think the claims of Indigenous rights in Canada and Truth and Reconciliation limit to extend 200 years back?
Well,
When
it could be-
there's ancestors here that are claiming they've been here tens of thousands of years?
Well, if they're here in tens of thousands of years, then they're definitely going to be here than more than
You
20 we're talking
have
about.
no differentiation between those two. You would respect someone who's a fourth generation Canadian 200 years back versus someone who is tens of thousands of years, apparently.
Indigenous peoples in Canada
Okay,
are
well-
the indigenous peoples within the boundaries of Canada, comprising of the First Nations, Inuit, and the Métis. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. Representing roughly
Métis, bro,
Métis
Métis is
is
he's not
roughly
talking
Métis is a
5%
mix.
He's not
of
talking
the-
about.
Métis is a mix. Métis, look up definition.
He's
Métis,
mixing.
Métis is a
Carbon-
mix of
Carbon-
European and Native.
Wait, Carbon,
Doesn't
he's
mean
not
anything.
talking about. He's not talking about indigenous people. He's talking about like worldwide. Look, if you have a problem with my definition, I guess I can ask you, what do you define as indigenous?
Where you're
Unless you
born,
don't have
anywhere, birthrights, anywhere where you're born, specifically what nation you're born in. If you don't want to hold to national identity, that's fine. I'm willing to drop it, but in terms of the law, that's what it means.
In terms
Right.
of the law?
Yeah, if the legal standard extends to blood lineages, then I would consider that genocidal. I don't think that that's at all appropriate in terms of policy. Other than
Policy?
birthrights, in terms of birthright, I can't extend the
Okay,
term
so let's
indigenous
just
to
be clear.
anything else.
If you have, okay, so just to be clear, if we take like South Africa as an example, where Black Africans were there, and then white Europeans came in, colonialists came in, and then they have one child on that land, you're gonna say that child is indigenous to South Africa, that white child?
If you don't, I don't see how else we would define it. That's how
That's
I
a
would
yes.
define it.
So, okay,
yes,
so the colonialists coming in,
you
oppressing. Okay, just to be clear, just the
Listen, man.
colonialists coming in, oppressing Black
you
Africans.
use the word
that
native.
colo-
You
hold
would
on,
use
please,
you'd use the word
please
native,
don't
right?
overtalk, please
You'd
don't
use the
overtalk.
word native,
Please
right?
overtalk. Please don't overtalk. Okay, so Black Africans, in South Africa, only Black Africans there. White colonialists come in and then, oppress them and force them into labor, take away their property. And one of those white colonialists has a kid, a white kid. That white kid is now indigenous to the land. Do I get a yes or no on that? You can unmute.
Do you use those terms synonymously? Or
Yes or
native
no?
and indigenous? I said yes.
Okay, just making sure.
I said if you use native and indigenous synonymously, then yes.
All right, we're
Oh,
done.
yeah, sorry. Oh,
That's
I'm
the
tired.
reductio. What the fuck? And those actually mean two different things. Holy shit. Reductioed.
I'm really curious on my first definition. Like, I specifically said of the people inhabiting or existing the land before earlier times, or before arrival of colonialists, and I don't think there's a problem with my definition at all. So I'm kind of like confused on like
The problem with his one. It's like, I'm indigenous. I'm allowed here. Like the fuck? Anyway, I also got a certificate from Political Compass. So I'm like way over here with the Green Party of England and Wales. Right? I'm over here next to Caroline Lucas from the UK. So I'm over here like economic left, libertarian left. Yeah, the left libertarian kind of quadrant. So yeah. I'm downloading this and I'm storing it forever. Okay.
Interesting.
Green Party in Wales.
bro,
Yeah, I've noticed the Green Party in Wales like very similar to the Green Party in the U.S. Has a lot of the same policies, but like has like virtually no power.
Same here in Canada. Well,
Yeah.
that's not true. The Green somewhat power if they get elected.
Yeah.
Let's be honest, no one's
Gretchen, thank
elected.
you for the $5, by the way. Indigenous and Native mean two different things. That's why they're two different words. Come the fuck on, Canada. Yeah. All right, guys. Well, we're gonna go ahead and call it a night. I am tired, and also a little bit hungry.
Thanks
so,
for having me up. I'm gonna head out soon.
Yeah, absolutely. Void, are you still watching fucking Avatar? I guess that's a yes. I guess not. Yeah, okay. I guess that's a yes. All right, guys. Well, thank you so much. I'm gonna be on Twitch and YouTube for the next couple of minutes. So if you guys want to go, I'll play you guys off with a nice little song. Oh yeah. Also, sorry. I'm so sorry. I forgot about this. Hold on. Give me a second. Lincoln, thank you so much for the $25. Also, that was earlier, so I don't think that was for a kick. That was before he joined. I appreciate what you do so much. You're an LGBTQ guy, LGBTQ plus guy. Hell yeah. Thank you so much for the $25. Appreciate you, Lincoln. Thank you so much for supporting the stream. But yeah, I will be on Twitch and YouTube. We're gonna play you guys off with a song over there. Void, you're not going live, are you? I can raid. Okay, I don't think Void is here with us. Yay, nay. Okay. All right, well, watching a movie. Okay, yeah. Okay, that's a no. Okay. All right. Well, y'all have a great one. Thank you so much. Don't do anything I wouldn't do. Don't do anything I would do. And see you guys next time. All right, take it easy. All right. That guy made us Canadians look dumb. Thanks for the stream, Carl. Yeah, thank you. Thank you guys for joining. Well, thank you guys so much. I appreciate y'all for the subs and the super chats over there on YouTube too. And shout out to my new followers. Don't think it's gonna let me see it on YouTube. Oh yeah, it does. There's a couple. Thank you for my new subscribers on YouTube. And see you guys on the next one. And yeah, y'all take it easy. I posted my political square and Discord general chat. Oh yeah, I'll take that look at that. All right, y'all have a good one. Take it easy. Don't do anything I wouldn't do. Right? Don't do anything I would. And never ever forget that ultimately and unequivocally, you are a bitch.